time, over.
Roger, the time will be 105.30.
And additional point, I guess this one's for Jack. Do we have any idea why we couldn't read the main bus B voltage a while back when first he didn't get it and then later he did?
Yeah, I think we have a reading on that. Stand by. It appears, Vance, that the battery charged circuit breaker, which appeared to be in, wasn't in. Fred, pull it, reset it, and then he's going to get it read.
Roger, which circuit breaker was that?
It was the battery charged circuit breaker that allows you to read volts, but we haven't, I don't know the exact name for it yet.
Okay, understand.
The name is battery charger bat B charge, Jack tells me.
Okay, battery charger bat B charge. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Have you opened your, just curiosity, have you opened your food locker just aft of the LIM data file? Over.
Yeah, it's been open.
Okay, just checking, thanks.
And the USB will come through.
Good.
It came at the right time.
Good.
I don't think we thought he was one of those in place, but I'm thinking heat shield, Kim. Do you have, what are those? You didn't have to call it up to go out there. They're awesome on that. Hold on, don't go to 50 seconds. Okay. Flightplan. So apparently somebody was looking at some heat shield measurements. They're the ones that used to be used for sun sensors. And they said they were 10 to 15 degrees higher than they had predicted they were. Okay?
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Jim, we have some CSM temperatures here for you. Might be of interest if you're ready to copy.
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, your quad package temperatures ranged from 85 degrees to 44 degrees. Your CM RCS injectors ranged from 44 degrees to 21. And your heat shield is well above its lower limits in all the various locations. Temperatures appear to be cycling based on sun angle, and it's no sweat. They all look very good.
Sounds good.
Okay, welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. 103 hours, 10 minutes, 25 seconds. In approximately 50 minutes we will start preparing for the MCC5. We will start the contingency checklist, 30-minute activation, with some changes that we heard from Charlie Duke thanks to the Apollo in real-time interactive experience from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Around 1 hour ago we were checking the command module. We activated it just for telemetry and for looking at various instruments, and it looks healthy. Battery C voltage was 36.5, Pyro battery A voltage was 37, Pyro battery B voltage was 37, SPS helium pressure was 3800 psi nominal, and looks like right now we will not need a CM preheat, CM RCS preheat if we were to do an entry now. Okay. Okay, we are going to start powering up the lunar module in 1 hour and 6 minutes precisely. And also 5 minutes before that we will recalculate the MCC5 path, because we calculated it a long time ago. Let me see if I can see when we calculated it. Yeah, 24 hours. 9 hours ago we calculated the MCC5 solution and path. So we have to wait a little bit more and do the final calculation for MCC5.
Were you calling Houston?
Negative, Jim.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Sure, we would like to have the convenience to recycle our CPs. We don't have any problem, but we have kind of a minor problem with storing up buffers, so we'd like to prevent them as a recycle.
Procedures, anybody got anything going on?
That's negative, nothing's going on.
Okay, if I don't hear from anybody in the next couple of seconds, we'll recycle the CP. Okay, network, go ahead and recycle.
Hello Indy. Approximately 1 hour to start MCC5 preparations. We will generate the path for the burn again in 55 hours, 55 minutes, not 55 hours, 55 minutes. What time is it? 9:46, okay. Yeah, that is a factor with real-time simulations. You lose track of the local time. Firm crescent line, posigrade, happy face. Correct, right? Thanks Indy, and thanks for the help before, you and all the other guys. Now I am a lot more, I mean I had trust that the CM was going to work, but now I have 100% trust. Thanks very much. Right.
Okay, final flight. Go flight. Since this burn is, we've been standing here kind of discussing monitoring and racing. Right. I think what we've come to, since this burn is so expensive with the attitude, we're just going to give him a rate limit.
Indy, after the mission, I will dedicate some time to actually code the Earth-Moon transit with OrConnect. So I will torture you with questions about that, but after the mission, because I will have plenty of time. Wanted to do it for this one, but didn't have time to do it, and also wasn't in the right home programmer mindset to do that. So after the mission I will do it.
And go through the checklist. Hey, Mike, we ran this morning in the simulator.
Thank you very much. As I explained before, the MCC5 will probably deceptionate or disappoint, better said, some viewers, because yes, it's the infamous manual burn, but really it's just Hollywood on the Apollo 13 movie. The MCC5, yes, it will move a little bit the spacecraft at the start of the burn and maybe a little bit during the burn, but it's not a life or death situation like oh my god, we are losing control of the spacecraft. The burn is only 15 to 13 seconds long, and it will be a lot stable. Don't worry, because we have the axe to control the attitude. Yeah, deep skimbaling is even it's disabled for that burn, so yeah.
Now we're going to get in the pad hopefully at 104.30, and we've looked at 30 minutes early and there's no change.
But thanks for wishing me luck. Thanks for that.
30 minutes flag is
because yeah, I have to take one or two things into consideration during MCC5, because I have to end it correctly for a good MCC7. MCC7 is the most important part of this mission. If you do MCC7 incorrectly, you are done. So yeah, this burn sets up MCC7. If this burn doesn't get right, you can correct it in MCC7. But what I want to try is to get an MCC7 specifically in retrograde and short duration for MCC7, because I want to save as much fuel as possible on the RCS. That's a negative, Indy. They left the gimbals as they were after PC+2. But remember one thing, we are all here enjoying the Apollo 13 real-time simulation with Apollo in real-time in the background by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist, link in the description. We are all here today on the 55th anniversary of Apollo 13, thanks to the Apollo 13 movie. Remember that.
And Houston, how do you read Aquarius? I'll read you loud and clear, Fred. How do you read? Okay, same one. Raj, we were just about to send you up some items of information pertaining to the burn. Are you ready to copy?
Stand by.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, Fred. First of all, preparations for this, starting with contingency checklist page 24, we would recommend should start at 104:30 GET. And we'll be happy to receive any comments you have on that, though. Second point, when you're in the burn attitude, you should see the sun at the very top of the AOT. It'll be splitting the cursor when your cursor's set at 0. One thing to be aware of, though, that it'll slip right out of the AOT very easily, since it'll be very sensitive to roll and yaw. And that's in detent too, by the way. Next point, the burn is very insensitive to burn time and attitude. In other words, necessary, we can slip it if there's any problem at all, and attitude isn't too critical. So that brings us to the point that we only have one real burn rule. That is, if rate at any axis gets to 10 degrees of second, that's the limit. Stop the burn. Next point, after you finish the burn and before you trim, request that you leave DETA address 470 up a while so we can take a look at it, and let us holler when we've seen it, and then proceed on. Over.
Okay, Vance, you're saying we should start into the prep in the contingency book at about 104:30. And I'll talk it over in a minute with Jim and we'll get back with you on it. When in the burn attitude, we should see the sun right at the top of the AOT, and I assume this is detent number 2. Jim and I had already been talking about that, and eyeball at the terminator in the Earth, we figured the sun had about something like a 70-degree angle, 65-degree angle, so that'll be right up there. We got one burn rule that says if the rates are greater than 10 degrees per second, shut her down. And after we trim, you want me to leave 470 up for a while so y'all can have a look at it. You'll tell me when to get rid of it.
That's right, Fred. And if you have any questions at all regarding the alignment, why, please let us know. We'll be happy to answer them, like aligning on the Earth as was described before. Also, you should know that the pitch is the most critical attitude so far as errors are concerned in this burn, but as I said, it's still not very sensitive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the way we're looking out the window through the coax, we can align yaw and roll pretty well, but it's the sun that has to get its pitch.
All right, and a correction on this DETA 470 thing. Request that we let you give you a go before you trim. Over.
Say again, Vance, on that last.
Raj, we would like to see address 470 and give you a go before you trim. Over.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, after burn, we'll leave 470 up a while and wait for your word to do the trim.
That's correct. How was the sleep?
Capcom flight.
Go ahead.
I missed part of your conversation there, but I guess one thing we haven't told him is that we want power amp on and high bit rate. Is it in there? Okay. Did you go to that fairly early? Okay.
Okay, and okay, Vance, you there?
Raj, go ahead.
Okay, the picture that Jim gave me on his view through the coas would have the partial earth, the lit portion, laying in the top half of the coas, with the cusp laying right on the YY line. And so the whole dark part of the earth would be in the bottom part of the earth, except a very thin crescent of the dark part lying above the YY line.
Okay, that is correct.
That in essence, that in essence would put our x-axis pointing toward the sun.
That's correct. The plus x-axis pointing toward the sun and perpendicular to the terminator of the Earth.
Okay.
Two other points, Fred. One is that we don't expect hardly any misalignment of your engine for the burn, so we don't really expect any rates throughout the length of the burn, especially since it's at very low thrust. Second point, request you verify that your suit temperature rheostat's in full cold. That, if it were in full cold, that might help your cabin temperature situation, might bring the temperature up.
Okay. Okay, the ladder was a good point. We hit it in full hot.
Very good.
And Roger on the rates too.
Okay.
Flight Tony.
No?
I would like to get a report after a few minutes.
Sorry for laughing a little bit. It was just a funny question. I think that it's backwards re-entry. I believe was inspired by Orbiter and NASSP. If Petri is there, maybe he can correct me, but since Orbiter first came in year 2000 and we were talking with India about doing the Apollo 5 real-time simulation or in Orbiter 2003, I believe it was, right? So
Okay,
I think
Vance,
that
is the take,
re-entry
time gonna
was
be
inspired
approximately,
by
105 or
Orbiter
105.30?
and NASSP.
105.30.
It's
But
105.30.
may
Okay, your 104.30 time to start in is
I probably
sounds
misunderstood
pretty
it.
good. It'll give us lots
Yes,
of time to get set up with the attitude business in case we have any trouble.
but
stopping
not
PCT
derive
and
it.
Get there and
Maybe I am not
that'll give
understanding
us
the
a little
word
time to get
derive
sitting
it
and waiting all
properly.
set up.
Okay, Fred, good.
Yeah. Correct. That's completely true. Yeah, I understand now derive it. I understood it other way around, but also correctly. I think I understand the question incorrectly, but at the same time correctly. I don't know. Multiple interpretations for the question. Yeah, no problem.
Plant, tell me.
Go ahead.
Plant, we saw a decrease in our water. Went up to 8.2 pounds per hour there for a few moments.
What?
8.2 pounds per hour. We suspect that they might have taken a drink out of the limb water. Wonder if we could query him on that point. We see no change in our thermal response or our battery currents. And right now, I still would really use that plus water for drinking.
8.2 pounds, you said?
Pounds per hour, yeah.
How much actually dropped it?
10 minutes.
How long did they exit?
About 2 pounds per hour.
How long ago was that?
That's about 15 minutes ago. About 10 minutes ago.
Capcom. Where did you see that?
Where? In water.
In our water usage.
Pulling.
We just suspect they might be using some water for drinking. So I guess right now we prefer that they use less water.
Correct. We will start preparing
Tell them we noticed about a 2-pound drop
for
in
the
water.
burn in approximately 35 minutes, more or less.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Hi, you calling, man?
Right, Fred. We just noticed a 2-pound drop in your water quantity. Have you guys had a drink recently, or do you know any reason why it might have dropped over?
Negative.
Got me fine.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at it there.
Yeah, we'll keep watching. It's gone back down. It's kind of funny. Okay, and we'll come. We'll watch it. Okay, and we'll come. We'll let know that.
Yeah, the rate was
Yeah, the rate went back. Yeah, the rate went back.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, man.
Fred, that may be a funny in the data. The rate's gone back to normal, and we'll keep an eye on it, but we don't think you should worry about it too much.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, you are asking for the CM, right? Okay, the CM was shut down a little bit dirty, as you saw on the accident, because time was critical. But I wouldn't say dirty. I mean, it's what they had to do, and they did it because they needed to get into the command module, into the lunar module. But this morning we performed what was called the baseline configuration, which is a checklist based on the square one list from the launch checklist with some minor modifications. And we opened a bunch of circuit breakers. In fact, all circuit breakers on panel 5 are open right now. And based on that square one config, that baseline configuration, the power-up procedure is developed, because it's a clean configuration that can be used for future power-ups. And just 2 hours ago we were powering up the CN, a tiny bit part of CM, just to get telemetry, a little bit of telemetry for 5 minutes, and to measure some instruments. For example, battery C 36.5 volts, pyro battery A 37 volts, pyro battery B 37 volts, SPS helium pressure 3800, CMRCS injector temperatures, and battery vent indicator system test for A. And we fixed an issue with fuel cell that was causing an issue, because we had to very quickly shut down the command module, and one thing was in the limbo there. I don't know how I will do it, Amarilis, I don't know. As you know, I stopped doing extensive debrief since Apollo 11, I think. But for flight day 1 and 2, I did, like in Apollo 12, I did a debriefing on the video, and at the end of on each flight day, I mean a live debrief. And then probably for this one I will make a video talking about all my experiences during the flight, as I did with Apollo 12, but focused on what happened on flight day 3 and to the end of the mission. Thank you very much for using them. I'm sorry if sometimes I forgot to save, because sometimes I forgot to save and that causes you to not have a quick save for a particular point in time on the flight. Thank you very much. I always like to say that these real-time simulations are not intended as tutorials. I get that you can see the procedure from start to finish with a successful ending. Hopefully this also is included for this mission, but they are not intended as tutorials.
This is Apollo Control at 104 hours 11 minutes. Apollo 13 now 155,111 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity is 4,399 feet per second. We're an hour and 18 minutes away from the nominal mid-course burn time. As you heard Vance Brand tell the crew, this burn is insensitive, or relatively insensitive at least, to time. And if for some reason the crew is busy and can't make it at that time, they could, at their option, slip this burn as much as 30 minutes. However, at the present time, we expect it will be done very close to the nominal time of 105 hours 30 minutes. Approximately 30 minutes later, at 106 hours, we still expect the burst disk on the supercritical helium tank of the LEM descent stage to go and vent that helium tank overboard. We'll continue to stay up live for air-ground conversation.
Yeah, that also happens to me sometimes, not finding a switch or a circuit breaker even before you saw during the CM activation for telemetry. You saw me figuring out a little bit where a CB was on panel 5. So what you have to do on those times, I know that there is a clock running always, but just relax, try to relax, breathe, and read the panel labels. The name of the switch, the panel labels, and maybe if you know the cabin layout a little bit, try to figure out where it can be if you cannot find it. But it's there. And there are sometimes some items on the checklist that are a bit confusing because the label of the switch changes a little bit. But the switch or circuit breaker is always there, where it should be. Yeah. Correct. And I know, I know the feeling. I know, I know the feeling. I've been there. We've all been there.
Mike kept now.
Yeah.
Okay. I just thought I lost my comm with him. Thanks.
Okay.
How do you read?
Brian, you got...
Yeah.
Hey, we've just been watching the 610 drop to gray. I just thought I'd let you know.
Okay. Well, you know they turned the suit.
Yeah.
To full
Full
cold.
cold. So we were, I guess, trying to evaluate that configuration. And we've noticed we may be a little late
so.
with CAD. We're trying to get our next one done.
Okay. Of course, you don't see anything in the capture.
Should be able to make 15 tons. Okay.
Hey, how about that battery? Is that battery 2 still got now?
Oh yeah, the mal remains. It's a sensor phase.
At least that's what we feel it is. We see no response in the thermal profile. Currently, dead on. Okay. Good deal. Thank you. Down stand down. Flight him. So, we got a procedure here for use of clear water for a drink. Might just pass that along to you and Capcom here.
Why don't you get both?
Okay.
And Houston Aquarius.
Go ahead, Chris.
We're going to get a any sort of a pad on this.
Yeah, estimate about 10-15 minutes.
That's firm, Fred. Estimating we'll have it to you in about 15 minutes.
Okay. And Houston, you might just let us know if there's any chance it's going to slip further down the road, because we're going to kind of hold to that 104.30 start time. And if you're going to delay any, we'll delay accordingly.
Well, we can make the 15-minute estimate.
Raj, we won't have any trouble making that, Fred, I'm told.
Okay.
Fido flight.
Still flight.
We're not having trouble making that 15-minute estimate. Back there, wasn't
No, but we just got our update now and we're pressing on. Okay.
Okay, welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. 104 hours, 23 minutes, 17 seconds into the flight. We are going very soon to prepare for the MCC-5 burn, the infamous manual burn. It's a burn to correct our re-entry angle, and it's a corridor control burn. It will be posigrade. We will execute it with axe. Engine start and stop will be manual, 10% thrust, duration between 15 and 13 seconds. And I hope that it goes very okay. We are listening in the background to Apollo in real time from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Links in the description. It has to go well. Okay, let's do the MCC5 pad. I am going to do it with the right display for the pad. And the left display for calculating the band. Monitoring targeting, return to Earth, abort the scan table, and specified area. T0. From the flight plan there, 105, 1828. Calculate 107. Didn't change. Yes, it changed. It changed the vector, but nothing else. So let's see. Return to Earth. 107. LDDX, 4 quads, 10 seconds. Again from the flight plan. 4 quads, 10 seconds. 26. I have to add 2 seconds to go as actual. Okay, return to Earth, abort the scan table, 108. Display calculate. 1 more second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Roger, we have about 104.30 now. How does that come to like a better model?
Okay, Fido's hustling here. We'll try to get it right up to you. Stand by.
That's the attitude Fido. That's the attitude. Attitude, there won't be
Oh, 1 more second even. 1 less second even. Nice. That is our path.
Aquarius, Houston.
Okay, we noticed the total current's going up about 45 amps.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
They've already started up the power up here.
Okay.
Vance, we have the quad heaters on now.
Roger, copy, Jim. And the Jack's going to reach you the pad right now, so I recommend you go ahead and get started. You shouldn't be delayed by the pad at all.
Okay, let's go. Contingency checklist, page 24. 30 minutes activation. Perform step 4. I need another timer now.
Aquarius Houston, I've got your burn pad.
Yeah.
Okay, what's in auto? Step
Roger,
2, line
Houston,
6
stand by.
only.
Stand by to
EPS display,
Okay, ready to copy.
close.
Okay, P30 maneuver pad on the dips. Purpose is mid-course 5.
Panel
Down
25,
33,
page
105,
25.
30,
Omit step 3, perform step
0,
4.
0, 0, 0.
Scratch last line.
Noun 81 is NA. HA is NA.
Flight final.
Perigee plus
We'll have
0,
to
0,
data for the
1, 9, or 8.
see some of the entry things.
0, 0, 0, 7, 8. 0, 1, 5.
Perform step 5.
The rest is NA. Shut down the engine at 1 second prior to the end of burn time. Shut down at 14 seconds manually. Ullage is 4 jets for 10 seconds.
Okay, you got
10%
AC.
throttle. Go ahead.
Primary glycol loop activation.
Okay, Jack,
Do
we're gonna dip
Step
mid-course
3,
5.
which is the charge.
Down 33,
Okay.
105, 30, 0000.
Panel
Down
11,
81, in slash A.
row 1.
HA, in slash A.
Tape recorder, deca gimbal, rest as shown.
00078. Burn time, 015.
Let's go.
Rest the pad in slash A. Shut down manually at 14 seconds. Ullage, 4 jets for 10 seconds. And the entire burn is at 10% throttle.
Okay, Fred, I want to verify that your Delta VR is 00078.
Okay, I read you back 00078.
Okay, good readback. You got it.
Okay, that's done. Row
So I
2.
presume they know that knowledge is 9 seconds prior to burn and then 1 second overlap. Yeah, that's okay. Okay.
The Capcom on that call was Jack Lausman. We passed up the pad for this mid-course correction. Time when 105 hours, 30 minutes elapsed.
1 second.
Delta velocity 7.8 feet per second. Burn time of 15 seconds with the notation to shut down the engine manually at 14 seconds. Targeting for a perigee after this burn, 19.8 nautical miles versus present perigee of 87 nautical miles.
Flight final. Go ahead. That's P30 data for the CSM about P30 band. Bill, I meant to ask you about that. I don't quite understand.
We got some entry stuff on the bottom of the P30 band flight that we're going to read up to. It's
the host burn.
yeah, it's just the entry stuff that goes up with the normal trans or mid-course time.
Okay.
Row 3. The centellium regulator vent open. Radar bus radar open. Landing radar open.
And at
Second
104 hours,
driver is
37 minutes,
close.
Apollo 13's distance from Earth is 153,971
Cappings
nautical
open.
miles. Velocity 4,421 feet per
Down
second.
here, we're going to want to talk about this inside. We've got a couple of things we can run a good square before Okay. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Engine control close. Attitude direct control closed.
Control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
The cruise in 14 seconds. Run time.
That's the time it is.
What did you really?
Well, we had 2 charge back
Engine
to the flight.
start override.
That's, the wrong one.
Aquarius, Houston, I have some additional entry
Close.
data that goes with the pad I just read up. It's 5
Indica
items.
power
Let me know when you're ready to
closed.
copy. It's on a maneuver pad.
And this 4 open. Row 4.
Okay, I'll try to squeeze them in here, Jack. I'm rapidly running out of pad.
Quads. These ones for ECS are okay.
Okay, it's NA all
Update
the way down
link
to
is
961.
open.
Your latitude is
VHF A
minus
and B open.
21.
Hold on a minute, hold on. If you need me, hold on, Jack. I need the other pad book. That's CSM pad.
CDR
firm.
audio close. This one's open. GC Disky and IMU operate
Okay, now I'm
open.
ready.
Okay,
Profile.
down 61. Latitude minus
Cross type
21,
bus
67.
open. Rest and show.
minus
That's
165 37 11631 36 29er 2 142 41
okay, perfect.
02. Read back.
Page 27.
Okay, now
Panel
61,
16.
minus 2167. Minus 16537. 11631. 362 nanner 2. 1424102.
Feed 1 and 2
Good. Read
open.
back.
Infill flight.
Go ahead, flight.
We don't have car in front of you, do we?
Exit flight. Flight running a checkpoint.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 104 hours 41 minutes. The splash coordinates for which this burn is targeted are 21.67 degrees south, 165.37 west.
And you should have high bid rate now, Jack.
We have a high bit rate flight.
Just now getting.
Flight control.
Yeah.
His next item is to stop his pulse on his PTC here, but have him monitor his quad 3 temp, make sure it's above
Okay, Fred, we're getting it
before he
now.
starts pulsing the jet.
Can you read it?
Affirmative.
What is it?
108.
Okay, he hasn't been in there for 15 minutes, but
No, but it's rising pretty slow. Want to make sure it's up there before you go into a pulse mode.
okay. He hasn't had the temp, the spot he was on for 15 minutes yet, right? Next thing is checklist. So do we have to tell him anything yet? We can wait till 15 minutes.
We should make it right on time flight, but want to make sure.
Where is that picture?
Upper right hand corner, quad temp, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, page 28. Step 4. Okay, we should have warning, ascent pressure, LGC, and a caution, preamps and heater. Okay. VHF S-band activation and checkout, scratch step 1, step 2, down voice back up to voice, and scratch step 3. Okay. Let's go. Span PM, prim, voice, PCM, off reset, off high. That's the rest of page 29. Verify RCS heaters in auto for 15 minutes, 3 minutes remaining in that.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Could you have readouts on our quad temps to know when we can start? We're taking a time hack. We just like a verification with you.
He's ready to
Just
go.
made it.
They look good.
Roger, your quad temps look good from here.
That's correct.
Control flight.
control. Please go ahead.
Are you seeing any thruster activity yet?
Not yet, Mike.
Okay, RCS heaters are in everywhere. TCAs are closed and 15 minutes have passed. And temps are indeed in the good way.
Procedure, do you reckon catch point?
That's affirmative flight.
Okay. Perfect. Now,
Checkpoint, please, Mike.
balance couple off. Desmand to minimum. Attitude control, pitch and roll to pulse. Yaw to direct. Mode control axe at hold.
Thruster activity yet?
Negative, Mike.
Guidance control to
Houston
axe.
Aquarius, we're going to stop ETC at this time.
Roger, Aquarius, go ahead.
And we are going to stop PTC as soon as the Earth appears, which I don't know where it is. There is the moon, so 4 more minutes. So we have to wait a little bit. I lost the stream viewer count. I guess it's a YouTube book. Can you write on the chat something, guys, please?
Flight bottom. Go ahead. Okay, first chance you get, I think we'd like to talk with you in control on this AGS thing, make sure we all know what we're
There
gonna
it
do.
goes, it recovered.
Okay. I guess the point to bring up is guidance point. That is that once you align the AGS, it's going to start counting. Okay? And there's
Perfect.
when they go into their 400
Thank you.
center, it's going to start accumulating
Thanks very much.
delta V. And whatever delta V it has accumulated at TIG will essentially be an error in the burn if the crew trim. So we'll have to do some arithmetic down
Thanks
here.
very
I don't
much.
think it's any problem. But we can see this 400 register 470 at ignition.
Okay,
Take that
waiting
into
for
account
the
and
Earth
when we
to appear.
delta trim,
Should
we'll
be
delta
around
trim
4
to-
minutes from now.
Okay. And if the control agrees with that, I think we can do it down here without not any problem. I can remember those cases like that. Okay. The other thing we got fight is that we think this 2 foot per second, at least I do, and I think what the trench does is pretty big. And the reason we say that is that with both control and the RTCC saying an almost identical burn time, and with control getting a thrust readout on his strip charts during the burn, I think maybe this 2 is too big. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I'd throw out 1 as a number, but I don't know much about DIPAs and that kind of thing. I don't think 1 sounds unreasonable either. But that would be essentially a 2-second burn deviation in either direction. Okay, let's make it 1. Okay. Control?
How about if you do a...
That's good, Mike.
How about if you do a 404 plus all?
Hello, Electros. How are
Thanks
you?
on my last, Red.
Say that again, Capcom.
What if you do a 404 plus all zeros just before the burn, want that 0 up 470?
That's affirmative.
Okay, Jack, how do you read now?
That's the thing we could do.
Let's do it. That procedure.
When do they do that?
It's not the
Waiting
ahead,
for
Aquarius.
the Earth to appear. 4
Okay, I thought you
minutes
called,
in
Jack.
theory.
We're maneuvering around here to fish for the Earth.
Okay, we do use 404 plus 0.
That's 4 minutes for it to burn.
Yeah, it's about there.
It'd sure be nice to get it closer.
Why don't we just do the math on it?
Okay.
We don't have to change the checklist.
It's not as easy, but yeah, we can do it, no problem down here. We got a lot more guys than they do.
Okay, we are almost there. Practically completed the checklist, only remaining axe activation. But before that, we have to maneuver to the burn altitude. Perfect, our ramps are looking fine.
Flight final.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I guess the last
No,
point is greater
Houston,
than 1.
Aquarius has a
42 horas. No, mucho menos, no puede ser, espera.
USA package now. 98 degrees, fine.
98.
38 me sale un momento.
Around, where, 110? 15? Control?
Yep, final.
38, sí, en 38 horas. 38 hours.
Yeah, we want to see it around 115.
Okay, Fred, the ASA package temp is looking good. It's around 98 degrees, and we'd like to see it go up about 15 to 20 degrees.
Okay, why don't you give me the word before I proceed with the eggs? We really don't need it right this instant.
Okay, we'll do that.
Roger, we'll be watching it.
Fine, fine.
Go, Fido.
Okay, to finish this thing out then, if we do see the eggs, is what we call no-go and outside our 1 foot per second tolerance. We'll give him a go for 2 seconds plus XRTS and call it a day.
Right.
Okay? Great.
See you on Earth, likewise. There is the sun, the Earth is close. I expect the Earth to appear in around 4 minutes.
Control, is that package temp on your main display?
Negative, Mike. On channel 37, we're 106 now. You can go ahead with the eggs activation flight.
Okay, he said he doesn't really need it right now. He's still getting in.
Okay, but we've got a 5-minute constraint, if you recall, here now, after it goes to eggs operate, before I can do the 400 plus 5. So keep that in mind.
Okay, why don't you give me a call at 110 degrees before we go?
Say again, flight.
Give me a call at 110 degrees.
Will do. Okay, we're at 110, flight.
Okay, Capcom, you go for activating the egg.
Say again, the temp.
110.
Aquarius Houston, the ASA package temperature is up now, so you can activate the eggs.
Okay, very good.
I am now remembering the scene of the manual burn when, before even turning on the engine, how he maneuvers to position the Earth on the center of the coas. I wish it was so easy. Sorry? The axe, abort guidance system. It's the backup computer, backup to the LGC that we will use for this one because it uses a lot of less power. Okay, I hope. Yep. 38 hours to go, Lester. I am also waiting for the Earth to appear in the center of the coas, because I cannot continue the procedure without being in the proper burn attitude. I think. The self-test, I think I can do it perfectly, so I am going to do it now. Thank you very much, Lester. It's just passion for flight simulation. Master alarm, normal. AC bus B, normal, axe, close, stabilization control, AEA, close, axe status, operate, master alarm, normal.
Okay, Jack, so we can make sure and get our timer set here. I wonder if when you've got about 48 minutes to the burn, which should be coming up pretty quick, you give us a hack so we can see our min timer at 12.
Okay.
We already passed that.
Roger, Fred. I understand you want to mark at 12 minutes prior to the burn. Is that affirmed?
Roger, we think we got it set now. We just wanted to check it. If we don't, then I'll get it to 13, and you can give me another hack at 47 to go.
I think he said 28 while ago, Jack. We already passed that.
Okay, we've got 33 to go. Mark. My mistake, it was 33.
Right on.
Roger, it was reading 33 on my mark, right?
No, it's the bottom clock, Jack. 26:47 now.
I know, but he counts up to 60.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, got you.
Rotation. Translation.
Okay, you got about 10503 GET now down there?
That's affirmative, Fred. Going through 105.03.45. Mark.
Okay.
Here I get a rate
Okay,
meter.
Jack, give me the next number you want me
Cool,
to set.
I have a rate
rate
meter that I didn't
Roger,
know I
you're
had.
counting up, right?
Nice.
We've got 5 minutes on flight.
Okay.
Smiley face, posigrade. Sad face, retrograde. That is my mnemotechnic for this one.
Okay, Fred, on my mark, be 35 minutes to the burn.
What?
That's 25 minutes, isn't it?
Stay by.
He's counting up, Retro. To 60.
We missed her, Fred. Let's get her in the next minute.
Okay.
Oh, so they planned for 35 but they did it earlier. Looks like. Okay, let's continue the procedure.
Okay, Aquarius, on my mark, it's going to be 24 minutes to the burn, and you'll be reading 36. Stand by. Mark.
Okay, we got it cranked up.
Okay, this one is in barber pole.
Okay, and control flight, have you seen the 400 plus 5 yet?
Negative.
Okay, let's wait
Okay,
2 more
Capcom,
minutes.
He's been in eggs operate for over 5 minutes, so
I
he's
think he's still trying to get out of the PDC mode flight.
okay.
Still firing jet.
Yeah, they did it before. But we planned for the actual, so it's no problem for us. Okay, axe has been in operate for 5 minutes.
This
Body
is
align.
control at 105 hours 8 minutes. Following this burn,
Oops.
passive thermal
Yeah.
control will be re-established.
Enter.
The command module pilot, Jack Swigert, and
That is the
lunar module
body
pilot,
align.
Fred Hayes, will begin
And release the
a 6-hour
platform.
rest period.
Enter. Pitch and roll to pulse. Yaw to mode control. Let's maneuver. Perfect.
This is a power
Perfect.
control. We will
That is what
wait
we
until
want.
the burst disk on the supercritical helium goes before reestablishing passive thermal control, however. Apollo 13 now 152,604 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 4,450 feet per second.
Setting the timer to 8 minutes.
Right.
Start.
Okay, Houston, we have attitude
8
set.
minutes for the burn.
Good.
Roger, Jim.
I hope the guys in the back room will let this separate.
Mode control axe at hold.
And I'm looking through the AOT there, Jack, and the sun's right at the top, and it's about maybe 2 degrees
Okay.
to the right of the cursor, so that looks real good.
Roger, good going.
Everybody happy with the attitude flight?
We can only say yes if he is, but we can't read it. It says that it's all zero. But yes.
Right, there's
7 minutes for the burn.
thoughts on it, right?
Fido flight.
Go flight.
Any reason we shouldn't go ahead and do this thing?
No, not at all. As soon as he's happy, and we're ready.
Put
Capcom
Capcom.
gets to proceed at his pace.
Yeah.
We can go ahead and do it early. Control, tell me we're going to do it early.
Roger. Copy.
Okay, Aquarius, attitude looks good here, and your
The
choice when you wanna
dramatic
start the burn.
music now is on my head. The dramatic music from this scene from the movie.
We're counting down, aren't we, or do you want us to start anytime?
You can go anytime you want to. Just tell him to...
Your choice.
Okay.
You guys are getting easy.
It's not time critical, Jim.
I understand. We're at 120 ESA.
Okay.
Okay, I am going to do this step early. Okay. Radar monitor, landing radar computer, both, axe, rate scale 5 degrees per second, throttle control manual, CDR, attitude translation for jets, balance couple off, Engine gimbal off. Distant engine command override off. Deathband minimum. Roll and pitch pulse. Yaw mode control. Mode control. Axe at hold. Propellant quantity monitor, distant 1 scratched. Verify breakers. Engine control close, engine start override close, Deca power close, Deca gimbal open because there is no gimbal. More breakers. Distant engine override is open. It was supposed to be open. Panel 16. Yeah, distant engine override open. Perfect. Verify the attitude. Yeah, we are off.
Flight spotter. Go ahead. It'd sure help us down here if you'd give us a mark before we hit that Odyssey bus. You know, like a couple of seconds.
Hey, what happens here?
Okay, Captain, I'll let you ask him to give us a mark when he's ready to Ollie. You know, just a couple seconds lead time flight sure help.
No problems.
Yeah.
And Houston, we reset our clock and we making the burn and about, I'll give you a hack here at 2 minutes to go.
Roger, Fred, and let us know when you're going to haul it, will you?
Okay. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, mark it. 3 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go.
Correction, 2 minutes to go, Jack.
Roger, 2 minutes, we got it.
Flight, let's get the engine gimbal switched off.
Engine gimbal switch off. Capcom.
Aquarius, Houston, check engine gimbal off, please.
It's verified off.
Did you see it on control?
No, it was off, flight. Verify that now.
And mark it. 1 minute.
Roger, Fred.
Correct. In my case is prograde.
How's the egg looking, control?
That'd be good, flight.
How you like that?
Let's build up 210 and 471.
Engine arm to descent.
Engine arm to descent.
Rotation. Translation.
You're armed and low throttle point.
Come on, baby, one more burn.
Okay,
I'll let you.
I'll let you. Navigation. good.
Thrust looks good.
About a slow buildup. Shut down.
Shut down.
At 470.
It's good, perfect.
Roger, we copy 7.4.
Check the
Roger, 7.4, and I had about 210 Sean, I guess, when we started.
Go. We need
Can we verify that?
210
good.
positive grade mark. Okay, trim it to 76. That'll be Roger flight 76.
Okay, Aquarius, trim it to 7.6.
Okay, you want plus X now to get 7.6, is that correct?
That's affirmative.
We should 78.
Right.
perfect. Good barn, perfect barn. Yes. And that is how you do it, gentlemen.
Burn it.
Okay,
Okay, you're
engine
looking at
arm
it, yeah.
off.
Beautiful. Looks good.
Okay,
flight.
looks good. Nice work.
Okay.
I thought it was.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, Capcom, we can go on and get the engine secured.
Maneuvering
Go ahead
to
and
PTC attitude.
Ready.
Okay, Aquarius, we're ready to follow you through on setting up PTC and power down. Your choice.
Okay, okay, we're pressing into getting PTC established right now.
Thank you, very nice guys, thank you very much. See, movies are movies, but without that movie we will not be here.
Okay, Capcom flight.
Go
I
flight.
don't think we got to tell them right now, Jack, but one of the events that is going to occur that we'll try to give them some lead time on. After they get PTC established, they're going to
Okay, let's start turning off things that I know we don't need. Almost do an in deep space EVA there.
From here on, we expect to shoot at any time.
Okay, then we go. Okay, fine.
This is Apollo Control at 105 hours 23 minutes. Trimming was done with the reaction control system.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys.
Burn looks good. Fido will want to get some tracking now.
You know, during training this barn got me scared as hell, and now it's in the past. Thank you very much.
Decision has been made to go ahead and reestablish passive thermal control
Yeah,
prior to the
but this is not over.
supercritical helium
We
tank
still have
banning.
mid-course correction 7, which is worse than this.
There's enough uncertainty into the time
In
when
terms
that will
of
vent now
checklist
that,
crunch
we're going to go
time.
ahead and establish the PTC. We can expect venting any time up to and within the next 2 hours probably. We'll continue to stand by for live air-ground transmissions.
So happy right now, but this is not over. This is not over. I know, and Alejandro knows where I live. Alejandro, if you are watching, come to my house, do a live stream, and do a live stream Apollo 13 real-time simulation behind these things, where I appear laying in my bed doing nothing. Computer is on for the stream, but the stream shows a pre-recorded video. Alejandro knows where I live, so, and he was here, you know. Turambar on the chat was in this room in September last year.
Yeah. How many pulses did we recommend when they let this procedure up?
I'll stand by.
21, I believe, right?
I think we said 0.3 of a degree per second. 21 pulse.
Okay, that's too many, Charlie. Say about 12.
Negative flight, the LMS at the Cape confirms 12.
Okay,
That's holding it out and counting 12 pulses. And then
I might turn on the sequential camera now. Wait a moment. What's sequential camera when we have smartphones?
why don't you go ahead and tell them that now. They're maneuvering the attitude, so they can't be doing anything else.
Aquarius Houston, we'd like to change the number of yaw pulses we gave you before as 21. We'd like to reduce that to 12.
12 pulses, that is what I remembered.
Yaw right. And that'll take you about 3 seconds to get them in if you don't want to count them.
Okay, we'll make it 12 versus
12
21.
pulses. I need to show a clock with the... well, whatever. Ground the last time. This is not a pre-recording, guys. Proof MCC5 was not a recording. There is the GET. That is Earth. That is the same time. Alright. Yeah, the sequential camera is recording in a weird angle now, which I will try to fix in a moment. Let's focus again on the mission. Okay, I am still on time.
Okay, Houston, I'm just about there now, and as soon as I get 98, we'll start damping range.
Roger, Aquarius.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, Jim Lovell, setting up the passive thermal control now. We're reading a pressure in the supercritical helium tank of 1,834 pounds per square inch. The burst disk range is 1881 to 1970 pounds per square inch.
Go ahead.
Yeah, with a
The latest
maneuver,
prediction
the gamma we are seeing is
is that we'll reach
-6.52,
the lower limit, the burst limit, the lower burst limit, 1881 at
Okay.
in about an hour and a half, predicting a rise rate of in the pressure of 33 pounds per square inch per hour right now.
Dumping rates. Okay. Checklist.
Flight final.
Go ahead.
With this ranging we got, we're going to shoot for, have a pretty gross estimate of the trajectory in about 2 hours. And I think it should be a pretty reasonable estimate.
Okay.
At least tell us if we had an accurate alignment. Okay, and that's the only worry right now. If we had an accurate alignment, we're in good.
Okay. Just about got to be though with the Earth and the coas and the Sun and the AOT. It's got to be pretty close.
That almost sounds like
Okay,
a song.
Houston, I'm trying to damp rates now. We're at the proper roll attitude and pitch.
Roger, Aquarius. Working a little better this time.
Are you copying any attitudes down there, rate, etc.?
Control, you're copying the rates, aren't you? What kind of rates you seeing?
Very low.
What, how low?
Well, the RGAs are real gross. Like, they're below our accuracy on them right now.
Which is what?
310. 310.
Okay, he's got something less than 310 right now.
Okay, Aquarius, we're seeing some extremely low rates at this time, really below our capability to measure them.
We're looking at the attitudes now, flight, to make sure to see how low they are.
This is Apollo Control at 105 hours, 35 minutes. The flight dynamics officer expects a fairly reasonable estimate of the trajectory in approximately 2 hours.
Yeah, that's...
Houston, I think I've got pitch and roll just about squared away. Our left yaw just slightly is drifting in a clockwise direction. And I'm about all set now to put in my 12 clicks to the right.
Okay, I think we're ready for that. Control.
Roger, Jim, we're ready to look at it with you.
Here we go. Hey, can we quieten it down and trench fix me a little bit? Awful lot of noise.
This is Apollo Control at 105 hours, 37 minutes. The ignition time of that mid-course burn was 105 hours, 18 minutes, 32 seconds. The total duration of both the descent propulsion system and the trim burn.
Okay, let's start the PTC.
15.4 seconds. Delta V achieved
One minor adjustment.
7.6 feet per second.
We're yawing now, flight.
Okay.
Twelve clicks right.
Okay, Jack, are we clear now to proceed with the power down?
We want to monitor this for a while, plane?
No, I think we ought to get the power off of it.
That's affirmative, Fred. We're ready to press on with the power down. I've got two changes for you. Step 1 of the emergency power down on page power-5. Over.
Go ahead.
Okay, leave your power amplifier switch in primary device off, and
like
put your ranging switch to range, device off, reset.
Looks like we've got some in pitch there, flight.
Jack, have
Okay, we're in prime on the power amp and ranging on ranging.
Flight from control.
Affirmative.
Go ahead.
Stand by on this, power down.
I think we just lost it. See if we still got it.
What do you want to do?
Jack,
Okay, I'm gonna pull, well here, just go check with
Okay, configure CVs. There you go.
go.
Looks like
Aquarius, Houston, hold off one and power down, please.
Okay, we'll hold off. What do you want
Okay, let's get some data back in here and see what he's done. Looks like he's got a pretty good pitch rate, doesn't it?
And we're looking at a sheet pressure incidentally of about 1830 now.
We can confirm that.
Roger, we concur with that. And looks like you got a little pitch rate going here. Do you copy the same?
Okay, my pitch needle is just slightly up now. I can try taking it out if you want me to.
Whoop, whoop.
Why don't you let it go just a second. Let's see
There
how
you go.
far it cones.
Just hold off on it one, Jim. We'd like to take a look at it.
Okay, that's it. Let's go with the emergency
Okay,
power
let's go back to
down.
high bit rate so we can watch the attitude. We don't get them on.
Aquarius will need high bit rate, please.
You'll need the power amp for that flight.
And the power amp.
Flashlight, Jack? Jack, flashlight over here a minute.
Aquarius, we need the power amplifier back in high bit rate, please.
You got it.
Got a couple in a row pretty soon. What is it, 1.7?
PDI time.
On monitoring the PTC, we can...
May 2026.
whether it's the Earth and the Moon and the LPG, and sort of keep a close watch on how it sells, on how it does, that's been a power on and watching attitude.
Yeah, so we're just
Yeah, but
going
that
to do
was
this
set
for
up
a
by
couple
the,
Okay.
Thanks. Well, we gotta turn on the heaters. We wanna save the... Instead, putting them out there in the breeze. Are we venting again? Take a look, Jack.
Thanks very much, guys.
Well, once we get squared away, John, I think I'm
But no, this is not a recording. I cannot prove it right now, but this is not a recording, okay?
I've held up long enough.
I am not upset about the comment. I am just joking around with you because of that comment.
Another one just coming down over here.
What are you looking for? Aren't you looking at that here?
Yeah, we're seeing
Well, there's the old Terminator at Fra Mauro.
and another display would be a PR.
We've been landing about 2 hours ago, huh?
Okay, Jack, why don't you ask him to comment on it and see what he sees on his air.
Houston Aquarius.
We're right at the Terminator.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Just for information, although I thought I'd never have to use it, that technique looked like it was a pretty good one.
That sounds good, Mike.
Roger, Jim, and we'd like you to give us your idea of how the PTC looks. We're not sure we're seeing what we ought to hear.
Hey, with a 90-degree roll in there, are we...
Okay, I still have my ball.
That's right.
That's it, Mike, right?
That's right, sure.
I'm going to run past 270 right now. I've got a slight roll and pitch
It's very small.
offset in there. My pitch needle is about halfway up and my roll needle is about...
That's real good, Mike.
Okay. Let's tell him,
40 degrees
let's
over
do it.
now.
Let's power down.
Okay, Jim, with that info, we'll go on the PTC and let's proceed with the power down.
Okay, we'll proceed with the PTC and proceed with the power down. I guess if we have to, we can reestablish PTC at a later date. Okay. Okay, first row.
Okay, S-band PM prim
Out. Eggs. Your eggs out? My what?
PM
My what out? Oh yeah, go
prim
ahead.
off
Okay, the 4 inverters and the
down
bus,
voice
bus both
backup
Okay, go ahead.
PCM off reset off low bit rate.
I'll get it. Just give me the light a second, Jack, and I'll see if they're all out.
Lightning
Okay.
fluid off,
RCS
stereo
system A.
running off.
That's in.
By the way,
DCAs are going off.
mode control axe
Why do we leave the ISO valves the asset feeds in? You're not sucking any power unless you take these switches and move them. How can we pull them out then for this burn? Because you didn't want them to get moved inadvertently, I guess.
configure circuit breakers per chart.
It doesn't matter, Jim. They could be out or in terms of power down.
Okay, let's
They just
go.
don't count. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3. ISO valve should be in too. Yeah, okay, third row. And do track control, I still have him. Jack, how do you read now in baseband?
Range of 5 square, Fred, how many?
Okay, I'll stay this mode if it's all right, so we won't be hot mic.
Good
Roger.
idea.
Oops.
Flight income.
Go ahead.
I still show he's in high bear rate and power amp on. I got the impression that he thought he was in the right mode. So I want him to turn it off, go low bit rate.
Okay. You need to pass that plate to the power down too. Capcom flight.
Go ahead and fly.
He's past that place in the power down, I think, and he can go power amp, circuit breaker open, and go back to low bit rate. We asked him, to pull it back up there to watch that, and doesn't have to hold that up any longer.
Okay, he'll get a circuit breaker, I think, during the power down procedure, but we want him to
You can go back a little bit, Rick.
run a little bit, right?
Actually, as long as he's got the power amp on, we might as well sit here and watch low bit rate, or high bit rate. It's not costing us anything.
Right.
So why don't we just stand by till we see power amp go off?
Right.
Fido flight.
Go, flight.
Have you got, you're getting rangy now, aren't you?
Right. Well, we were flight. I'm sure we still are.
Okay, you got the power amp on. We're in
Yeah,
range.
we've been getting it, and we really help us fly. It'll really help us pull this vector in. Our initial residuals are small, but of course the maneuver is perpendicular to line of sight, so that doesn't mean much. But feel real good about it so far. 2-hour estimate still should be pretty valid. Flight Capcom.
Calling flight again.
Yeah, Capcom here. I bet you he thinks we want him to leave that power amplifier circuit breaker in too, as long as we told him to leave it on.
Yeah,
He won't pull it till we tell him.
that may be true. Why don't we tell him to go ahead and turn it off, Jack? Usually we hold it up with the second additional amp down. Power amp off and low bit rate.
No, we want the...
I'm confused with the checklist I am using. Doesn't seem right.
Flight final.
Yeah.
Well, is he turning on the power amp now?
Yes.
Okay. We lost range a while ago.
That's because he went to downwest backup.
Right. And I was going to try to get it back.
Now let's go ahead and turn it down. No problem.
Looks like you pulled that power amp flight when you told it right there.
This checklist is not right.
We already got that installed.
Have we or haven't we? We still got half bit rate. You must still have it on.
Yeah, he's still on now.
Okay.
Aquarius Houston, you're cleared to open the power amplifier circuit breaker and go to low bit rate, leaving the power amp switch in primary.
Okay, I'll pull the prime S-band power amp breaker and go low bit rate.
I am making sure I want to make sure I use the right checklist because I am not sure. Ah, wait. Has to be right.
Control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Could you put your C-plot back up?
Roger. Put the latest number on it now. I have it up.
Let me go back in the recording of the audio, sorry guys. But I need to make sure of something.
Okay, on row 4. Under heaters, RCS system AB-1. Open quads 1 through 4. Under ECS, the only change is okay. On power 6, panel 11.
Take the slide out.
The top 3 rows, configure them as you see them.
Okay, now, Jack, some of them have changed now. We have put the TCAs in from a previous procedure. Did you want those out now?
That's affirmative.
That's affirmative, Jim. Pull them out. TCA's open.
Okay. I'm changing them to get back again. First 3 rows. And you're including the Atka Pigs, huh?
Yes, pull it.
That's affirmative. Pull Atka Pings open.
Okay. I've got that.
Okay, are you ready for the fourth row?
Affirm.
Okay, now when we get in the fourth row, we're going to open the IMU operate circuit breaker. And what that means is that we're going to lose the capability to watch your CDUs. So we're not going to be able to see your attitude. Therefore, we will not be able to advise you on which antenna to select for communications. The way we want you to handle that is to turn the LEM uplink squelch off, and when you hear the noise, switch antennas. We'll be able to see you switch antennas, and it's going to take us about 3 to 5 minutes to establish a lock-on again after you switch. After each time that you switch antennas, we will initiate a voice check. Basically, when you see the Earth out the window, you can be on forward antenna, and when the moon's out in the window, use
yep.
the aft antenna. You copy?
Because they did changes after PC+2, which I did live,
That's Jack Klaus.
but I never noted down the changes. And I pulled before the instrument SIG contra 1 by mistake, got a master alarm, and now I have a bunch of lights that I didn't expect.
In other words, we're leaving antenna switching
One of
up to
them
you.
is solved already,
And, after you switch
but I
antennas,
have
it's gonna take
an
3 to 5 minutes for us
RCS
to
light.
establish a lock-on again, and we'll initiate a voice check. And I'm ready to go on panel 11, row 4.
and a heater light.
Okay.
Okay, on row 4, under heaters, RCS system AB-1. Open quads 1 through 4. Under ECS, the only change is under glycol pumps, close, auto transfer. Under COM, the only change is open VHFA receiver, open commander audio. Under pings, the only change is close and leave closed IMU standby circuit breaker so we can have heaters. Read back.
Okay, on row 4, we're going to open all 4 of the heaters of the RCS system A and B, the first 4 circuit breakers. We're going to close the auto transfer. We're going to open the VHFA receiver of the commander audio. And we're going to close the IMU standby. The LGC Disky and the IMU operator will be open.
That's affirmative, Jim. All other breakers in that row are as you see them in the checklist. And on row 5, the only change is that we want you to, under EPS, open SN ECA control. Over.
Right, I think we already have that opened. SN ECA control is probably already open.
Okay, panel 16, that's on page power-7. Top row, the only change is under RCS system B, open PQGS displays. Over.
Okay, let me go over this with you, Jack, because this checklist has been written over 2 or 3 times now on our various procedures. top row, the first two are open, the next three are closed. And we're going to open now the quad PCAs 1, 2, 3, 4. Cross beam will be closed. And the temp fresh display flags will be open, and we're going to open up the BQGS. Main sides will be closed, so all the other three will be open.
That's affirmative, Jim. And there's no change to the second row, over.
Okay, again, let me go through this with you. The first four are going to be closed. The next 8 will be, the next 9 will be open from logic monitor B through descent engine override. How about the Sealy? Is that going to be closed?
Closed.
That's affirmative, Jim. We want the next 5 closed.
Okay.
Okay, in the third row, under COM, displays open, SE audio closed, VHF-A transmitter open, that's a change, VHF-B receiver open, primary S-band, power amplifier open, transmitter receiver closed, S-band antenna open, PMP closed, TV open, under ECS displays open, glycol pump secondary open, LGC pump open, cabin fan control open, cabin repress closed, and all the next 4 closed also. Read back.
Okay, doing good.
Okay,
Next
we
row.
have displays open, SE audio closed, VHF-A transmitter open, VHF-B receiver open, power
Yeah.
is going to be open,
Okay,
transmitter receiver closed,
now it's
S-band
good.
antenna open, PMP closed, TV open, display is open, next 3 are open, cabin repress closed, and all the rest closed.
That's affirmative, Jim. And in row 4, under heaters, we want them all, correction, we want all the quad heaters open. Correction, we want all the quad heaters closed.
All the
We want displays open. S-band antenna closed to avoid a master alarm. Camera, sequence camera open. And under EPS, we want displays open. DC bus bulb closed. Inverter 2 open. SN ECA closed. SN ECA control open. Descent ECA closed. Descent ECA control closed. Translunar bus tie closed. We want the cross tie bus open. The bell loads closed. Bat feed ties closed. How do you read?
Okay, the 4 RCS units will be closed. Displays open, S-band antenna closed. Camera sequence will be open. Display will be open. DC bus volt will be closed. Inverter 2 open. Asset ECA will be closed, but the asset ECA control open. Descent ECA closed. Descent ECA control closed. Transmitter bus tie closed. And cross-tie bus open and ballast loads closed. And
Coming back to the present time.
I have one question, Jack. On panel of the second line, they're under lighting. Why are we keeping the flood and track closed? Are they going to be open?
Telecom.
Well, that is the
We're
future.
beginning to see the effects of the engine burn, heat soak back into the...
Since we burped it in.
Okay, synchronizing the audio in a little bit. I am just worried now about that heater lights I have on. But I think I solved my questions.
Okay, now I want to do see the flag. Okay, and as best you can tell, what do you think?
All right.
Sleep time is so forth on the crew. Well,
Back on track.
let's take a look at the only real indication that we had was that Jim got 5 hours this afternoon. Sometime.
But how could I get rid of the heater light there on the seaweed?
Okay. And Surgeon, like I said, the FAO discussed this lithium hydroxide.
Just did. Okay.
When we're going to schedule for it, which we may already
Nice.
have. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to the FAO yet.
Back on track.
Boxes, etc. I don't see that on the flight plan that's available to me, but it may be that I haven't checked it yet. Okay, could you come? Anything else, Reggie?
We are on a little bit slower PTC than before.
Flight tell me. Go tell me. Oh, one comment of his lithium hydroxide, I believe they worked out another procedure where they're not going to have to fill brand new ones. They're just going to take 2 new ones over the present one. Okay, well, whatever. I'd like to know what the procedure is and where we're going to execute it. Okay. Okay, and what the criteria, well, that goes along with when. Okay, thank you, Tony. Does Capcom have that procedure? Not to my knowledge. Okay, who is the they that you're referring to that worked out this procedure? And Charlie just got it, and I think I've got a copy of it. Okay, and to be talking to the econ on the board here.
This is Apollo Control.
What words should we tell the crew here?
Flight
about
Director
the,
Milton Wendler has completed checking the status with each of his flight controllers at this time.
107 hours.
And the general tenor all the way around was that we're in very good shape at the present time.
All
A
right.
couple of the significant items discussed. The surgeon reported
That is
that
our estimate. No, I'm talking about, is that to the middle of
the
your band, or is
lithium
that the low
hydroxide,
end
the
of your
makeshift
band?
lithium
And tell me
hydroxide
something
canister
more
appears to be
about
doing an
what
excellent
happened.
job.
No, that's the low end of the band.
Presently reading
Okay, so that's the earliest.
a carbon dioxide level of 1.2
Okay.
millimeters
And
of mercury.
what did the latest say? I stand by.
The Telecom
And do you
reported that
expect
they're beginning to see the effects
control,
of
you still with
the
me?
engine
Before we
burn,
go away,
heat
do you
soak
expect
back
anything
into
from
the
since we broke that engine, all that?
helium tank and
negative. Okay, I like to get in there same rate.
related rise in pressure in the helium, which would indicate that the burst disk may go a bit earlier than originally predicted, although the heat soak back had been expected. The plot that we have on the pressure rise in the helium tank would indicate the burst disk going sometime between 107 and 108 hours ground elapsed time. The range on the burst disk is 1,881 pounds per square inch to 1,970 pounds per square inch, and somewhere between this pressure range we would expect the burst disk to go, relieving the pressure on the supercritical helium tank. The flight dynamics officer reported that when we get the burst disk rupture,
They will be
Okay,
observing what they call Doppler shift to see what effect the venting from the helium tank has on the trajectory. If there is no effect on the trajectory, we would expect to have
all the things that we want to say to the crew yet.
preliminary data on the effects of the mid-course correction within about 2 hours. That would be about 2 hours after
Okay,
the
although
first
it is
test.
not scheduled,
If on the other hand, there is some
on the
change in
actual
velocity as a
flight
result
plan,
of the burst disk
I am
rupture,
going
flight
to
dynamics
start
officer
a
said that
sleep
it would be
period
at least 5 hours before we had
now
a preliminary
in 45 minutes
the new trajectory.
They're expecting it to blow.
We've noted that the communications
until
somewhat
3:13
noisier.
UTC.
This is related to the power down of the lunar module. One of the items that is turned off in the power down is the communications power amplifier. This increases the noise with respect to the signal, and we do expect the communications to remain more or less noisier than they have been. This condition will vary as the spacecraft attitude changes and as the position of the antennas changes with respect to the tracking antennas on Earth.
It's supposed to be non-propulsive, and I'm sure they're
The
going
flight
to
plan at this time calls for the command module pilot Jack Swigert and the lunar module pilot Fred Hayes to get about 6 hours of rest. Jim Lovell will stay on the watch in the lunar module. At 106 hours, 16 minutes, Apollo 13 is 149,706 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a speed of 4,509 feet per second. And the clock and mission control counting down to entry shows that we have 36 hours, 24 minutes until Earth entry. This is Apollo control at 106 hours, 17 minutes.
Oh, did I show all the barn from this view? That wasn't my intention. Thank you very much, Flight Sim guy.
But this flight plan has been changed before I came on shift, and it's essentially the same thing. We got the crew, the CMP and the LMD should be going to sleep sometimes, because they were the last ones to get some rest. I mean, they were not the last ones to get any rest. And each period around 1:12, and the commander goes to sleep around 1:13. Hey, you're saying that they don't get deep before they go to sleep, huh? They had 8 a little while ago, like. Oh, good. I have a note here too that talks about food or something. Are they in my log? Just a minute. Okay. The goal tells me they haven't passed that up. That flight plan, they have not passed it up. Okay. That's what I understand. So, I'll write it up right quick for you. Okay, do you have the hydraulic side on there? Negative, I do not flight. We have no schedule at all. We've not received. Hey, we're going to get that schedule in the next couple hours here. It would be nice to have a schedule for the really that's all. But we can tell them anyway. It's not really a big deal to tell them. Flight. Are you the custodian of the liquid hydroxide? I'm not sure. Late on the plane. He tells me that you need both to have a combat procedure. We just talked about when we changed the liquid hydroxide during several hours, like since I left it 20 hours ago, and I didn't feel like that we could generate that schedule. We could get it up. Well, it's not a big deal, but it just flight plan we want to be able to do that. I'm not sure why we can't do where we can do it before and do it on the field of parts of us. Whenever it's coming up with taking to 7.6. Well, there is a way that that's graduation. Light on so right now we're running 1.6. Not trying to react at all. We're going to have 6 more hours before we get 7.6 millimeters on the skin. Now that's going to get down to 30 hours a month. And the next thing we're worried about going into further treatment. We move back to the primary looking at outside systems with the primary and 2 secondary canisters throughout the battery. Those are good for 44 hours.
That'd save us building something.
Yeah, it saves the crew a lot of work and sweat. That's what I'm thinking. What, a lot of work though? Let me take.
There's several ways that we can do it, and it doesn't, but we don't seem to be converging very rapidly on what the best suggestion is, and I don't plan to do that right here on the loop. I would think that we can just get together and do that. Plenty time. Bill?
Hey, I'll actively work that one as soon as I get this pulled together over here. I'm trying to pull together the series if we have it.
Okay, the only thing that concerns me immediately is the fact that we're getting ready to put two people to bed, and if we get wrong about the 6-hour number, then the time which we want to change over will come at the time when the crew is backed out.
Okay, part of them. But you gotta,
We could go to the primary canister. If we got a primary in the group right now,
and you've got a man on watch, and if you get to that level, all you've got to do is slip a switch, your leader, and your that's it. Fine.
yeah, is there any...
Okay guys, if you liked that MCC burn, which was perfect, I am extremely happy with it. Really, I am not lying. Hit the like button. Meanwhile, we are listening to Apollo in real time from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist.
Well, we can wait, let's see what the water separators do. It's alright, there's no need to take them off. They're not seeing it great deal.
Can you get to that easily?
Yeah.
Can you take that tape off? One man can take that tape off without disturbing the other two guys in our sleep.
I'm going to take a piece, be right back.
So, one suggestion here on sleep is, I understand the crew has been complaining that it's cool or cold or something like that. If they want to go to trouble of getting into the PTAs without the helmet, that might warm them up, because of course it's a real good insulator, and then the body heat will build up, and it might help considerably.
Well,
they don't have to zip them up or anything, just climb in them.
Yeah, but they must have been aware of that, really. Okay, thank you, Phil. Okay, now what you guys are telling me, telling you, ECOM and Surgeon and FAO and Capcom, is that we can go in a configuration and we're in for a little bit more than 6 hours, we think. And if it turns out that we cannot, that we can flip over to the primary target in the lamp and watch the water separator speed, and if it doesn't look good enough, then we can pull that tape off. That's correct. And then we can work on getting another thing out to get up later. Okay, we'll proceed on that day. But I think, Surgeon, I think we ought to, and tell me, I think we ought to go ahead and change the lithium hydroxide canisters at the right time and not base it on partial pressure reading, because that might get to you at a time when it's not convenient to do it. We ought to pick a convenient time to do this and do it at that time. Okay, we got plenty of canisters, etc. I can see no reason for going randomly and decide at a time. And you don't know very much about that rise rate. Hard to predict the configuration you're in.
Yeah, except I feel a little more comfortable about it now with what I've seen.
Okay, but let's do it at the right time, at a good convenient time.
Agree on that.
Work on that.
What is that time?
The FAO will tell you. You'll get with the FAO. You'll work that out. But it won't be till after this fleet period, so we're saying restoration. Good. Okay, control flight.
Go ahead.
Okay, what else do you have on your side of the seat?
That's all far. We've looked in real good shape.
Okay, you were happy with all your performance?
Oh, Roger. That was beautiful.
Okay. Come back green, please. Tell me, Mike.
Go flight.
Okay. What do you know? Tell me about your situation.
Okay, we're in pretty bad shape. There's some apparently open procedures around here. I like CSM power switch over procedures. Probably have another change to that. I understand it's already been read to conclude that there's a couple of circuit breakers if you want to leave open. And I'll get with that some later.
Won't you give me on that? I like to understand that more than I understand.
Well, then, that's 111 hours when we go to that as I understand it.
Okay, I'd like to review all the logic. Okay, but what tells us it's going to be okay to go there, etc.
Okay. And that's, I guess, we've already discussed about everything else.
Okay, I've got a note here about the way I understand it, the Cliff's verification, or at least trying the feeding the accent water.
Well, no,
said that we're not going to do that.
That's right, but what that thinks there's a procedure here for getting this water for drinking. That might, I don't know where the crew stands in their own portable water supply in the TSM, but I understand it's pretty far down.
Yeah, I want to review that with everybody later on. Right now, let's look over the latest. Well, and you had some various reasons why trying that thing was a bad idea. And those are all still valid, aren't they? You good? Order rated what you did. I gave according to what I have here now. You have on your chart your 164 hours. Yeah. But that takes the pure 3 pounds into the, say, 144. That's right. Okay. I'll drop back off to 2.5 pounds here in just a couple of hours.
That's correct.
But the same thing that your symbol all is still okay.
Yes.
What's your resume?
58.
That's really not very valid though on that water. I asked him, are you still carrying that one that shows the last several hours?
Yes.
I'm flipping that one on. All right. I have a note here also telling you that those super changes in the note of the time or what is that? Say again, Brian. I see the log here a note about super changes and some words about the super time or
I have to check. Right.
okay. that speed. That's a 105 RFA. Yeah, well, the problem is that they took that race for the last 2 hours. It's not representative of where we are now. And they're assuming that stay powered up. The water has got rated, and the half hours has got rated in the lab. So we didn't plan to do that. In fact, we wanted to get rated on that. So that's Okay, I'm looking there at 103 hours. And I see it's using 2.6 pounds of water. Okay, at 12 ounces. Right. And then I see that it's 3.1 there at 104.
Okay, welcome back to the Apollo 13 real-time simulation. 106 hours, 31 minutes and 33 seconds into the flight. We completed mid-course correction 5, which is the famous manual burn from Apollo 13.
So we don't know why we're powering up into 2.6 off time, we went to 3.1 rate. However, after that time, we went to the high rate. But you wouldn't have expected the water rate to increase that fast, would you, John?
So we are now setting up for a sleep that it's not on the flight plan, but a sleep that I need.
I would expect it. Did you see that in the water rate? It's possible,
because activity is a little bit low.
You don't really think I will respond that quickly, do you? Not quite. I'd like to have you look at that more. Let's look at the water rate fluctuation and all that fluctuation. Also, we were down below this rate yesterday when we were running along at about 20 amps running. We down to about not at 20 amps, no. Oh, okay. Okay, we're back down there and we should start going down. Yes. But if we get down to the 2.5 rate that we had before, we'll be good up to the 160 or 70 hours that we've been seeing before. Correct, Mike. The last 2 data points, they tell me 2.4 pounds per hour.
Aquarius, Houston, how do you read?
Okay. But that's just 2 data points. Right.
I read you loud and clear, Jack.
The O2 is still holding still
Okay,
at
Jack,
about 2 pounds.
what's your status?
Correct.
Who's sleeping and who's working?
Okay. Thank you, John.
Well, right now, we're all three kind of working. You have any recommendations?
Yeah, it looks like to us from here that you and Fred ought to get some sleep, and that you ought to eat in about 6
That
hours.
is one reason why I wanted to sleep now,
the
but
skipper ought to
they
go to bed
couldn't
about, 113 hours.
because of the cold.
Okay.
Got some other information. We shouldn't have some good dope on your trajectory in about 2 hours. Looked like to us that the burn was real good, however, and we're taking a close look at it, and we'll get back with you on that in about 2 hours from now. Another thing that we're expecting to have happen is that the sheet tank is going to reach its burst limit. The earliest time we predict this will happen would be at 107 hours, or in about 25 minutes. And the latest probable time is at 110 hours. And this is supposed to be a non-propulsive vent, but you might hear it and you might see something.
Okay, that's good news. We were wondering about that. and I'll relay all the other information you gave me.
Okay, and if the sheet tank does burst during this time frame before we get trajectory info, that will delay our trajectory info somewhat.
Yep, and that I am starting to crank up my brain to remember how it was, because there is a mess there between nags and pings. They weren't sure if to do it with pings or with the axe. In the end, they decided to do with axe, and I don't remember very well how that is.
Water than you need.
I don't have an AC here, but I have the window open, and I can tell you right now that this morning it was cold here. Therefore, the little cold I had during the morning. And the sweater I am wearing now.
Could you give me some time on these consumables, what you're predicting they're good for?
They still want those, and they shouldn't have brought it up, but how were we looking before the burn? Or before we powered up? Tell me, put that table back on.
Give me a second, I am going to look for some procedures. One moment.
Just hearing things.
Al. But go ahead and give him.
We started to give you some times.
That you're looking at, and tell him that actually they're going to go down. Tell him that.
We think we might be able to give you some better ones pretty soon. But it looks like your water is good through 154 hours, and you got Toxon O2 through 272 hours. Plenty of lithium hydroxide, and your amp hours ought to be good through 199 or 200 hours. Over.
Might particularly tell him about that water rate, that's based on the powered up rate, and we expect it to drop off like it did last night, and it'll probably go back up to 165 hours in that order.
We expect that your water rate is going to drop off, and at the time delta will go up to 160, 165 hours quite shortly. Another thing we're interested in is what's your status on rest and medication?
Okay, none of us I know have had any medication, and right now as far as rest, I suppose we're no tireder than normally in this situation. I'm going to relay the work sleep cycle.
Okay, and don't forget to look through the optics when you go up in the command module.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, we've made the last two revelations without any loss of data for us. So what you're going on, looks like to be around something around 18 minutes, so expect to take 18 minutes, yeah? Something like that. There's no good calculation. Okay. Kind of sloppy. Okay. I'd like to know, we were last night, we were in the boat. Yeah, let's go. Give us something more nice and let us know. Okay. We'll do that.
Yeah, that is an interesting story why I don't have AC here on my specific location in Spain. It's because here, thanks to the sea, I live in a city that it's on the coast. One second.
Aquarius Houston, sorry about that, but there's too much background noise to read you. I think we'll have to wait until you come up on a new antenna. Okay, Aquarius, go ahead now. I think I can hear you.
Okay, Jack. I was going to say, as luck would have it, the command
Yeah,
module picked this
sorry,
time to start sending again.
it's that a friend
So
just
I
got
thought we'll be able to get a good,
himself eye
head start
surgery.
out of the,
He was wearing
telescope.
glasses, but he got eye surgery
Okay, thank you.
this
If
week,
you can think of it,
it
when the
seems.
time comes up when you're not venting, how about remembering to take a look through them and give us a word?
Okay, we'll do.
Well, okay, I am happy for him. I want to do that too, the eye surgery, but the post-operation is a pain in the ass, I've been told, and I don't know. Okay, so what was I talking about the AC? On this particular location, yeah, something like that. I don't know precisely what he did. He had more worse eyesight than me, but I want to do it also, but the post-operation scares the hell out of me. Yeah, and let's see, what was I talking about? The AC here in my location on Spain, as I live close to the sea, summers are very sweet and winters are very sweet also. Winter is not too cold and summer is not too warm. It gets warm, but it's bearable, you know. So there is people with AC here in this region, but for me it's not worth it. You can live with heat for 2 weeks a year, no problem. You have ice creams, you have pools, you have natural pool, you have shadow, you have beer. Yeah, no AC required for me. Yeah. Yeah. But in other regions of Spain, it's mandatory, as you say, for survival.
Go ahead, over.
Going on. Okay, fine. Very good. Thank you, Jen. Goodbye.
EMC flight. Go ahead. Hey, I've got a table here of your 13 thermostat. I don't know if you have a copy of it or not. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I like to go over
This
it
is
with you
Apollo
later on.
Control at 106 hours, 45 minutes.
And you said that didn't require, that
did you
second
call?
one requires for you? Okay.
Yes, Jack, I just got a question. How long are you predicting the command module LIOH canisters to last in here?
Okay, Jack, we've got 14 cartridges that'll last 157 hours, plus we've got the LEM primary cartridge for 23 hours, and we've got 2 Bliss cartridges, 7 hours apiece.
He wants to know about the one he's using.
Okay, I was just curious as to how much time we got out of these 2 cartridges.
Oh, stand by one, I'll get a prediction on that, and by the way, I hope you're keeping track of the ones you've used and the ones you're not.
I didn't hear what he said.
Right now, we have number 7 and 8 in the LEM here.
Roger.
How long are these going to last?
They were 2 brand new fresh.
Yeah, I have to go to the Space Coast. I really have to go to the Space Coast in my lifetime. Of course it will be possible. I have to go. I have to go. I think I will be able to go to the Space Coast in less than 7 years.
This is Apollo
The point
Control.
is, in 6 hours,
The participants for the
we
change
want
of
to go
shift
to the, and we'll tell
press
the crew
briefing
member we
are
want
leaving
to
mission
use the,
control now.
go to
We
primary on
estimate
the,
the debriefing will
on the,
begin in about
LEM
10
switch.
minutes
As,
in the MSC main auditorium
go flash, we were,
in the news center.
We were setting 112. 112 as the changeover time.
Okay, I'm just trying to establish how much time we get total out of these things. You told me we've got them for 13 hours to get 6 more, so that's 19 hours for 2 of them.
That's right.
Okay, and we're going to go back to LEM primary as opposed to building 2 of these.
That's what we're agreed to right now.
Will that take us third time?
Flight coming. No, wait a minute. I don't understand it that way, Capcom.
Okay, we are going to have to go much more.
Flight coming. Go. These cartridges, each one of them is normally good for 12 hours. And we got 2 of them until the 24-hour capability for 3 people. There is a simplified procedure, so you don't have to go through and fill the whole bag with all over. But that's what we're going to do at 112 hours. We're going to exercise that street like that. Like we went on these cartridges 94 hours. And
While we're waiting
from
for
that is 118.
the information which Jack Swigert requested on the expected lifetime of the 2 current lithium hydroxide canisters, we might recap some of the conversations between Swigert and Capcom Jack Lausman.
Change them on the same time sequence that we changed.
Jack Swigert reported the crew had taken no medication,
But Capcom, the
and
point
he
is
said
that
as far as rest goes,
that
they're
we think that they're going to last past
more tired than
112
normally
hours.
in this
Now, but we
situation.
want to go ahead and
He said
change
they
it in order
plan to switch to a rest cycle
we're going to
as
give them
indicated in the
a
flight plan
procedure for adding
as soon as it's
couple of,
convenient.
cartridges to the 2 that they have now. They're not having to rebuild a whole new
Passed
thing.
up a
But we want to do
consumable
that when
status
everybody wakes up at 112 hours.
to the
Is
crew.
that right, FAO?
That's a good time, Flight. We could
Also
wait,
the status on the
19 hours is another.
supercritical helium tank burst disc.
Sounds like we want to do it at 112.
We expect it will be
And another point to get to in Capcom is
within
that
the range
should,
where the disc could
we be
rupture.
incorrect there, and
Within
we
a matter
noticed
of
that
minutes, we're presently showing the
PCOT
supercritical
goes
helium
up
tank
earlier than
pressure at
expected. We
1,874
wouldn't
Yeah.
pounds per
earlier, but
square
we'll
inch.
use the
We'll hit the lower limit of
primary canister, which you can just
Now
8
with
millimeters.
SpaceX, I guess you get to see a lot of launches. I
We'll be
assume
advising the crew when that level is reached.
when I was looking at the ISS the other day,
Advise them that they
I confused the ISS with two Starlink satellites.
Aquarius Houston, in regards to the CO2 canisters, by the way,
Before the ISS,
1.6
like
down here
2
now.
minutes before the
We
ISS,
expect that
there was
we
a
can get
pass
6 more
of
hours
one
out of the
Starlink
two
satellite,
canisters that we have
and
there,
1
6
minute
hours at
after
least.
another
However,
Starlink
at
satellite,
112 hours,
and
we've
then
got,
the
several people up.
ISS,
We're
and
going
then
to
another
rig up
Starlink
2 more.
satellite.
And we have a new simplified procedure for doing this. However, in the meantime, should we need to have a canister change, we plan to switch to the LEM primary canister. Over.
Okay, copy that, Jack.
And Aquarius, how's your PTC holding up?
Well, we got a little bit off, Jack. It starts high in the LMP window and goes low in the CDR window.
Play that bell.
Go.
Could we get some readings on the moon and Earth and sort of keep track of this thing for a while? There's a lot of guys are waiting.
So we got a little bit of a wobble on, of course, the command module bending didn't help either.
Yeah, let's wait till Fred gets up here in a few minutes and,
Okay.
I mean, until Jim gets up, rather.
Okay,
We'll do it then.
That's going to be a while.
Oh, is it? I thought they were going to change over shortly.
Well, Jim was just awake. Okay, we'll make it. I don't know what they're not following.
We'll do that.
Okay, I am going to check how my PTC is going, and then I am going to start a sleep cycle. Of around 4 hours. Then I will monitor the spacecraft systems for around 2 hours, and then I will go back to sleep for 6 hours and 50 minutes. Okay. Okay, waiting for the Earth to appear on the window. she is. I am going to wait for another revolution to see how PTC looks. For the moment it's looking a little bit ugly, this PTC. Houston, Apollo 13. In case I need to reestablish PTC, what could be the correct procedure to do so? Just close the heaters and go to direct in mode control. Do I need the axe or something up for that?
We have a
In case I need
thing
to
that we're thinking about here. If
restart the PTC.
helium pressure just doesn't break, we're going to have to vent a helium tank at 2,000 psi, which should be somewhere around this 110-hour time. And to do that, it requires a 10-second haulage. And I guess the thing that you ought to be thinking about is what's the second? Let me get the FIDO list for this too. Okay. Well, we got two problems on here. Okay, go ahead. What's your other problem? We're discussing how we're going to assign the sim tomorrow for this empty thing. Well, don't worry about the sim right this minute then. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Is FIDO with us? Roger that, Mike. Okay. If the burst disc doesn't go, we're going to have to vent the dip tank, the helium tank, because we don't want to get it over 2,000. And that should be around 110 hours if the burst disc doesn't break at the present kind of time we're thinking about, rise rates that we're thinking about. Now, to do that, you've got to do around a 10-second haulage, plus you get a little bit of delta V from the helium. So we ought to think about what's the best way to do that. And the first thought that comes to my mind is that the attitude that we're in right now
Go ahead, Aquarius.
is such that we can, is the least effect on it.
Your question about the PTC on this last complete revolution, the sun first appeared in the very top right corner of the LSP window, passed over the CDR window, was visible through the overhead window, and now the moon came pretty well through the center of both windows this last time.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Copied that.
Okay, Fido, hey Metro, are you with us again? Copy. Okay, you see what we're talking about here? So
but it's not all clear to me yet.
Okay, it involves a 10-second haulage, which we have to make in some direction. Now we can make it from where we are now, which the attitude, I guess, just listening to what he just said about the way the moon and the sun are going through and the earth are going through the windows, it sounds to me like we're not too close to our original attitude. But I'll have to think about that in a minute. But anyway, that's what we're talking about doing, so you can think about what that means to you. Flight photo.
If we don't get this coverage, what are our other options?
We don't have any other options.
Just let us talk about it down here, flight, get back to
if the burst disc doesn't go, we have to do something to the tank. And whatever we do to the tank requires a 10-second haulage. Now we can either, we have some options about how much of it we turn loose, but it all requires the haulage.
It's required.
All right.
It's required 10 seconds continuous haulage, or can we?
Going to start the sleep cycle I mentioned, guys. So see you at 3:13 UTC. 3:13 UTC.
No, we may have to do it again.
Well, wait a minute, that's a bad plan.
Thank you for coming with me so far,
We're talking about doing it every 5 hours.
and see you in a few hours.
The alternative is to do it one time.
I'll leave you with Apollo in real time from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Thanks very much.
After a while, tell me what you think some of the ramifications are. Good. Yeah.
Aquarius Houston, we'd like to get a little better idea of how PTC is going, so what we'd like you to do is what we did last time.
Okay, I got a
to
briefing
give us a
earlier
reading
from
on
you
the
guys.
center
You
of the
have
Earth,
any change in
center
that?
of the Moon.
Negative.
On
We got an updated position on the storm as of 00Z. I don't know if you've got that or not. Okay.
On the LPD.
Please go green for me, please.
Sure.
On the LPD, okay? Let's accept it. Let's see, the moon's gone by, and the Earth didn't come into the LPD last time.
Okay, but when it goes by the plane of the LPD, tell us where it was, okay?
Okay, will do.
Yeah, what's like? Whatever. So you have any problems with your status here? You have got the reading? No problems. Just 7 hours ago we had one wind over at normally at 109, but 30, and we'll be coming in so on it. Okay, fine. And AFD, are you all pulled together?
Yeah, I'm all pulled together, and Harold and Leeper are working on a possibility of running a simulation tomorrow.
Did he ever talk to Clancy later?
Yeah, Gene's going to pull himself together again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Do you think that if we can do this is something worth thinking about?
Yes,
okay.
He may very well do it, but it requires a third floor motor. And we may have to give up some targeting. That's what they're talking about down there.
This is Apollo Control at 107 hours 11 minutes. Our displays based on telemetry information from the spacecraft currently show that we have a pressure in the supercritical helium tank of about 1,889 pounds per square inch. This is within the range where the burst disk on the tank could rupture. The range is roughly between 1,881 pounds per square inch and 1,970 pounds per square inch. During the last 10 or 15 minutes, there's been a huddle around the flight director's console. The subject of the discussion is what procedure we use if the burst disk does not rupture as expected. The pressure in the tank should not go above about 2,000 pounds per square inch. If burst disk does not rupture, we would need to use an alternative method of depressurizing the tank. These alternatives involve either depressurizing by venting all at once or by venting in stages, a little at a time. And a decision has not been made at this time.
You're the next man up.
How the tank would be vented in the event that it is necessary. But those are the options that we have as it appears right now. You've also heard Jack Swigert aboard the LEM reporting the relative position of the Earth and Moon and Sun as the spacecraft rotates in the passive thermal control mode, and as these bodies come into view through the windows. We've asked him to give a relative position of the Earth and Moon on the landing point designator, the grid on the LEM window, which is calibrated, and will give us a bit more precise information on how the spacecraft is maintaining its passive thermal control attitude. At the present time, we show Apollo 13 to be 147,186 nautical miles from the Earth.
Jack, just past the Earth, came into view at the top left-hand corner of the LMP window and was going down. However, when it passed, it wasn't as high up as the last pass. It did pass in the view of the CDR's window, but just too high up to get an LPD reading.
Roger, understand it went high in both windows then.
Yeah, last time it wasn't even visible in the CDR's window. This time it was visible, but if you squat it down, but too high up to get an LPD reading.
Okay, Jack, that's good, thank you.
FAO, yeah, copy then. Roger, bye. Control flight. Control flight. Are you there? Control flight. Go ahead, flight. Okay, I've got us now about 20 minutes away from the center of this rendezvous. What time is that right? Roger, flight. Based on our latest, our rise rate has decreased a little bit from what it was earlier. And so predicted 2,000 psi at this rate has put us in between 114 and 115 hours. 2,000 psi between 114 and
121.
114, 115 now.
115 now.
Right.
Okay. Econ flight, are you around? Must be in the background, okay. FAL flight. Go ahead, flight. Okay, tell me about your housekeeping status here. I see several notes on different things. I see something about condensate containers.
What about storage?
About things in general.
Well,
What are we doing with urine, for example? Are we able to dump that to the CSM, or we have it?
they're keeping it in a bag, like on board the limb.
And then is that by choice, or is that because they can't dump it through the hatch?
That's because the crew doesn't want to stir the trajectory by doing dump.
Okay. Okay, so and there's no problem in doing that. I guess we went around and we got some other
The crew's already doing it.
etc. Yeah, but I mean we got plenty of containers and so forth.
Yes.
We studied some of the other things they could put stuff. Okay.
Right.
And as far as everything else is concerned, there's some mention here about food. Not what that is reference to?
No, sir, I don't. I have no idea. The one thing they have been doing is making up food with water everyone's run out of the portable tank they're wearing pads. I assume maybe that was what the reference was. I have nothing in my log that says anything about food problems.
Okay, how about drinking water?
They've been starting drinking water over to the limb and have plenty of drinking water in the limb.
They do? I have noticed here there's a potable maybe down there.
But they have a lot of bags full of water. They've been collecting bags, filling them up from the portable tank and carrying them over to the limb. And that's what they...
You think they got plenty of drinking water?
It's okay. What the notes, every time they've been telling us, we've been keeping track of it, but it looks like they've got plenty.
Support. I actually have on 58 there. Got your friends information added there. Anything to help. Okay. Pretty good. We're down at 2.8 already. I'm down about a quickly, didn't it? Probably go a little bit lower. Yeah. That responds faster than I can led to believe it would, but that's okay. Not right now. Tell me, I've got a couple of things. What about that sleep fan? Sleep loop fan? Thing I had reference to. Do I need to give you a time?
The only thing that we can find, yeah, I presume it was on the last shift. We looked back through.
No, I'm not sure that it wasn't on the running shift.
Oh. Well, it was just, well, the only thing that I was briefed on of any oddity in the sleep loop was a sudden increase in pressure, unexplained, and it looked very much like a regulator, pressure regulator being put to direct, either inadvertently or something like that. And because those are the kind of rates we got, and it ran for about 6 minutes and built the cabin pressure up a little bit, and then it shut off. And that's the only anomaly that I'm aware of regarding super.
Okay, that's, and I see that, along with that note is where I have the note about the seat fan noise has gone down. Whenever that was at about 97, 44, 47, along in there. Is that when you have that?
Houston, Aquarius? I was told about that.
Go ahead, over.
Okay, the moon came into view at the middle of the LMP's window, passed through the CDR window at an LPD of 5 degrees.
Roger, understand.
That was the moon, wasn't it? FAL flight, you copy that?
Roger, flight.
That was the moon in the middle, LPG at 5?
That's what he said, flight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I've got a note here at 92 hours and 26 that there was some super changes on the Telmu. I was sitting there asking the crew if they're going to Capcom Telmu.
Say again, please.
At 92.26, I have a note here that says that there was some super changes to the Capcom. Do you agree with it? I was thinking around to the crew. What were those? Those were the ones I referenced to. That's on the lunch flight.
92 hours.
92.26, and then the other one was at 94.47. Wrong about in there, but the wrong about the other thing. I guess I'm just to be sure that there's no anomalies here that we don't know about when we're not aware of.
Yeah, here at 90, yeah, about 92 something there. They did talk about high super pressure, and we were speculating that they had a pressure rating direct, where it looked like. But it went off in about 6 minutes.
Okay. I think you said that they didn't have that, okay.
Yeah, they did say they didn't have it.
Okay, since that time, though, it's been working okay.
That's fine. We didn't lose any oxygen, just in it.
Okay, and suit fan temperature control, I didn't understand that, how putting it in cold makes it hotter, but,
well,
I don't really know that
it's not yet. I agree. Not too obvious. We are operating at very, very low glycol temperatures, and that's probably the reason.
Back last night, I thought they wanted to warm them up, or we're suggesting they go to increase.
That was
say that.
Yeah, we said that, and that was surprising that it would decay. I think that the temperature would go down.
Okay, but they did go to cold, and sure enough, the cabin temp went up, and it stayed up, I guess.
Or the super outlet temp went up.
Okay, so the outlet temp went up. That's the only indication we had in the cabin.
We got a cabin temperature. It's on a piece of structure. It's not real good. The best one we've got is the water temperature, which is running about 59 degrees right now.
Okay. Okay, but you're happy with all that?
That's firmly.
And you have no further on the water quantity split?
No.
Settle down, fire another 6 months.
That's firmly.
Flight FAO.
So,
Take a few minutes, my back room will record those numbers and ground reaching down. Does that take a few minutes?
yeah. flight.
Go flight.
Okay. First, just what are we going to see here?
Okay, we're going to see our key pressure go to 0.
Is that the only thing that we'll notice?
Roger.
And all the other regulators are locked up on this station.
Okay. With the first range that we're expecting this thing to go about 107.45.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 107 hours 31 minutes. We're presently reading a pressure on the supercritical helium tank of 1,897 pounds per square inch. Our LEM control officer just advised the flight director that he expects the most likely time for the burst disk on the supercritical helium tank to rupture would be within the next 15 minutes or so. At that time, our indication in mission control that the disk is ruptured would be a drop in the tank pressure to 0. We presently show a current on the spacecraft electrical power system of anywhere from 10 to 12 amps. This is well below the minimum that we'd like to stay under. We'd like to keep it down to at least 14 amps, and since the spacecraft has been powered down, we've been well below that figure.
Jack, on this pass, the Earth came into the view at the top part of the LMT's window, and we got an LCD angle on it as it passed through the CDR's window of a -4 degrees.
Okay, -4. Thank you, Jack.
It's above the... Okay, you're familiar with a -4 being up in the sky part, huh?
Affirm.
Tell me your flight. Go flight. What's our ascent stage consumable time?
Time on the ascent stage alone, or the time until we have to put ascent stage consumable?
Oh, ascent stage time alone. On everything we've got. And tell me your flight. Go flight. Don't have to have a question on my answer about charging that battery. Can we, I haven't seen that procedure yet. If I think that I haven't seen my log yet.
Okay, the procedure to switch to provide power to the CFM, the crew already has, and we are working on a slight development to that.
To do that from the DSM batteries, is that correct?
Well, we're going to end up putting one ascent battery online. We have to put an ascent battery online in order to maintain power on the bus while you're switching over. And we are probably going to leave that battery online.
And how much will come out of it? Will a lot come out of this because it's now, or what?
It should be a hotter battery than the others from a voltage standpoint. However, it's also very cold, and it's difficult to say what exactly is going to happen. It'll probably take most of the load initially and then taper off.
And why do you want to leave the ascent battery on?
Well, we don't want to close the ascent ECA control breaker, because if you do, it's unlikely, but it is possible to irreversibly disconnect all the descent batteries and not be able to get them back. The dead phase relay.
Okay, so you're anticipating leaving one ascent battery on, and you don't know how much of the load it's going to use.
Well, and when it's probably within a half an hour to an hour, it will take 1/5 of the load.
Okay. Okay, tell me what the ascent stage is.
Say again, flight?
Give me the lifetimes on the ascent stage.
That's what I'm getting right now. Okay.
Control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
How much delta V capability do we have? Without the descent stage?
Hey, Houston
Without
Aquarius.
the descent stage,
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Okay, this path, the moon came into view at the top part of the LMP's window, came across higher. Jim estimates the LPD angle at a -1.5 degrees.
Okay, -1.5 on the moon, and sounds like it's set up pretty well.
I guess Capcom is already...
Everybody's happy with it down there?
Got any words for him?
if he's not too busy, we'd still like to keep getting readouts. We're just now getting the time to be able to fly.
Okay, we're just getting the plan, and Capcom might tell him that we're looking for that supercritical helium to go at any time, and according to our past experience in ground tests.
Aquarius, it's a little too early to tell exactly how the PTC is going. We'd like to get a few more points, so keep reading them off. And we're still looking for that supercrit to go anytime.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, we have 723 feet per second with the apps. Of course, we have to stage before we get it. And we have 27 feet per second in the RCS with the whole stack.
723 feet per second stage, and how much? 27 with just
27 feet per second unstaged RCS.
But that exceeds the
Say again, Frank?
that exceeds the constraints you have about
Oh, right. That's using all the RCS.
And but not SMP.
That's no SM feed on the apps. See now.
Flight tell me.
Go.
Okay, in the ascent ward at the present rates, we got 32 hours.
Just a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, ascent water at 2.5 pounds per hour, which is what we presently run. I got 32 hours. The ascent oxygen, we got 22 hours, 0.22 pounds per hour. The ascent batteries at the present rate is 49 hours out of the total batteries. The total requirement from here on, including one more power up and so on for mid-course correction like the last one, it requires about 469 amp hours. So we're within the ascent battery capability at the present time. The lithium hydroxide, it doesn't matter. It's the same.
Retro flight. Retro flight. Okay. What would be your plan if we went ahead and did the complete min operation here, say at 111 hours? When would you do a mid-course? Should you require one?
The nominal mid-course 7 times, right?
What's the I minus what? 6? 4.
That's what we'd be working for.
Okay.
retro flight.
No.
Hey, what factors have gone into that time? That's your nominal time. Well, I guess it really is. EI-3 is the regular time with the service module.
Well, this is the results, flight of a understanding of most of an all-day long meeting of all the people that went over this timeline. This is the timeline that I can see.
Okay, so you think, do you know, in fact you don't know the answer to this, but the thing that occurs to me is I wonder if the uncertainty and reality and so on and so forth are factored into that. Are we in a position that we would really get little traction onto the, or would we? What kind of traction would we expect after the EI-4 update that we apply?
Yes, we expect another update.
The only value to that, though, is what the user for would be just to update their some of their onboard parameters that they can expect. About a year ago, they did it with the file update. They did it fine. So, yeah, we require updates to the manual. So that's what we mean. Or, yeah, but we would update the manual. I know you would do that, but you would never do it necessarily update the manual. With the landing. Might land 20 miles down there. Or 3 miles. Okay. That's what I was getting at. That's the kind of thing that we do sometimes. Okay. If you had to get back, how far in advance do you well? Everybody benefit that's on the flight director here. We're thinking about what we're going to do in case the supercritical helium doesn't blow. The mercury doesn't go. And, we have two options. One is to kind of gradually bleed the helium down in order to save the dips for later use. And the other option is to go ahead and completely do away with the helium pressure in one fell swoop, which will, is susceptible to bleeding. However, it does render the descent engine unusable. And the FIDOs and retros much prefer to do that. They prefer to, and the thinking that seems to me the way I'm going here is that that's the thing to do. To go ahead and make one complete bleed down. And go ahead and get that over with and start sucking up the traction again and get our vector reestablished so we can the necessity for and the big force we can get it on the basis that we can we're well within the accident state capability of both delta and the pilot will be on the accident state at that time. And if we have to, then we would actually stage the vehicle some, say 10 hours or 8 hours before we have to make the move. And if we need to charge the RAM of the CS10 battery, we can go ahead and do that.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
With respect to this sheet thing, if we have to do any vent at all, we will freeze the fuel and the fuel heat exchanger, and we've essentially lost the dips anyway.
Okay.
So if we have to do a vent, we'll do one vent, and there's no reason for having to redo something every 5 hours like we were talking about a while ago.
You got me that. I've been worrying about that for the past hour.
Discussing it with Sam.
Okay.
So if we have to do any vent at all, we've lost the dips.
Okay. Everybody agree to that?
Yeah, and one other thing there. One other thing along the same lines is we're also talking to Stan now about trying the vent without the ullage. If we have to do the vent, if we get the vent off, we'll great shape, and if it doesn't work, then we'll have to do it.
Okay, but there's no question that any vent at all will render the descent.
That's right. Right.
Why is that?
Because venting will freeze the fuel in a fuel heat exchanger.
I thought it was
It won't thaw out. You vent it off. Helium will stay there.
We thought we could be clever enough to avoid that, but now we're saying that we can't be that clever. Is that right?
Right.
I don't know whether or not it's supposed to.
Well, it's just the fact that that's that cold helium over the static fuel in there, it will freeze it. There's no way to tell that it's definitely frozen. Anytime you do that, it will freeze. But we have no confirmation.
Actually, though, Jack, what I'm saying is I just noticed that it's more not 5 months trying to be attacking that. But I have a vector at an hour.
Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
The Earth was just slightly behind the LMD's window and crossed the 14-degree LPD line.
Okay, Skipper, 14 degrees. Thank you. This is Apollo Control at 107 hours, 59 minutes. That report on the relative positions of the Earth and Moon through the spacecraft windows coming from Jim Lovell. It's the first time we've heard from Lovell recently. Checked with the flight surgeon. As far as we know at this time, all 3 crewmen are still up. However, the fact that Lovell is now on watch might indicate that Jack Swigert and Fred Hayes are planning to begin a rest period. In Mission Control, Flight Director Milt Wendler has been discussing the situation with the supercritical helium tank and what options we've got. If the burst disk does not rupture as it's expected it will, as we mentioned before, at that time it appeared the options were either to vent the supercritical, vent the pressure from the supercritical helium tank in a series of small vents, or to vent it all at once. After looking at the situation, it's been decided that the procedure, should it be necessary, to relieve the pressure by venting, would be to vent it all at once. In this event, it is felt that the fuel in the fuel heat exchanger would be frozen, and we would not be able to thaw it out again. This would render the descent propulsion system unusable for further maneuvers. However, we have adequate consumables in the LEM ascent stage, and adequate propulsion in the ascent stage. It's also felt that if a subsequent mid-course was needed, probably closer into the Earth entry, we would be able to perform this mid-course using the ascent propulsion stage of the lunar module. The present pressure on the supercritical helium tank, as read from telemetry data here in Mission Control, is 1,913 pounds per square inch. The rise rate has slowed down somewhat. Recapping again, the predicted range for the burst disk rupture it's between 1,881 pounds per square inch and 1,970 pounds per square inch. We wouldn't begin to get concerned about the pressures on the supercritical helium tank until it got up around 2,000 pounds per square inch. And the LEM control officer anticipates that we would not get up around the 2,000 pounds per square inch in the event the burst disc does not rupture until about 114 or 115 hours ground elapsed time. The experience that we've had with ground tests on the supercritical helium burst disc indicates that it should be rupturing around the pressure we've got now in the low 1900s. And we're continuing to watch that. The LEM power is continuing to run as it has since power down, between 10 and 12 amps. And will look very good in that respect. There's also been no change in the status of any of the other consumables for the spacecraft. They all continue to look quite good at this time. Apollo 13 is presently 144,958 nautical miles from the Earth, traveling at a speed now of 4,613 feet per second. We're now 34 hours, 37 minutes until Earth entry. At 108 hours, 4 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
auto flight. Go flight. So you guys coming up with an attitude to do this maneuver? We will be flight. What's your ETA on that? Say again? What's your ETA on that attitude? Let me talk to Red Joe. We'll give you an estimate.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
The moon will hit 5 LPG at 6 degrees, plus 6 degrees.
Okay, Earth at plus 6. Thank you.
That's the moon.
Okay, the moon. Thank you.
Flight 108 hour update.
Thank you, John. Why is the oxygen going down?
Flight record. Well, probably because two guys are sleeping all of it. You know, can hardly discern. We got the large delta between PCM count. Misleading and kept over a very long period of time.
We're going to do anyway.
That's right.
Go ahead, Red Joe. Okay, you were asking about the attitude for yes, yes. Okay, what we want to do is do it out of point. Okay. Same speed for a line one straight back.
What that means is the Terminator is perpendicular to where it was before.
There was what?
Parallel to the X-ray.
Yes. Do we care which way we rotate?
Negative. As long as it's out of point. Put it opposite way.
Okay. We don't require control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
What's your ETA on the procedure for doing the bend?
They're working it up in the back room right now, flight.
What is your ETA on the procedure for doing the bend?
We'd like to give this disc up to 1950 to blow. If it hasn't blown in, that gives us over an hour to get start pressing hot and heavy on the procedures and pull them together and doing it for free.
What is your ETA for constructing the procedure for the bend? I want a GET number, please. 110, 100 what?
Okay, stand by.
Let's all work to some time and not be rushing around and trying to lead up to 3 minutes before you want to do something.
About 109.30 flight.
109.30.
Right.
You will have the procedure in the Capcom SAM verified by anybody that's interested in verifying.
Roger.
All right.
FAL on flight director 2, please.
guidance and control flight. Control flight. Control flight.
Go ahead.
Okay, regarding the attitude control here, I'm assuming, or I'm asking, I guess, we set up the attitude the same way we did for the mid-course with the NOAS, the Terminator, etc. And then we rotated either way 90 degrees. And I'm assuming that we don't have to bring up any ASA. Is that right?
Roger flight. We're trying to get this thing where we have to do a knowledge that we'll try to do it in a PTC. Where we set up that they can control the attitude manually if it has a problem. I see no reason why not to. They're just going around and set up to control the thing with the PTCA. If they have some problems, and just all
You're not confident what the retro wants.
Well, what are you saying doing the PTC? We can't do this at PTC.
We want to do it in a precise attitude.
If we have knowledge, can we always and then back it back out, take out that delta V?
No, we don't want to do that, I don't believe.
Somebody said there was a constraint on that. Carson said there was a constraint on that. How much you can burn?
What attitude would you want to go to?
We will point it out a plane.
We want 90 degrees out of plane. We want to go to the same alignment that we did for the mid-course and then rotate 90 degrees.
Right, the Terminator, where before the Terminator was horizontal and it's window, would be vertical and
we're going to have to stop the PTC for this. I don't believe we want to do it in some random unknown attitude if we have to do all of it.
I can't see any reason.
That's my first thought anyway.
I can't see any reason for bringing up the edge.
Other than just to start the PTC.
But you said we didn't have to other while ago.
If we might have to always, if the event doesn't work.
Well, we first try the event, right?
Right.
Doing that, got PTC and all that.
Flight FAL.
And if that didn't work, then we might have to try other tries.
Just note of interest, the first tack on this PTC, we've got about a cone angle of about 20 degrees or a half angle of 10.
Very good.
Slide in lower to checkpoint.
Okay, checkpoint.
Flight procedures, checkpoint complete.
retro flight. So flight.
Based on what you know about the nano, are you coming to the conclusion that you can't tolerate the wind randomatically?
That's the front flight.
But there's no others associated with it?
Planning on it. No others. Take the wind. Yeah. However, if we have to do another, break off. Bring out the front.
You're basing that on people are telling me that there's no delta getting coming.
Well, now they're coming up with .003, and now they're refining the numbers and directions.
One could almost predict that.
That's less than 0.003 feet per second.
Okay. Less than.
Yes, sir.
That's no longer valid.
Well,
You have to revise that one. Phone is lost with another one now.
Well, I think we want to wait a while. It's going to be a long time.
Well, we're in the quarter right now, so any event we lose some, we are still in the quarter.
Yeah,
Now, however, if our tracking later on shows that we're not, then we'll fall back to
I guess they know it.
Flight FAO, they were told that while ago when we let them up the procedure for the burn and the pad for the burn. He said, I had this pad, and they said, well, that's no longer in existence because we're doing this in course. They've been told once. Okay. Okay, but you're saying that since we're in a quarter, it's not necessary to do it.
That's part of it. Also, that we don't really have any data to give them any updated data anyway. The best thing we have is that they're shows. And as Tom says, it's going to be several hours, really, in the Tom, before you really know anything much about that.
we can give them the engine data based on their objectives later on to get a
The entry pad update, you're saying.
They are.
Well, that was in this case, that's right. Now, there's another point here, is that there is another pad that we get up there. That's also no longer valid. Could update that. Then you get one data.
If they give them data,
Like they do.
they've got the best data that we got.
What is that?
Right now, 5.99.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
The moon passed by at a minus 8 degrees on the LPD. Well, that's the Earth passed by at a minus 8 degrees.
Okay, the moon went by at minus 8 degrees. Okay, Jim, we got an Earth went by at minus 8 degrees. On the basis of the
That's right.
on the basis of the data we have so far, your entry angle is 5.99. The block data we gave you on the pad for a NOCOM mid-course 7 last night is no longer valid because we made this mid-course.
Okay, understand the NOCOM pad is no longer valid because from this course, entry angle based on the last 2 hours tracking is 599. And I take it you're going to keep tracking for some time now to see whether we need it on this course or not.
That's affirmative.
Are you planning any NOCOM mid-course at 134 and change anyway right now, or are you going to wait?
No, we're holding on, waiting on the track.
We're discussing that now, Jim, and looks like we're going to wait on the tracking.
for the time being. Since you're in the corridor, why, there's no need to pass it up. But we're going to keep looking at the track, and then we'll probably come up with one.
I'm not too sure what the Betty's going to do to us, or what this sheet tank ruptures, what it's going to do for us.
Tell him we don't expect it to have any effect on the trajectory.
Roger, we don't presently expect the sheet tank to have any effect on your trajectory, and the pressure's up to 1921 now.
Hey, it's going a lot better than we ever expected. What a way to get a data point. And James, this thing you said you're going to sleep through all your watches.
Say again, Jim?
I said you thought you were going to sleep through all your watches.
Well, you keep waking me up.
Sorry about that.
Flight control.
Go control.
Okay, Building 45's input is they still do not want to try it without Oleg. They're getting a guy up out there to try to check with him, but so far they will not give us a go to try the no Oleg vent. They're afraid that the valve will slam shut and can't get it open.
Okay, you've got 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Roger.
Do that with trigger.
Right.
Flight plan. Go ahead, Colin. I'd like to help fix it. flight plan.
Go.
I want to go to that buoy that Rosie's on.
Huh? You stay right here until we do your seat now. Okay.
That's why I was sorry for the
I was sort of considering. like. Bring the schematics and all this stuff up here and talk to us for Josh. Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 108 hours, 52 minutes. The flight dynamics officer hopes to have a preliminary set of numbers on the effects of the mid-course correction at about 109 hours, 30 minutes, or a little over 37 minutes from now. The burn was targeted to give the spacecraft a flight path angle of minus 6.52 degrees at entry interface. We won't have a confirmation of this, of course, until the flight dynamics officer is able to complete the tracking and compilation of data and to come up with some preliminary numbers. But the targeted value of that mid-course was to give us a flight path angle of minus 6.52 degrees. The entry corridor, which is the width of flight path angle that we feel we can withstand, is about minus 5.25 degrees to about minus 7.4 degrees of flight path angle. We're still watching the supercritical helium pressure aboard the LEM. The descent stage increased gradually. Pressure is now reading 1,937 pounds per square inch. I would like to cover again the procedures which we mentioned have been worked out in the event that the burst disk does not rupture, as it is expected to do. The burst disk, of course, is in there to relieve pressure on the tank, on the supercritical helium tank. When the pressure gets above certain specified limits, the disk is designed to rupture between 1,881 pounds per square inch and 1,970 pounds per square inch. In the event the disk does not rupture, Flight Director Milton Windler and his flight controllers have worked out a procedure that would be followed to relieve the pressure on the tank.
Flight control.
And we see the pressure dropping at this time. The control officer reports that the burst disk has ruptured. We just, as we were making this announcement. Anything?
Yeah, Jack, I was just about ready to call you. Underneath Quad 4, I noticed a lot of sparklings going out.
Can you hear or feel anything?
I sure can, but I think it changed our PCC. Let me check it through the drift is.
Okay, she's going down through 600 now.
Control, what did it go at?
I think we're probably going to reestablish PCC. Yeah, we got a pretty fast yaw distance, Jack. Here's an Aquarius. What are your plans?
We're thinking about it right now. Did you say it yawed some?
Yeah, I was in a right yaw, and now I'm in a left yaw. At a much faster rate than the one we put in the PCC.
Okay, Jim, we're talking it over. Stand by.
He's saying he's talking about LEM yaw now, right? It's incredible, isn't it? It stopped the motion and reversed the motion. That's what he's saying.
While we're waiting for conversation to resume between the Capcom and Jim Lovell aboard Aquarius. Re-summarize the situation as we were talking about. The procedure would be followed in the event the burst disc did not rupture. Lo and behold, the disc ruptured. That occurred at a pressure of about 1,937 pounds per square inch.
That there was enough velocity there,
about 108 hours, 54 minutes, 40 seconds ground elapsed time. We saw that.
Okay, Jim, it's going through 125 pounds now. And we understood you to say that it reversed your yaw. Is that affirmative?
It sure did, Jack. It reversed my yaw completely and put in a little pitch, I think.
Like that. So you can't pick it up on the top of yet. So it's the effect is kind of okay, and Capcom.
Well, more than anything, it reversed my yaw.
Roger, have you effectively established PTC in the opposite direction then?
Well, you can say that. I'm not too sure just what kind of pitch and roll I got come up with for yaw. I just saw the years go by the LMP's window here not too long ago at a rather faster rate than we had going to the direction. Perhaps you can tell how fast I'm having to shift omnis.
Yeah, we can tell the cycling back and forth.
Give us a reading on that endo. Can you get...
Is that what they call a non-propulsive vent?
Right, I'd hate to see a propulsive one.
Fido flight, go fly.
Give me both.
Can you do something about coming up with any estimate of that,
so,
what it might take to reverse the roll like that?
Fewer sparklies?
To reverse the roll. Well, I say roll.
Yeah,
the way I understand what he's saying.
Hardly any at all now.
Is that the stack, he had the stack set up to where he was
I'm not sure whether that vent gave me reverse yaw and a little left roll. That might would have what it gave me.
You say you think it might have given you some left roll as opposed to opposite yaw?
I'm sure it gave me the yaw, Jack. I'm not too sure what else is coming with it.
Okay, well, we'd kind of like to watch it and see what happens for a little while before we make a recommendation. However, we'll need some inputs from you on that.
Well, we're in no trouble up here as far as the yaw goes. Everything's fine. It's faster than we had set up before. As long as we're getting the proper thermal constraints and of course it'll take us 15 minutes to get the buzzers up anyway.
We don't expect any thermal problems here, Capcom. We don't expect any thermal problems. And the main thing we're going to be looking at is trying to get some estimate of the delta V that may have taken to cause this, as we can tell from his what the RDS for the LPG and so forth. And we'll be watching the comm sequence, and if we have no difficulties with the communication, we just leave it to
Okay, Skipper, we don't see any thermal problems as a result of this change. If we see some communications problems, we may have to do something different, but so far so good. And we'd kind of like to hear from you on LPD numbers if you get anything going by the window.
Okay, will do.
Okay, Jack, the Earth just went through at an LPD of 26 degrees.
Okay, the Earth went through at 26 degrees, going the opposite direction this time, left to right, is that right?
From left to right, that's affirmative.
Okay, Fido flight. Go flight. Okay, the whole stack was set up in a kind of a wobbling PTC, and what I like to think of as a rolling motion. And he's saying that this impulse stopping and turning in the other direction.
Change in your velocity is my hand with delta being imparted, and we'll have to look at that for a while before we are able to determine it.
Okay, we'll come up with that, and I'll try to
if there is no significant change, why we prefer just to leave it the way it is.
Roll rate it can have still accomplish BT2.
Okay, Jack, we're going to get a time on a revolution here, and maybe that'll help you out.
Right, and for your information, the tank went at 1,937.
0.2 degrees per second flight. 0.2 degrees per second. Before the non-propulsive event. It was what? 0.2 degrees per second. About 18 minutes per rest.
Okay, Jack, the Earth went through again at 18 degrees on the LPD.
Okay, Earth at 18, thank you.
Okay, and we didn't pay the moon that time.
Was that the burst disk? What happened there?
Okay, Jack, the moon went through that time at 32 degrees on the LPD.
Roger, moon at 32, thanks.
Looks good, so I think it was the burst disk of the helium supercritical must have been burst already. PTC looks good.
Hey, control flight.
Go ahead, flat.
Okay, you're off the hook on that procedure for 109.30.
Right.
Let's wait a little for the Earth to appear. Quick save. It was that noise, strange noise there. yeah, probably was the burst disk. And if it was only that, then I am very happy. Okay.
Okay, Jack, we didn't get the Earth that time. The moon came back through at about 10 degrees, and now we're getting the Earth again. Stand by.
What kind of rate do you have there, Inco? Now.
Initial hack looks pretty fast, about a rev every 40 seconds.
Rotation was reversed on the
So
actual
we're taking
mission.
another hack on that.
Rev every what minute? How many?
40 seconds. 3.6 Gs per second, but I'm not necessarily sure we're going to take another hack.
3.6 Gs per second?
Yeah,
That can be.
Okay, the Earth came through the LPD at 62 degrees that time.
It is moving pretty fast.
For the 2 revolutions, I missed the Earth revolution before. Total time for the Earth for 2 revolutions was 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Say again the time and also the LPD number here in the background noise, Jack.
Okay, Jack. LPD that time was 62 degrees. That was for 2 revolutions. We missed the Earth at the time before. We didn't see it. And the time was 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Is that rate uncomfortable for you?
Okay, PTC looks good. Going back to sleep. I hope it was just the helium burst disk.
Jack, Tim said it isn't uncomfortable. It's a little annoying for the Omni switching, and also it's kind of maybe his Earth-Moon relationship kind of interesting. He doesn't know when it's going to come out all the time.
Roger.
And it's not so fast, we're just doing it's okay with us. Let's try it that way. We're gonna that might more of the time. Tempo flight. Okay, we're talking here about just letting them stay on the same omni all the time. Just losing data half the time.
That's all I was moving, so I was control and element.
Yeah, what omni would you suggest? Does it make any difference?
No,
That blows up and do you hold them equally well? Control Inco. Tell me, I mean. Tell me. Control.
Go ahead.
Y'all have any objections to having this? We're on a rate here that will give us, we're on about a 1.5 to 2 minutes per revolution flight here, and we're proposing to just leave one antenna on. so that you have data for half that time. That often, I think it's probably already.
How often is the revolution?
About 2 minutes per revolution, so you have data for minutes, minutes per second.
I'll wait a little bit.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's try that.
Okay, let me see at the flightplan.
No, we don't think it is. Flight angle, we'll try to get a half angle in selection, and if we're losing more than a minute of data per 2 minutes, we'll select the other. Okay, let's try to otherwise, that's probably much better. What you can tell the NASSP is the NASSP signal strength the same on both antennas? That's how you can tell that. I don't know which antenna switch. I know that. You don't know which is which. But when you select one. I know you don't know that either. I'll be able to tell you whether we're getting more than 50% of the data or not. No, that's not a question. The question at hand is that you sit there and watch. You can tell he's going from one antenna to the other antenna. You can watch. Okay, is there any difference in signal strength levels on those two antennas? Whichever ones they are? No. See, no difference. How about
okay, Jack, we've got a master alarm and we've got a battery light flickering.
Okay, copy a battery light.
Which light?
What battery?
Which battery?
They are asking the CMP pursued.
A flight comes, go, you need to use the temp monitor switch, twist it around until the light goes out, comes on, and tell which battery is getting at them out. Okay. Just level up.
Aquarius, how about cycling the power temp monitor, find out which battery it is, please.
Yeah, that should work, Joe.
Okay, PTC looks good. Going back to sleep. I wanted to make the drama. Welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. Time is 109 hours, 15 minutes. Wanted to make the drama for the burst disk.
Okay, Fred, I can hear you now. Say
Back
again,
to sleep.
please.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, it's the same old one. The only light I get is on the battery.
Bit better power amp on for hybrid radio. Battery 2, cut all it is to it, turn the power amp on, do it's got a hybrid radio, and we'll go up a couple of amps. So, is that right? Yeah, 3 amps. So is that going to tell me flight? Tell me flight? Go ahead, flight. Any problem with putting it extra 2 amps? No. Okay, once you give us some shot, hybrid radio,
Okay, Fred, we copy same old Fred, battery 2. Can you give us high bit rate for a while, please?
So, I didn't know the position of primary power and circuit. See, we need to get the
Aquarius Houston, high bit rate, please.
Okay, to do that, Capcom, he's got to push.
How you getting it now, Jack?
Flight echo, we have it now.
Okay, and it sounds like Fred.
We got it.
Our instrumentation and communications officer
Okay, flight, we
reports
see
we have high bit rate
rate.
now. We're taking a look at the battery here in mission control to
Battery
see if
2,
we see anything unusual.
like it's still got the mal there. It could be
Battery
that
2
that
earlier
whatever
in the,
caused it to
earlier
go on
yesterday.
in the first place. Thermal switch is maybe shut
Caused
and
the
then
master alarm to go off.
opened
We
and
took
then
a look
reshut
at it at
again.
the time and could see nothing wrong with it. The battery was put back on the line. And at the time it was felt that the problem was a sensor problem.
Well, what do you want
rather
to do
than a
here?
problem
Did
with
you
the
see
battery itself.
has the temperature gradually been going down? It might indicate, I mean, the glycol temperature?
Glycol temp is stable, very stable, hasn't changed at all. This looks very, very similar to what I understand happened the first time.
Except it stayed on. Well, okay.
Yeah, and it's staying on right now.
It just went on.
Yeah.
Okay, do you need to continue getting high bit rate
Negative.
here?
Negative.
Well, it's not costing us a whole lot, you sure?
Yeah, I think it looks all right.
Okay, in intro flight, you don't care which arm, no?
Negative, sir.
Tell me your flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, now you're completely satisfied with your observations on battery 2.
That's correct.
Tell me what it's doing.
It's a constant mal we have right now. The voltage looks nominal. The current looks nominal.
Your best guess is that that probably the overtemperature relay
One of the contacts.
opened up and reset itself, and then it closed again.
Yes.
Back to its
That's correct.
original malfunctioned indicating configuration.
That's correct. These are bimetallic switches.
The battery looks like it's doing fine.
That's correct.
And they're going to a malfunction. Caution warning, I mean.
Caution warning is they should have a battery light and it'll stay on.
Okay, and so what that means is subsequent failures will not be
That's right.
That's the configuration they've been in now for some hours.
That's correct.
battery what light was on.
Yes, it has been on. And
You might
see
add-
it went off, so obviously battery 2 got reset somewhere or another, and then it came back on. So
Oh, why do you say it went off?
otherwise, it would not have gotten a master alarm again.
Oh, that's what you think, but you don't know that it went off. So you have no positive
I did not
indication.
see it go off. That's correct.
In fact, we might ask the crew if they can remember that the battery now light go off.
Looks to me like what happened was that the last time it reset itself and went off. This time it's staying on. So the thermal switch is probably down to tubes now. Whereas before it was just a momentary thing.
No, before it's been on for a long time.
It went on and stayed on some hours ago.
Yes, and then just recently, he got the master alarm there. Apparently, it cycled again or something.
Also, the battery was turned off for about an hour to allow it to cool down, and it stayed on. The mal stayed on, indicating that it probably wasn't really a temperature problem, but a sensor problem. Is that right, John?
That's correct, Mike.
You keep the battery on the line.
Yes.
Yes, we want to keep it online.
Okay, that's the current stuff. He's got the battery going.
Okay, so he can go on back down to low bit rate data, and you tell him about the battery, and if he wants to, he can select either one of the omnis and just stay on one, and we'll accept the 50% duty cycle on the instrumentation.
Okay, did we pick one that was better than another?
No, we can see no difference.
Okay.
And the power amp off.
And we like to turn the power amp off.
And voice backup.
I'm sure Phil will give us all that, but okay.
Okay, Aquarius, you can go low bit rate, power amp off, and down voice backup now. Voltages and currents look normal on battery 2, so ignore the battery light.
Okay, Jack, power amp off, back to low bit rate, and I'll go back to sleep.
The battery light staying on.
Yeah, we got it steady on bat 2, bat fault light, and the battery caution light.
Okay, and is the skipper in the sack now?
Say again?
Is the skipper in the sack now?
Okay, hold on a minute, Jack.
Auto flight or retro flight, either one. Go flight. Tell me about your tracking now before we had the, you haven't seen that evidence for that bird just going down?
We saw a little glitch in the data flight, and we couldn't really figure out whether it was a Delta V glitch or whether it was just the Omni rate, you know, that got us when they haven't really couldn't really tell. We have an investigator shortly with the tree, but
Stand about that, thank you.
do that.
Keep your words right over my nose.
Good luck.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, since the antenna switching is kind of annoying, we've talked him into buying only half of the data. If it gets too troublesome for you to switch antennas, why just leave it on one antenna and we'll listen to you half of the time.
Okay, it's not really much trouble. That's all we're doing about. We'll try to keep up with it. And you're satisfied with this attitude so far, huh? I guess you're going to watch the thermal and find out whether we have to go to some other PTC attitude.
Roger, thermal appears to be no problem. We're looking at what Delta V might have been imparted due to this, and it looks like we're not going to change the PTC attitude.
Okay, if there's any Delta V imparted, I hope it raised that angle a little bit.
Like telling me we'll have a better tracking data on here.
Flight FAO. So SPAN just reported that there's no constraint on the roll rate for either thermal or structure.
Okay. Either direction.
Yeah, we'll be looking at the data here and give you a better answer in the next 30 minutes or so.
Calling
Okay.
Network, we've got a handover within the next 55
Meanwhile, back to the
minutes, so
drawing
we'll
board
wait on your word on it.
You're there to hand over to
At the nominal time, we'll get with info.
what, 109.55?
109.30 was our nominal.
And with your kind of luck, it probably lowered the angle some more.
You say we are clear?
Yeah, I don't see any point. Don't
Thanks
try
for
to
the comment.
sink it in this point so fast now that I don't think it's making a difference. Yeah, contemplate, we have a handover at 109.30. We'll leave you up for 30 seconds. Even if 30 seconds.
And Jim, we're going to have a handover here pretty soon. About 3 minutes, so we may lose uplink for 30 seconds or a minute.
Okay.
Flight 7.
Okay. Just want to affirm that as far as he can tell, his attitude has only changed 180 degrees in long.
This is Apollo Control at 109 hours, 27 minutes.
You know, the thermal
Capcom Jack
screen would get us
Lasma
if we
was
had some sort of
advising Jim
pitching
Lovell
thing,
that we'll be
the sun is
handing
hitting
over
at a different angle.
from the
That would be
tracking
something
site
that
at Goldstone, California to the Honeysuckle, Australia
and I
site
think
in
you ought
about
to
3
talk to
minutes.
systems people on that.
During this handover for a period of about 30 seconds to a minute, we will not be able to uplink to the spacecraft.
As long as we are rotating
At about 109 hours, 13 minutes.
That's what I think, and I'm proceeding on that basis.
Well, the crew reported a master alarm and a battery light flickering.
Roger that.
Anybody else?
We had them turn on the power amplifier and give us high bitrate data so that we can look at the batteries here on the ground. After a look at them, the Telemu, the LEM, electrical systems engineer in mission control, said that he was confident the problem was the same one that we'd seen yesterday, in which we apparently have a sensor problem rather than a problem with the battery itself, and the sensor is triggering the alarm. The crew was advised to put the battery back online and leave it there. The supercritical helium burst disk ruptured at about 108 hours, 54 minutes, 40 seconds after reaching a pressure of 1,937 pounds per square inch. Lovell reported at the time saying particles coming off, and also the pressure of the escaping gas, which was thought ahead of time to be was predicted to be a non-propulsive vent, turned out to be very much a propulsive vent.
Okay.
Lovell said that the spacecraft stack, which had been rotating about its longitudinal axis at a rate of about 3 revolutions per hour, this rotational rate was stopped by the vent and started up again in the opposite direction. And it is now rotating about 1 revolution every 2 minutes, 1 revolution a little less than every 2 minutes, as compared with a revolution every 18 or 19 minutes in the opposite direction prior to the vent. So the vent was very much a propulsive vent, hence the remarks from Lovell back to the drawing board on non-propulsive vents. The crew asked if there was any problem with the rotational rate they had as far as the structure of the vehicle and the temperatures on board. After a review of this situation in the SPAN engineering room, it was reported that there would be no problem either with vehicle temperatures or structure, leaving this rotational rate as it is, and we've advised the crew to let it continue to rotate at that rate. The only problem might be in switching from one antenna to the other. This, of course, is a function.
Houston, we're handed over. How do you read? Okay, I'm hearing you now, and the noise is coming up again, but it'll go down.
How do you read now?
Okay, that's a lot better, and we figure your battery glitch was just that thermal switch that triggered the caution and warning. Just cycled once and triggered the master alarm again. We'll watch the batteries for you since you don't have any caution and warning on them now.
Okay, appreciate that.
This is mission control. As we were saying, the only potential problem we could see with the rapid rotation rate, or the more rapid rotation rate of 1 revolution every 2 minutes might be that the crew would have to switch from one antenna to the next, and it was felt that this might be troublesome. However, Lovell reported that would be no problem, and they would attempt to keep up with it. In the event that they miss an antenna switch, we would lose data for perhaps 1 minute while the spacecraft rotated around in position for the other antenna to be received on the ground. At the present time, Apollo 13 is 140,934 nautical miles from the Earth. Our velocity is up now to 4,700 feet per second. The very gradual velocity buildup we've been seeing since crossing the sphere of influence line, the imaginary line at which the Earth's gravitational force becomes the dominant gravity force acting on the spacecraft, and we begin to see at that point a gradual acceleration due to Earth's gravity.
Yes, buddy. We just took in an update. It's 3 hours and 49 minutes data. And be aware that you don't know what the chief first did to this, did to exactly. But this update shows the gamut entry of negative 6.34. That sounds pretty good. In retro, they've already got an entry plan on board, I see, and it doesn't hardly seem like it's worthwhile updating that for a no-com situation, is it? Sorry, Pat. What's part of that? I was talking about the entry plan they have on board. It ought to be valid. That's the current plan. The last update was better. Yeah. Okay, we're well like the real end, okay. Retro flight. Go. You mean minus 625 or 624? What was the last point you mentioned? 624. Okay, I understand from the other side over here that this is a big factor. They 4 hours worth of tracking and it's taken before the helium tank getting things. That's a fact. Okay, and do you have any words on the helium tank situation? Not yet, Mike. I mean, any estimate of the delta V that might have changed the rotational rate or anything like that? Not at this time. Okay, control flight. Go ahead. Okay, you guys working on, what's the maximum delta V that you need to get out of that amount of helium?
Well, we didn't think we were getting anything out of it.
No, I thought that, something with a mass or what have you, and velocity to come up with a maximum number that it could have been that was all propulsive.
We haven't been able to get some kind of guess at it.
I'll set that.
Okay.
Okay, Jim, your luck is holding. Tracking shows that your entry angle has gone up to minus 6.24. This is on the basis of all the data we collected between the mid-course up to the time the sheet tank went. So we'll continue to look at it and see if the sheet tank did anything to it at all. So it's the data has gone from 5.9 to minus 6.24.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. We're getting in there.
Flash, Phil.
Go ahead.
If all that helium propulsion is calculated, it ought to be something like 600 pounds seconds of impulse.
What is that furlong coordinate?
You want that in both of these?
How's it going, Jim?
How you doing, Jim? Is Jack in the sack, or is he with you?
Jack and Fred are both trying to sleep. It's rather humorous. Fred's sleeping station now is the tunnel upside down with his head resting on the ascent. Jack's on the floor of the left. With the restraint system wrapped around his arm to keep him down there.
You say Jack's on the floor and Fred's with his head on the ascent engine?
That's right, with his feet up into the tunnel.
This is Apollo Control at 110 hours, 2 minutes. That was Jim Lovell reporting that Fred Hayes is sleeping at the present time. In a rather unusual position, Fred sleeping with his feet up into the docking tunnel and his head resting on the ascent engine cover, which is on the floor of the LEM, relatively upside down as viewed in the normal standing position in the LEM, and Jack Swigert sleeping on the floor of the LEM.
Okay, we figured out best we could that the delta V in part of that thing was about 2/10 foot per second, which is roughly equivalent to about 3 seconds of 2 jets. And we figured all that in rotation, which would cause reversal of the yaw and put up the weight for a jet.
Is that computing at pounds, foot, seconds per fortnight or something you told me earlier?
Roger, that was figured out. We actually worked backwards from the rate that we're at now and what it took us to calculate the rate took us in.
Okay, I'm asking you, did you have 2/10 of a foot per second of helium in the tank?
Yes.
Is that what a default event?
Roger.
Had it been a default event if it was, or had it been 100% default event, most you could have got was what, 2/10 of a foot per second?
No, okay.
Now what I'm saying is Capcom, is that you looked at the rate and what it would take to reverse it, and it took 2/10 to reverse it. Yeah, but we don't know the other components and other things. That's true, and it's right. He hasn't answered our maximum delta V question yet. flight plan. We just updates on 58. Departure time.
This is Apollo Control at 110 hours, 8 minutes. We estimate that the amount of velocity change imparted to the combined stack of vehicles by the disk rupture in the supercritical helium tank was about 0.2 of a foot per second. This amount of velocity, or delta V addition to the spacecraft, was able to stop the rotational rates in one direction and start them up in another. The rotational rate had been about one revolution every 18 or 19 minutes.
Really hanging in there. Your water's good at 161 hours now.
Hey, that sounds great.
Jack Lousman just advised Jim Lovell that our current estimates of water would indicate that he's got, the crew has sufficient water on the LEM for 161 hours.
Water or command module water.
Okay. Jack, I'd just like to know what plans and thoughts are being contemplated for the push-and-load the ops. Whether we're going to use their double-A canisters or take the devices back in the command module with us, what is the plan?
Yeah, we're talking all that over now and we haven't decided.
Okay.
Tell me your flight.
Jack Lousman
Go
was
ahead,
advising
Brian. See, what's the status on that
Lovell
lithium
that we have,
hydroxide
as I said before,
procedure?
about
The stacking of
161
the-
hours of
Has that
water
really been run yet?
on the LEM ascent
I
descent
asked
stage
a while back, and at
based
that
on
time
current
they had not
consumption rates.
completed the run.
And this does not include water,
I have the
which we have available in the command and service module or in the
I think we
portable
prefer
life
not to
support
have to mess
systems,
around with it and
which would
get
extend
away
that
with it.
margin somewhat
Looks like we
beyond the 161 hours.
What I'm saying is, really don't want to bother Jack.
Well, that's crazy that it's bothering them. The other way is to assume that all these other cartridges are going to work okay.
And for some 45 minutes or so, a fairly sizable group,
the building of these
about a dozen people or so, have been gathered around the flight director's console discussing the procedures to be followed during re-entry. Lovell just asked Jack Lousman what procedure was being planned for the oxygen purge systems, the emergency oxygen supply carried with the backpack, and lithium hydroxide canisters available on these. Lousman told him that we haven't reached a conclusion on that. The meeting going on around the flight director's console at this time is involved with that sort of thing. as well as what procedures to be followed as far as jettisoning the LEM and service modules. All of these things being considered and discussed. At the present time, Apollo 13 is 139,164 nautical miles from the Earth, traveling at a speed of 4,745 feet per second. Also like to clarify again the situation with respect to the supercritical helium tank and the burst disk which ruptured at about 180 hours when the pressure got up to some 1,937 pounds per square inch. This burst disk is in the tank for the express purpose of keeping pressures from going above levels which the tank can withstand. Had the disk failed to rupture, we had a backup procedure worked out whereby the tank would be vented manually. Of course, it was not necessary to put this backup procedure into effect because the disk ruptured at about the level it was expected that it would. With the burst disk rupturing, what we have effectively lost is the ability to resupply pressure to the tanks as this pressure is drained off by burning the descent propulsion system engine. However, we do have what is called blowdown capability in the engine. That's the pressurization that already exists and which is not lost by depressurizing the supercritical helium tank. The pressure that is in the propellant tanks remains there. It's isolated from the supercritical helium tank and is not lost when the burst disk ruptures. With this pressurization, we still have some 800 feet per second of delta V remaining and usable in the descent propulsion system engine.
Hey, ecom or ecom back room. Here's one.
Everything's running real smooth over in Timber Cove, Jim.
That sounds pretty good. How about El Lago?
Same, everything's smooth there too.
Good.
retro flight. You on? Still here? Okay, you, in this mid-course, we would make the mid-course if we just need to do it in the same fashion that we made the previous one. That's affirmed. On the, just on this attitude thing, and the arms. Thank you.
Flight recover.
No.
Just got an update on this tropical storm Helen. It shows it's continuing to move away from recovery rate about 6 months.
Very good.
time, we've had a lot of people working on the entry procedures, and they'll be continuing to do so. We got a few ideas we'd like to toss at you so you can start thinking about them if you think you're in a position to discuss them without waking up the other guys. What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
Okay, one of the first things we want to do is charge the battery in a CSM so we can get some LEM power over there to do that, and we have procedures ginned up to do it. In regards to the re-entry, we're planning our last mid-course at 5 hours before entry interface, and if we have to make one, that is. And then we'd like to jettison the service module at 4 hours and a half, roughly, before entry interface, and take the next 3 to 3.5 hours for taking pictures, bringing up the command module GNN, taking care of stowage and other odds and ends. And we'd hang onto the LEM until 1 hour before entry interface, and then we'd jettison that. And these procedures are going to be run integrated in the CMS and LMS tomorrow morning, and hopefully later in the day we'll do it again with mission control on the loop. A couple of other things we'd like to toss at you. One question is, what do we do with the OPS? Any thought is that there's adequate O2 in the command module, and that the OPS represents a high pressure source and a stowage problem. And people are thinking about leaving them in the LEM. The other thing is that we think you might want to make this a suited entry, suiting up prior to LEM jettison, because what we're doing is when we jettison the LEM, we're going to do like we did in Apollo 10, just let the beauty go. And if we weren't suited, why we'd be betting on the hatch seal to take care of it. So just thought we'd toss a few of these ideas at you. Some of them are ones that are particularly pertinent questions at this time.
Okay, a suited entry would sort of pair the 1 hour LEM jet as the LEM went back and forth all up to that time to get our progress back and forth.
We're losing you, Jim.
Okay, I think I've got you back. I guess mid-course is 5 hours prior to entry. We just have anything doing, is that right, Jack?
Affirmative, Jim. Mid-course 5 hours prior to entry interface.
If that's the case, what I'm worried about, and what I'd like to have all squared away is, long before that I want everything in its place, all the storage is put away, all the power up ready to go, know exactly what to do, and I'm just practicing the one, so that we can do the mid-course and immediately get into the command module, start to see the power up, get into the service module, and then know exactly how to get into the LEM.
Roger, all of those procedures will be worked out precisely, and we agree that the stowage and all of those peripheral details ought to be taken care of before the mid-course.
And again, the last mid-course, we want to start looking at that mid-course fairly early. If we have the power to do so, mainly because of attitude control, the flightplan was fairly easy. I'm not too sure how long it's going to take us to fly here. The continent is about as full as it is right now. We'll probably be
that's what we were thinking. I guess the two things which are somewhat unresolved at the moment are what to do with the OPS and what to do about the suited entry. We thought we'd toss those at you to see what you thought about them.
Okay, as far as the OPS is concerned, if we have enough I have no
Jim, I'm sorry, we're not catching what you're saying. The comm is getting kind of bad right now.
Okay, Jack, how do you read now?
I've still got you with quite a bit of background noise, but if you talk up like that, I think we can hear you.
Okay, my only concern about the use of the OPS and or the split is the command module, and how soon you have to move off of command module prior to entry, and the split has a fan and has lithium hydroxide cartridge. You can utilize the command module if you want to use the command module system. Also, the optical is on. You know that right now you can get the command module late enough to use the command module oxygen and up to the miles of the compressor. And I just saved both of those items back in the limb.
It sounds like the general gist of your comments are that if things remain pretty much as they are now in the command module, you just soon leave the OPS and the limb. Is that affirmed?
That's affirmed.
Okay, and maybe you'd like to think over the suited entry bit a little while.
Okay. Here's for the Aquarius.
Go ahead. Roger, that's one subject that's been getting a lot of attention, and let me see if I can get some general ideas on that at the moment.
Okay.
Well, the one that's in that procedure right now is he would align the sight on the Earth just as he did for the Victory. And they would body up to the line of oxygen the same way. And with that alignment, we know what that is. We would do sort of attitudes of life is the limit. CSM operations.
So we can turn the flight to FDI.
Jim, I can give you the general idea of the proposed procedure for bringing the command module GNN up. It's the presently proposed one. We may come up with a better one, but here's what we're looking at right now. First thing we plan to do is to, using the LEM COAS, sight on the Earth with the LEM, just as we did in the mid-course. Then we'll do a body axis align 400 plus 5 on the eggs to put the eggs ball at 0, 0, 0. And then we can give you an eggs ball attitude to fly to point the CSM optics at the moon. And if you can see stars, why, we can use those too. Then we can give you an equivalent set of CDU angles to put into noun 20 and to torque the platform over. So now we're course aligned. Then we'll do a final line by shooting at the moon and then at the sun. You follow all that?
Okay, Jack, let me see if I have it. What we do is point the LEM at the Earth as the elliptical midcourse so as, and we do a body axis align on the egg. Then you give us an egg ball attitude to fly to. Use the LEM, and then we point the CSM axis at the moon. And you and update, give us the license to use the course align, then we can finalize stars or a moon Earth standby. Okay, we had another master alarm, Jack. I don't see any lights down there, except the battery lights still there.
Don't use lights. I'm talking to fly. Everything looks pretty good here. It could be that battery big. You want to fly the zero switch? Yes, you will. You want to select jump on the switch. Battery jump on the switch.
Okay, the number
negative.
battery still has the light on it.
Check that switch.
Maybe the same cause we had before.
Okay, let us talk it over a second. We'll tell you what to do.
It's going to be the same one you had before, didn't it? Is that right? Same battery that had before?
Same one.
No, we can tell from when some cycles are good to them.
Yeah. They told me that you didn't have any other problems. Can you tell if that light is flickering, Clyde? That means the battery light is flickering.
Jim, is the battery light kind of flickering?
Yeah, that's confirmed, Jack.
What we think is the temperature relay is that sensor is scattering. Is that sounds of it there, Kennedy?
That's right.
Yeah, the battery light's flickering and it triggers off the national alarm.
Okay, well, that temperature sensor on battery 2 is kind of cycling back and forth, and every time it does, it triggers a master alarm, Jim.
Okay, same old problem.
Yeah.
Do you want any high bit rates there, Tony?
Maybe that's not necessary, Clyde. If the master alarm continues getting problems, just pull the master alarm trigger button.
I don't believe you can do that, but okay.
Seems to be getting it on fairly often.
And Jim, finally on the P-52, we're considering using the moon and then the sun for the final line.
Okay, the moon and the sun for the final line. Sam, let's go do this again here in a second.
Like, sure. Okay, the only way to do anything is to put that battery offline, and I don't really want to do that, or pull the master alarm break. And just pulling the breaker does not affect the panel at all.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, if you pull the master alarm circuit breaker, all it affects is the master alarm.
Once I get the spacecraft, and the software
Jim, and then copy your last question due to background noise.
Okay, once you get the tag follow line, Earth and determine light use that of the light to put the line in that section.
After we do the body axis align on the eggs, we can tell you what attitude on the eggs ball to fly to in order to point the CSM optics at the moon or at some star. And then we can, knowing where the optics are pointed, give you an equivalent set of CDU angles to put in now 20 to torque the platform.
Okay.
Tell me, Clyde, you still getting a master alarm?
That's the current thinking. It may change between now and tomorrow, but right now that's the way it looks, Jim.
Yeah.
It'll probably be some takeoff on that anyway.
Okay, and are they planning on a CNN entry or using another system like EMS, something like that?
CNN.
It'll be a GNN entry.
Something like going first class.
Yeah, that'll be a switch, won't it? Jim, have you broken into the food locker in the LEM yet?
At the farm jack, I sure have. I do have the meal alive.
You say you did find everything in order in there, huh?
Yep, everything was great.
Okay, I'll pass it. Had a question about that earlier.
Right.
Flightplan, it looks like it's pulling after the last over there.
Here's for the Aquarius.
Go ahead.
I understand that one of your reasons for secret entry is the fact that the command module hatch still has to be good. That shouldn't be any different than any other telemetry craft. That's the reason why our hatch is no better than other spacecraft.
The situation, Jim, is that your hatch is as good as any other hatch, but that we won't have a chance to verify it until so late in the game, like 1 hour before our entry interface in this case, whereas before we had a chance to evaluate it in lunar orbit. Over.
Oh, okay.
And that might make your timeline a little too crowded, getting your suits on there at the last minute. Say less than an hour before entry interface.
Okay.
In fact, that's really like less than 30 minutes before it takes almost a half hour. That ain't good, probably.
Action item we want to pursue is transferring some LEM power up to command module main B so we can start charging battery. And I guess what we ought to do is start on that when somebody else gets up to help you there. So when you decide to get the other guys up or to have someone help, why you let us know and we'll start working on that.
Okay, yeah, I like to have Jack and Fred probably looking at that one. Why did the timeline plummet quickly?
I'll say again, Jim, I didn't catch that.
When in our time, what did we change and plan on this procedure?
Jim, I didn't catch all of what you said, but I think you wanted to know when the procedures for entry are going to be available and read up to you, and if that's the case, we're talking about 120 hours or so. As far as the charging battery A, we want to do that as soon as the other guys get up to help you. We've already passed up some of that procedure, and we have a couple deltas to it.
Roger, Jack's already up. He has a procedure, and I was just getting curious when he wanted to do it, but I understand that until he does the work. Is that correct?
Jim, we're having trouble hearing you. The next order of business is to charge battery A, and when you got somebody to help you there, well, we'll get on with it.
Okay, sounds good.
And before you start working on it, let us know, because we've got some deltas to the battery charging procedure.
Roger, I'm getting Jack on the line now. I'll copy that level. Jack, go ahead.
Aquarius, do you call? Okay, go ahead now. I can hear better.
Okay, Jack, Joe Kerwin passed me up the procedure for powering the CSM from the LAM. Had been changed.
Yeah, if you'll get that out, I'll read you the deltas.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, the second step was in the LEM, circuit breakers panel 11 and 16, SN ECA controlled close, 2 of them, cross that out. And the next line, we had battery 5 normal feed on, cross out battery 5 and put battery 6 in there. And the next line was...
Jack, I have for step 3, I have bat 5 and bat 6 normal feed on. Just one bat 6?
That's affirmative, just bat 6, Jack. And the next line, you had battery 1 and 3. To make that battery 1, 2, 3, and 4, just add bats 2 and 4, all 4 descent bats. And then the next 2 lines about waiting 30 minutes, cross that out. And the next line about batteries 2 and 4 off reset, cross that out too. Jack, the...
let me read.
Go ahead.
Let me read all the steps I've got them, Jack, and make sure we got them right. Step 2, allow the bat 6. Normal feed on. Step 3, bat 1, 2, 3, and 4. Off reset.
Guys, listen up here now.
Okay, that part's all right, Jack. And we had about 11 or 12 steps for the command module. They go as is with no change. And then we had a couple more procedures for the limb.
Captain, there's 2 more steps.
The standby one.
Toward the rear on the next page. On the next page, you take that 5 and 6 off.
Command module procedures just to make sure that I have them right also.
Okay, go ahead with the command module procedures.
Okay, connect limb CSM umbilical. Step 2, panel 5, limb power 1, main B, and 2, main B, closed. Trigger breaker. Step 3, panel 5, ES sensor signal main B, closed. Step 4, panel 250, battery power engine and post landing, closed. Then step 5, main speed, vent speed, closed. Verify main bus holding, then switch to limb power to CSM. Step 7, CD, main speed, vent speed, open. And on panel 250, vent speed, power entry and post landing, open. Verify main bus holding.
You put extra one. Well, you and Econ, you happy with that?
Okay, Jack, the CSM procedure's okay, and then we had to go back to the limb and do something. And the first line is okay. Cross out bat 5 and 6 off. Delete that. And delete the next line also that says panel 11 to 16 SN ECA control open. Then we had a couple of notes which remain the same. Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't get the notes, but I'll read the steps as I have them now. One step. Bat 1, 2, 3, and 4, hypo is on. So you'll have, at this point, you'll have batteries 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's affirmative. So now we've got bat 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 on. And I got 2 notes. Number 1 is your circuit breaker protection limit. Your circuit breaker protection limits the current to 15 amps. Number 2 note is now the umbilical between the limb and the command module is hot. And the main bus voltage can be monitored by selecting main B.
Okay, now we're in a position to go ahead and start the battery. Start the battery.
Okay, Jack, these notes are circuit breaker protection limits current to 15 amps. Note 2, the umbilical between the CSM and lamp is hot. I can monitor main speed for the bus voltage.
That's firm, Jack.
Now he's ready for the battery start.
No, what do you mean standard? Up one. This is the delta from basic. This is off. Because we got these.
Okay, Jack, one question here. If we transfer power like this, we're not going to cut it short on power remaining GSM interface, are we? Just power remaining?
You'll have to say it again, Jack. I didn't get it.
Okay. Stand by. Okay. If we configure the CSM for powering from the LEM, we aren't going to cut us short on LEM power requirements to get us back to entry interface, are we?
Negative, flight.
That's a negative, Jack. According to the latest update, we've got ampere hours out to 203 hours.
Okay, stand by.
Okay, now my question is, where does it leave us? Where we do now? We want to read this whole battery age charge procedure up. This is a procedure that he doesn't have, and it's based on his present switch configuration, which is what we call basic now.
Jim is, he wants to know whether the procedure has been tried.
Okay, try it again now, Jack. What does Jim want to know?
Okay, he would like to know whether the procedure has been tried and whether it has been found to be okay and no danger of shorting out any of our batteries or anything that we have on board the LEM now.
Negative.
We looked into that very thoroughly, and we don't think that there is. There hasn't been tried. There has not been tried.
On a simulator somewhere or something? Not as far as I know. Well, wait a minute, the battery charging procedure.
Oh, yeah. But the transfer
yes, that's well, we've been transferring power all the way to the moon, and we haven't had short so far. And I don't think they've done anything that's going to cause it anymore.
And is the path that we're following
the same one as the normal CSM LEM power?
Start out here some better.
No. Telling you, flight, do you want to look at high bit rate while we do this? It would help, yes.
Okay, Jack, this procedure has not been tried out as such. However, the hardware paths through which the current flows are the same ones which we used during trans-lunar trajectory. And there's not a problem with shorting out a descent battery, over.
I think you ought to tell him.
Okay, I'll relay that to Jim.
You ought to tell him that we are concerned about the fact that he's 20 amp hours down his entry batteries, and we see that as a significant thing, so we want to pump this battery back up.
Jack, of course, the reason for all this is that we see we're 20 amp hours short on one of the entry batteries, and we've got to juice that up to get you home with.
Okay.
Okay, now what we owe you from here on out is the actual battery age charge procedure, and then a procedure to turn this all around again.
How long does the charging take?
Probably 15 hours.
Okay,
So we can get it back
there, and you'll know how long it is.
Okay, Jack, I have the procedure in front of me. It's about 18 steps. And the reason it's so long is because
we could probably improve voice here a little
we're
bit if
starting
you're
from
willing
this
to go
basic
hot mic,
configuration
like
which we
the
gave you
bottom
earlier.
switch off.
And it concerns a charge and battery A, of course, which is our low one. So when you're ready to copy it, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay,
all the
let's
equipment
go
would be hot mic, but we'd improve this voice here for this procedure if you wanted to.
Okay, you ready to read or copy it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on panel 250. Circuit breaker, bat A, power entry / post landing, close. On panel 275, circuit breaker, inverter, power 2, main B, close. Next several circuit breakers are on panel 5. Circuit breaker, bat relay bus, bat A, close. Circuit breaker, EPS sensor unit, AC bus 2, close. CB, EPS sensor signal, AC2, close. CB, battery charger, main B, close. You still with me?
Okay, Jack, I'll read back those steps that you gave me so far. Panel 250, CB, battery, power, entry, and post landing, close. Panel 75, CB, inverter, power 2, AC, close. Panel 5, CB, bat relay bus, bat A, close. CB, EPS, close. CB, EPS, sensor signal, AC2, close. CB, bat charger, AC, close.
Okay, good readback, Jack. The only one is number 1. Number 4, I didn't get your readback, but it's EPS sensor unit AC bus 2 closed. You got that?
Yes, I read that back. CB, EPS, sensor unit, bus closed.
Okay, and to continue on the same panel, panel 5. Circuit breaker, battery charger, AC power, close. Circuit breaker, battery charger, bat A charge, close. Circuit breaker, inverter control 2, close. Circuit breaker, inverter control 3, close. And I got a switch for you. Main bus tie, bat A/C, off. And another switch, battery charge to AC2. Read those back.
Okay, Jack, CB, bat charger, DC power, closed. Stand by. Okay, I had to get a light here. CB, bat charger, bat E charge, closed. CB, inverter control 2, closed. CB,
Okay, that's a good read back. How about reaching over there on the right-hand side and turning the biomed off? See if we can improve the comm a little bit. Okay, I'm reading real good now, and want to verify that the main bus tie that we switched off was Bat Alpha Charlie.
That's verified. Main bus tie, Bat Alpha Charlie, off. And that charger to AC2.
Okay, and then on panel 3, I got a switch for you. AC inverter 2 to main B.
Okay, AC inverter 2 to main B.
Okay, and switch inverter 2, AC bus 2 to on. And another switch, AC bus 2 reset to reset. And center. Switch battery charge to alpha. Switch DC indicator select bat charger. And then what we want you to do is to report the charger current and voltage to MISPIN every 10 minutes for the first half hour, and then once every 30 minutes after that. And that'll be on our call, Jack. Read back the switches I just gave you.
Okay, Jack, it's panel 3, AC inverter 2, main B. Inverter 2, AC bus 2, on. AC bus 2, reset. To reset and center. Bat charger to A. DC indicator select the bat charger. Report in and volt to MISPIN every 10 minutes for the first 30 minutes. And then every 30 minutes on MISPIN call.
Okay, that's a good read back, Jack. Now the only thing we owe you is a turnaround from this, which we will have.
Okay, let me ask one question here. About how long do you think it'll take to charge this battery?
It's going to take you about 15 hours.
Jack, about how many amp hours of lamp power will this 15 hours cost?
Stand by, we'll get it for you.
Jack? Okay, you got it.
It's going to take 8 amps for 15 hours. 10 hours.
Okay, Jack, that's going to take 120 amp hours out of the LEM, which is equivalent to 10 hours, which will put us back to 193 hours, and that's plenty.
Okay, let me relay that to Tim here. It'll take 120 amp hours.
The other thing is, I would like for them to have a tie-down procedure before they start into this, Capcom, so that they can undo anything. like to go ahead and give
Okay,
up.
Jack, one question here. If we have any problem setting up this LEM power to the CSM, is the quickest way to get out of it, return to the normal configuration, and for me to just switch the LEM power to CSM to reset that off?
Stand by one.
Yeah, he can do that. Don't try to take the ascent battery offline.
One quick step in case Jim reports some sort of problem for us to get out of it quickly.
Let's be
Okay,
sure
let
we're
us
telling the right thing,
talk
John.
it over for a minute, Jack.
Okay, you want
Okay,
one
real
quick
fine.
step to undo this whole business.
And while you guys are talking it over, you might read back if you got the procedure for reversing this, I'll copy that.
Like the easiest way for him to do it is to pull the 2 circuit breakers and CSM. Which two are you referring to? The power 1 and 2 main B circuit breakers. Okay, the point we want to get at here is that we want high bit rate for this jump time, and we want to go through it a little bit at a time. We want to ease into it by putting the power on the LEM, on the command module main bus B with no load, and we want to have high bit rate while we do that, and then we want to go into the battery charging business. Okay, in order to get out of this real quick and dirty like, the thing to do is to open the circuit breakers on panel 5, and mark the LEM power 1 B, and LEM power 2 B, is that right?
That's right. Stay away from the switch. And you're not wanting to take the ascent battery off, is that right? You cannot take the ascent battery off. But don't even try, because the ascent ECA control breaker is open, and that's the only way you can take that battery offline. Okay, so you're right, you can't do it, but we don't even want you to try to do it. Especially since all the treatment batteries are off too.
Do not touch what switch. Stay over loose, guys. Right, that's the LEM power switch. What is it that you're saying about the LEM power switch? I think Jack
Jack, are you with me?
Yeah, I don't want him to just...
Yeah, we're still here, Jack.
Get out
what
of
we
it.
want to
Pull
do
the
is
circuit breakers
follow you
and
through
don't
on this, and
try
so
to
we're going to get high bit
cycle
rate to
LEM
do it
power.
in answer to your question.
Right, stay away from the switch.
To undo this procedure quickly, in the event a problem develops, be sure that you don't touch the LEM power switch, because that's got a reset position. But the way to undo it is to go into the CSM, and on panel 5, open 2 circuit breakers. And there's some of the first ones I read to you. Open LEM power 1 main B, and open LEM power 2 main B. You copy that?
Okay, I understand. If I want to get out of this real quickly, I have to open just 2 circuit breakers in the CSM. That's on panel 5. LEM power 1 main B, LEM power 2 main B.
Okay, and before you go ahead with this, let's establish high bit rate and wait 1 on that. And then as we go through the procedure, we want you to wait when you get power on main B, so that we can take a look at main B without any loads on it before we start charging the battery.
We need the power on the battery here.
Yes, we
I
need
understand you want high bit rates on the LAM or CSM. Is that
LAM.
before we start this?
on the land.
That'll be a high bit rate on the LAM and stand by for it.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay, Jack, before we go ahead with this, what we want to do is read you the normal reverse procedure.
Okay, and I'm ready to copy.
Okay, Jack, I got the start on how you reverse this procedure. You ready to copy?
Go ahead, Jack.
Okay, first you want to reverse the battery charge procedure. To do that, on panel 3, switch, battery charge, off. AC inverter 2, off. Panel 5, main bus tie, bat Alpha Charlie, on, up. Panel 250, circuit breaker, bat Alpha, power entry and post landing, open. Read back.
Okay, Jack. On panel 3, battery charger off, AC inverter 2 off. On panel 5, main bus tie, Alpha Charlie on. Panel 250, CB, bat A, power entry and post landing open.
That's affirmative, Jack. And then if you'll go back to the rest of the circuit breakers on that list, and just opposite, open them all up. Stand by one. Okay, Jack, go back to the battery charge procedure I gave you. And in order to terminate charge, you'll just have to write opener off next to the circuit breaker switch that I gave you. So on panel 250, that circuit breaker you've already opened. On panel 275, inverter power 2 main B, open. Panel 5, bat relay bus bat A, open. EPS sensor unit AC bus 2, open. EPS sensor signal AC2, open. Battery charger main B, open. Battery charger AC power, open. Battery charger bat A charge, open. Inverter control 2, open. Inverter control 3, open. You've already done the main bus tie. And then bat charge, switch to AC1. Over on panel 3, you have already set the AC inverter 2 to off. And then inverter 2 AC bus 2 off. AC bus 2 reset to off. You have already put the battery charger switch to off. DC indicator select. Main beam. Over.
Okay, Jack, do you want me to read it back to you?
No, if you've got something in the right-hand column for all of those, we won't have to do it. And now one more thing I owe you is how to untransfer LEM power to the CSM. And I'll get that for you in a jiffy.
Okay, I'll be standing by to copy it.
Okay, we have last minute change to that.
Surgeon Tower, get your local tape.
I've got a backup procedure in the lens procedure. It looks like yep. There's bat 1 high volt and off reset. 12 new flight.
This is Apollo Control at 111 hours 30 minutes. The procedure being read up to the crew by Capcom Jack Lausma is for recharging one of the 3 entry batteries on the command module, battery A, which is down about 20 amp hours. A full load on the entry batteries is nominally about 40 amp hours. We understand the other 2 batteries, B and C, are essentially fully charged. Battery A is down about 20 amp hours, and the plan is to replace the energy in the command module, battery A, with electrical energy from the lunar module. This procedure will require about 15 hours of charging time and will draw a total of about 8 amps from the LEM.
They're going to get right there right on the LEM.
Go ahead.
Okay, Jack, one thing that I guess you probably all have considered it, but what heavy things can we store down there where the SRCs normally go to help increase our L over D?
I understand the question is what kind of heavy things can you store where the SRCs go?
Yes, they go down there in the LED underneath the computer, and the heavier things you have down there increases the L over D. And we don't have any SRCs, so I'm just wondering what heavy things we could probably put some cameras, television cameras, things like that are normally pretty heavy down there that in an SRC, which no we can't put them in an SRC, but we put them in that invader down there, which would help increase our L over D. Anything else you can think of be greatly appreciated, because we don't even have a full weight tank, so we're down a little bit in L over D.
Okay, let me pass that question along and get somebody working on it. Souvenirs, I guess.
What souvenir? All I've got is the Marine Corps foxhole digging shovel.
You got all you need then, buddy. Okay, ready to copy the power removal from the command module LEM umbilical.
I'm ready to copy. Go ahead.
Okay, this assumes that all the descent batteries are online and ascent battery 6 is on normal feed, as we said earlier. First thing you do is go in the CSM and look on panel 5, circuit breaker. LEM power 2, main B, open. LEM power 1, main A, open. Circuit breaker, EPS sensor signal, main B, open. Go ahead.
you got a little bit scratchy there because of the antenna problem. Let me just go back here.
Yes, that's right. How are we doing? What's our rate? Rate's about the same. It's a good rating the last flight. I'm not sure that we're going to have solid high bit rate all the time. We're in such signal trains dropped off so much on peak omniture just now. Consider restarting TCC and a little bit better. Not much to do that, but I guess I could. Are you saying it?
Okay, the second one is on panel 5 also. Circuit breaker, LEM power 1, main A, open.
Should be main B.
Circuit breaker, EPS sensor signal, main B, open. Okay,
yeah.
read those back with the CSM.
We'll
give you some steps to
main
the
B open. Main B open, Capcom. Get it up now. Sorry. LEM power 1, main B.
EPS sensor signal main D open. Stand by 1 here.
The second one is main Bravo, not Alpha. Oh, we said Alpha.
Jack,
you read
I don't think we ever closed CB LEM power 1 main A. We closed LEM power 2 main B and LEM power 1 main B. Both of them on main B.
That's correct. Should be main B.
Yeah, you're right. Both of them should be main B.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, ready to copy the LEM?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, on panel 16, circuit breaker, EPS, bat feed ties, 2, open. And now you got to listen real carefully for high volts and low volts. Battery 1, high volts to off reset. Battery 2, low volts to off reset and then on. Battery 2, high volts to off reset and then on. Battery 1, high volts, on. And then a circuit breaker on panel 16, EPS. Bat feed ties, both of them, close. Read back.
Okay. On the left side of the house is on panel 16, CB, EPS, bat feed ties, 2, open. Battery 1, high voltage, off reset. Battery 2, low voltage, off reset, then on. Battery 2, high voltage, off reset, then on. Battery 1, high voltage, on. Then on panel 16, CB, bat feed ties, 2, close.
Okay, that's a good read back. That concludes the procedure going both ways, and now we just have to stand by.
Okay, when do you plan to start this?
Darn soon.
You say not soon?
We're going to do it pretty soon, but we want to have high bit rate, and we don't want you to give that to us until we tell you.
Okay. I think I'll go back and try to damp a bit.
discussing two items, but we don't have them ready right now.
One of my hope is a foolproof alignment procedure.
Tell us the latest on the trajectory, please. Hasn't changed, right? Have you, you haven't put a super bank together or whatever you call it? Are we still 6.24? That's affirmed. You haven't more data that's taken in? We haven't taken it in. But your post helium tracking is still saying 64. Minus 64. We know, right? Yes, sir. 624.
Okay, Aquarius, our tracking data shows that since the helium dump, our entry angle has not changed from its value of 6.24. And somebody calculated that if we had a propulsive vent, that helium could roughly at the maximum only impart a delta V of half a foot per second or less anyway. But we're continuing to track, and as soon as we get some more info, we'll pass it along.
Okay, meet at 12, Jack. Thank you.
Sure.
And 6.24 sounds good.
Okay, flight. Tom, there was a question about speed of that relay bus with the batteries are charging and a possible overvoltage, except about 39 volts max, and the fan operations always take this situation to test it to 45 volts, so it looks like it's a safe way to go, rather than bring that to carry that relay bus.
Really happy with that. Now, we're not going to be monitoring that very much. Crew will not be monitoring it. They'll be looking at the charger voltage, and that will reflect the voltage that's in question here on that relay bus.
Right, it'll slowly climb up to 39 volts where we'll get the cutoff.
Okay. So we'll go with what we got. We got some high bit rate. High bit rate, which involves the power amp, and we're having some data dropouts here as we go through some of these attitudes now. That's the budget testing here. Is that right, Intel?
That's coming.
Jay, tell me, are you ready? That sounded like. Jay, get all your eyeballs up in the background. And economy, stay blue for your bid set here. You don't have the data. Sound what comes down from the other ground. Right in there. Go.
The power amp breaker in 16 in, normal voice, and hybrid rate. With the hybrid rate.
Okay, you all ready to go? Yeah, we got the certain power and circuit breaker in, normal voice. You ready to go? Yes.
Okay, Aquarius, we're ready. So we want some higher bit rate? do that, go over to panel 16 under COM and close the primary S-band power amplifier on your COM panel.
Okay, okay, Jack, wait one while I'd like to get the whole crew up for this, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You're ready to start. Yeah, you want to get Fredo? I want to transfer some power. I want to go to high bit rate here first, and then want to transfer put the left power to CSM grip.
In fact, Capcom, we're perfectly willing to wait a while everything's cleared up to speed. There's no hurry about going into this at all.
Okay, Jim, I'll give you the comm.
Aquarius, there's no great big rush. If you want to let Fred come up to speed slowly, why, maybe that'll help out.
They're all still in hot line. Okay, maybe we can grab back up for it. Right? Well, the bottom switch on something in hot line. When we go to normal voice, that'll go away. Is that correct? That's correct. Oh, okay. Yeah, there.
Say again, Jim. Aquarius, how do you read?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm hearing you now. I think I missed your last transmission, Jim.
Oh, okay. Jack is showing Fred the procedures. Wants to get him familiarized with them and how to get out of any problems before we proceed.
Roger, no rush. Just let us know when you're ready. We don't want old Fredo to slip a gimbal there.
Yeah, we're watching them.
Go ahead, fine.
When were you predicting that lithium hydroxide plant, the first lithium hydroxide plant to fire?
118 hours. That's the 7.6.
Hello, Fred, go ahead.
Okay, I guess the only question I have is in the very first portion involving the limb here, where it has me turn on the only Mat 6, and then turn off all the descent mats. Are you still reading me?
Okay, I read you until after turn off Mat 6, or correction, turn on only Mat 6.
Okay, the question is, we only want one acid battery, Mat 6 on the line, immediately followed by turning off 4 descent mats. Is that correct?
That's affirmative.
That's affirmative, Fred. That question's been bandied around. We decided to go that way.
If we want to fly, we can wait till after you turn on battery 6, we can verify that it's good before we go to the next step. Yeah.
We'll be powered at the other bus via the cross-side balance motor breaker. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's affirmative, and we're reading a current of 11 amps right now.
And we can tell him that it's okay before he goes to the turns the descent batteries off.
Okay, I guess I'm ready.
And after you turn Bat 6 on the line, we might as well take a look at the Bats 1 through 4 and so forth, make sure it's okay to turn them off.
All right. Are you ready, gang?
Yeah, we're ready for the power amplifier and the high bit rate and normal voice on the function switch, please.
Okay.
Okay, flight, there's high bit rate. Okay?
Okay, gang, we got the high bit rate now.
All right.
Okay, battery 6 is on.
That's enough. Okay.
And it looks good, fine.
Okay.
Okay, we see bat 6 on, and it looks good, Fredo.
Okay, am I cleared to proceed with the next step?
Clear to proceed,
1, 2, 3, and 4 off reset.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, you're cleared for bats 1 through 4 off reset.
Okay.
Still look okay, tell me?
Yes, still looks okay.
Okay, still looks good.
Looks good, flight 1 better.
Okay.
Okay, in Houston, we need a call from you when to have Jack proceed up into the Odyssey and start up there.
You can go, flight. Tell me.
Where'd go?
Okay, Aquarius, Jack can get with it right now.
Okay.
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
Go hand over right now, please.
No, we're in no danger of handing over flight.
Well, okay.
We don't intend to. That's fine.
flight network. Go. Site advises that they think they may be locked up on a sub-carrier. They'd like to break the lock and try to reacquire again.
How long will that take?
30 seconds.
I concur, flight. It looks like that to me, too.
Okay.
Well, are we going to break lock here momentarily anyway whenever we roll?
Okay.
Can we just wait? They're back now, looks like.
I think it was a result of the fact that they didn't lose lock when they reacquired. They may have been able to.
They're locked up properly now, flight. Light down, these 10 batteries are back on.
Okay, then we must be,
We are complete. As far as providing economy.
Okay, Houston, Aquarius, we've completed the power up and things look good upstairs, so we go for proceeding with battery charge.
Okay. Tell them you look okay to you, huh?
Looks fine, flight.
Okay, go, Capcom.
Okay, Aquarius, you're going to battery charge.
Roger.
flight time. Well, I assume that when Fred gets the charge going, he'll give us an initial current and voltage reading. You mean Jack? Or Jack? Okay. Yes, I expect he will. That's what we asked him to do.
Well, this is really a switch, is it, Jack?
4 ways in one.
That's an understatement. You're not known for that.
Yeah, I think if you add up the, operating time, I think the LEM beats the CSM by a considerable margin on this flight.
It's not the total time that counts, it's the last little bit.
Grumman just hired you.
Yeah.
Tell me your flight. How did that?
You're out there at 134,000. Coming in at about 4,900 feet a second.
Most of it right now.
For this point in time, that's correct.
Very good.
The supercrit tank went off at 1937, just about like expected.
Yeah, it also must have not did very much except the rates. I was asleep then and I didn't hear a thing.
Is the command module or service module still running?
Jack said it was just before he went up. Right now the sun's over there and I can't really tell.
And
I'll look again in a minute.
we asked him a long time ago if he was able to see any stars out the optics. I don't think we ever got an answer.
Okay. That was a pretty good sleep station I had rigged up, Jack. I took one of the sleep restraints out of the command module, zipped up in it, and then hooked the tie right at the top of the zipper onto the LEM upper hatch handle. So it kind of held me there, and then just drifted up the tunnel upside down with my face toward the hatch. So the sunlight didn't get my eyes, and that worked pretty good.
Might tell me we're charging.
Did you sleep pretty well that way?
Okay.
Yeah, no problem at all.
That's Fred Hayes talking. Sleeping that way now, or is he standing next to you?
He's standing next to me.
About time for him to go to bed.
Okay, the voltage upstairs is 34.3, and the charger is reading 2.5 amps.
Okay, 34.3 and 2.5.
Is that okay for you? That's what we expect.
And ECOM says that's what you expect.
Pretty cold.
Good.
Say again your last?
And they both came down here rubbing their hands, shivering. It's pretty cool upstairs.
Are you
We
keeping
can warm
warm
it up
the
a little
limb?
bit for 'em.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable down here.
Okay, tell me whenever you get a chance, tell me what your delta current is average over what we had before we started all this.
Roger, we're looking at it, fine.
Also tell me how much longer you want high bit rate.
We terminate high bit rate whenever you want to terminate big boy.
Okay, and right now it's right now it looks like the command module is spinning, Jack, so I'm going to start to take a look at the optics.
Okay, did you say it is not spinning?
Yep, that's the word. We just looked through the AOC and it can't say anything back there.
Okay, and everything's fine in El Lago.
Very good.
Did he give us a number for another number for the readings up in the CSM?
Flight time.
Yeah.
Looks like about a 6.9 amp delta.
6.9 amp, so.
We want to 5 bit rate.
Oh, we're ready to turn that down whenever he is. He went on upstairs though, I guess, so.
Yeah.
Aquarius, we're ready to secure the high bit rate.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 112 hours, 18 minutes. The crew at this point has successfully completed the transfer of power from the LEM onto the command module main bus B, and from there into the battery charger, which is charging battery A, one of the three entry batteries used for entry and post-landing electrical power aboard the command module. The hope is to bring this battery from its current level of 20 amp hours up to about 40 amp hours, which would be essentially a full charge on battery A. The other two batteries, batteries B and C, already being at full charge. The charging operation on battery A is expected to require about 15 hours, and it began at 112 hours, 12 minutes ground elapsed time. You heard Fred Hayes report that Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert had gone into the command module to power up the battery charger and check on the readings there. When they came back down, Fred said they were rubbing their hands, noted that it was a bit chilly in the command module. At the present time, Apollo 13 is 133,158 nautical miles from Earth, and the spacecraft velocity is up now to 4,891 feet per second. We're 30 hours, 20 minutes, 50 seconds from re-entry.
Okay.
And according to the revised flight plan, at 112 hours, the three crewmen should be getting something to eat.
During the CP recycle, we won't have any data.
Yeah, but
we're back in low bid right now, and it's coming in.
And also, you heard Capcom Jack Lausma advise Jim Lovell that it appeared to be about time for him to get a bit of rest.
Are you talking about that noise flight?
Yeah.
The crew rest cycle has been left pretty much up to them. Our flight plan on one of the large displays here in Mission Control has some suggested times for sleep, but the crew has generally been working out their own sleep schedules as convenient for them and following it. And we don't have an extremely good idea of when they plan to in advance, but only after the fact when they report to us that they have gotten some sleep. At 112 hours, 21 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
That noise was just the side sweeping and dumping.
Okay, are we in a situation now where we're going to have long periods with our data at the circle?
Maybe flat. We're getting 3 out of duck, and I'm sure there's a yaw rate. But we're maintaining no bid rate.
Okay.
flight attendant? Yes. They're able to do the readout. Maybe they misunderstood it. So we saw and everything else. We can do that if they want.
Okay, let's get one of those.
Go on right now. Roll descent.
Aquarius, could you get a amps and volts readout from Odyssey, please?
Okay, stand by.
So, doesn't look like he's pulled that power amp circuit breaker yet. You verify it?
And CMP is dotting across there. You're amazed at how proficient you get into transfer to the tunnel after the first 1,000 passes.
Definitely verify that that power and circuit breaker for foundation.
I didn't get your last there, Fredo. We'd like you to verify that your power amplifier circuit breaker is open.
Okay, that's verified. Power amp breaker is open.
Roger.
Okay, jack 34.6 volts, and just looks in under 2.5 amps.
Okay, Fredo, copy 2.5 amps. Say again the volts, please.
34.3, and that was just a little bit below 2.5.
34.3, thank you. Fredo, I did copy your last. Say again the voltage, please.
Copy that. I copied 34.6. 34.6, that's right. Good.
Okay, and the voltage is 34.6. 34.6 amps, slightly less than 2.5.
34.6 and a little below 2.5. Thank you.
I copied that. Thanks.
Yeah, the way we're contorting around the sky here, Jack, we're hitting some intervals here where I can't hardly get to it either on. Jack reports from upstairs that he can see stars and constellations out of the optics when the sun angle is such that it is reflecting off of a limb, portion of a limb quad and one other structure that you have to see where the view right now. It's really glad to move him around.
Okay, the part that I got was that he can see stars and constellations, and there's some sunlight reflected off the quads. That's all I got.
Yeah, the point being that at least in the present orientation, he has to kind of wait till the sun isn't reflecting off of the limb to see him.
Okay, what you're saying is you kind of have to wait until there's no sun reflection on the limb to see the stars. Is that right?
Yeah, that's for that present orientation, of course. Later on, you can probably move it around and you can look at something that maybe pick up stars.
Okay. Okay, Fredo, and we need a volts and amps reading.
Upstairs.
Decon flight. Flight time. See, how much longer have we got to do this? 30 minutes? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think I'm going to ask for one more 10-minute interval and then we'll go to 30 minutes.
The boat 35.0 and 2.4.
Okay, 35.0 and 2.4. Thanks, Fred.
Hey, the voltage is going up rather rapidly, isn't it?
We drove through that thing.
Okay. Tell me flight is there. Tell me flight. So fine. That is very hopefully there. Flight. How's the tracking look? those things may be good black light time for about 12 hours. Then I'd do the delay for another 5 or 6 hours. But you don't have any idea when a good time will be. But all up now, maybe we can get a time again.
The weather prediction for your landing area is still good. 2,000 scattered, high scattered, 4-foot seas, 15 knots wind. There's a hurricane 500 miles to the west, which doesn't pose a problem.
Hurricane or typhoon?
Okay, good morning. I have bad news and good news. Bad news is I fell asleep. Good news is it's not worse. It's not bad. Just slightly behind. Doesn't affect particularly anything in terms of simulation internals, but let's start the procedures now to charge battery A on the command module without without one line of the procedure. Yeah, for some reason the alarms on my phone are not working at all, so I don't know what happens. Okay. Let's make a quick save here. This is not the right procedure.
So, we did another look at the average current here, and it looks more like about 8 amps.
This is the procedure. Okay.
This ought to be the last one of the terminal window. So you're happy with the way so far it sounds like. So far. Okay. Okay, you guys be sure to brief Trent there on your what we read up to the school about time about the emergency action to get the battery charged off the line. Don't need to send the real action run the phone. I don't mean tell you to do the self-plan, but tell you a little down. I'll put it together.
Aquarius Houston, we need another readout, amps and volts, and that'll be our last one for a half hour.
We're going to check with you real fast there in the drawing. We're going to do a different.
go up. Yeah, do the way they cut in the middle. Do a couple of the 50 yards.
Okay, the rating is 37.8 volts, 2.3 amp.
Say again, Fred?
37.8 volts, 2.3 amp.
37.8 and 2.3, and that'll be our last one for half hour. Thank you.
Copy, Bob. Hey, all that looks okay, huh?
And I'm about to exercise my 5th general order here and pass it along to Joe.
Yeah, it must be getting around a hill now.
Give me a moment.
This is Apollo Control at 112 hours, 50 minutes. We're in the process of a shift handover at the present time in Mission Control. Flight Director Glenn Lunny is replacing Flight Director Milton Windler. The capsule communicator on the upcoming shift will be astronaut Joe Kerwin. At the present time, Apollo 13 is 131,712 nautical miles from Earth. The spacecraft velocity is up now to 4,928 feet per second. Repeating a figure passed along a little while ago, the flight dynamics officer reports that as a result of the mid-course correction, the flight path angle at entry is within the entry corridor. The flight path angle currently appears to be minus 6.24 degrees at entry interface. The nominal flight path angle is 6.5, and that is what the mid-course correction is targeted for. 6.24, negative 6.24 degrees is within the entry corridor, and a decision has not been made at this time as to whether any subsequent mid-course corrections will be required. At 112 hours, 51 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Okay, I guess I need to look at the transcript.
Okay, John, glad that last reading we got on the charges looks good. We got a little over a half hour.
I don't know which procedure to use because it's not clear on the Apollo 13 mission ops report.
Okay, very quickly, we're coming back in the corridor. We have a jammer right. Let me see if I got the whole team. Get out and have an amber light and everybody see you on the loop. Excited, surgeon. Okay, we have a jammy eye of last time.
Okay, I know this one is not the procedure.
6.5, so we're very close. During the course of the day, that's what I'd like to
And this one,
plot, points on the plot, how we're doing there, okay? Okay, Fido, I assume the trajectory is well behaved. That's flight visible vector 114 at what, 114? That's okay. Okay, guidance, I don't have any problems certain down in your area. Do you have any? We'll be working on the entry procedures on the what? Entry procedures, yeah. Okay. We did the burn last night, it went alright. We're now on blend power to the CSM with one Aspen battery. Tell me, flight, the configuration we're in, does this make us insensitive to that single point failure you were talking about yesterday? That's probably flight. Okay, I would have liked to have known that yesterday, that we could have worked around that failure. Did you know that? No. Not that we did this one. Did you know that it would have worked around the failure that we were concerned about? This particular way, yeah, I know it will work around the failure. Alright. We've got a battery now, battery 2, decent stage battery. Here, as I can tell from hearing and talking, the conclusion is that we think it's the sensing circuitry. That's still the situation. It seems to have cleared itself, right? We no longer have that malfunction, but several times over the past couple of hours, well, about an hour and a half ago, there was a number of, it looked like the switch was chattering back and forth, and it seems to give a master alarm. Okay, let me ask you. It's off right now. The mail, is the pilot's warning system configured normally now? He has pulled his master alarm circuit breaker. Okay, but his lights are okay. What will he miss with the master alarm circuit breaker being out? He'll miss a audible warning. So you'll get everything else. All the lights will operate. Yeah, I just wonder why we're in that configuration. Special reason? Because we were getting a battery now that was coming on and going off. Okay, but he'll still get that, won't he? You will not get a master alarm if it comes on again. You will get the light. Okay. Did you see that here? Yeah. Okay. I know. Nobody's telling me the reason for pulling battery's gone away, and I agree. Right? It's gone away right now, but there's no guarantee it'll stay away. And you can see on PM if you get to the light.
This is Apollo Control at 112 hours, 55 minutes. ECOM, the command module, electrical and environmental control engineer, reported that the power transfer to the command module main bus B is continuing to function smoothly.
Jack, any more problems in your area or anything you want to talk about?
Progressing well at this time.
We're charging through your umbilical now to the
batteries aboard the command module is being recharged.
You're keeping an eye on current and the water rate.
ECOM reports that it appears to be taking charge well.
Because of the way that, in order to get around the
12 hours, 56 minutes.
Okay, I am going to implement the procedure.
Having picked up, we have to close the SNECA controlled circuit breaker, which is the one that would give us a single point failure. We left that circuit breaker open, so we cannot take that battery off at the present time. Okay, but you have now left me in the air. Surely you want to give the captain a procedure then for doing it if we have to, don't you? Well, you want to leave me right where I'd like to get close the SNECA control breaker. Okay. And the normal switch off. That's just normal switch off. You have to close the breaker, the SNECA. You got that, Jerry? We have to take this battery off and then turn the battery off.
Okay, no, I'm not entirely clear on it. It's the descent battery that we're talking about, right?
No, we're talking about ascent battery number 6.
He says he has a problem with ascent number 6 and he wants to remove it from the line. Here's how you do it. Okay, if you want to remove ascent battery number 6, you open the ascent ECA circuit breaker.
Close the ascent ECA control circuit breaker.
Yeah.
And then you take that 6 normal switch, put it to off. And that's it. And then you can open the SNECA control breaker.
Okay, the breaker's open now.
It's open right now.
And if we want to take the descent off, is it normal procedure?
That's correct.
Okay. Are the ascent tests online now?
Just one of them. Battery 6 is online.
Okay.
And you want to know the reason for just one ascent battery?
I'll come around to that. I want to kind of get the whole team here to figure out that. I'll come back to that. Okay, so we're now charging the PM. Battery alpha.
Okay, and this is missing a step.
Joe, we're going to tell them to take another canister, CSM canister on the end of their convenience. Do we do that now? Is that the plan? Do we go ahead and do that now while we got them all up?
That's what Milk indicated.
tape on another canister.
Okay, I am going to implement the procedure.
Well, it only takes 2 guys to do it. Okay, there were a couple things happening that I'd like to hear some more about last night. You know, the shoot bending and things like that, but I don't think there's any big deal about them. It's been in the change the rotation rate, which is not surprising. Now let me tell everybody what I know about the entry checklist. That's been worked all day,
Okay.
yesterday.
Ascent ECA is closed.
Marked up set of checklists that they were using in the simulator yesterday towards the end of the day. They made some modifications to that, brought them back, sent it out to the world for people to look at. The major comments
Ascent ECA is closed.
primarily from John Moon and some of the crew members was that they felt they had to move the time back
Ascent
a little bit.
ECA control closed.
So they moved, near as I could tell, they're moving the
Ascent ECA
mid-course back
control
to
closed. Batteries 5 and 6 normal feed on.
They're moving the CSM active work to about 6,030 minutes. I don't know exactly.
Verify I have amps.
I think they're going to start working in the CSM, but I think they start doing things in there at about 6,030 minutes. That's what I think I know. That's all right. And
Yes, I do have amps.
there's been an outline of the plan radioed up to Jim earlier on the last shift. They're going to have another review this morning.
Batteries 1 and 3 off reset.
Put the storage plan together, etc. And the lens stuff together. And then they're going to run this in an integrated fashion with 2 simulators today. And then I gather we told Jim at about 120 hours elapsed, we will start reading him the complete checklist. So that's not going to happen on our shift. I don't think we have any particular thing to do relative to that except...
Okay, now we need to wait half an hour.
If any of you have any thoughts or...
So let's wait half an hour.
If you have any comments on it, let's get them in. And for God's sake, let's not be 100% pure engineers. We have a tight timeline, and we have to get things done right. So the comments you make ought to be so appropriate. Okay, let me go around. I left off and tell me over there. Jack, do you have any other subjects for us? I have none other. Okay, let me try control. Do you have anything for us?
Negative flash. You already mentioned that we've already reversed this last time.
Okay, and we still got good pressure locked up in the ditch, right? Roger. Oh, what's that load on right now? Still must be 800 or something, huh?
About 800 pounds flash.
Okay, keep it back. Okay, GC, how about you? We saw some thermal data last night. We're probably going to have to freeze the thrusters, and you know that. Cram on your LCS, right? That's correct. Anything else? No? The story on the iron urethane should be okay, right? They tested the thing down, I gathered at -20 and all. I don't exactly know what went to -20 and recovered just speaking of that. Okay. The Irish, it does the Irish now to -20. Okay. But they fail 30 to 40 degrees. Fail or degrade? Well, they get bubbles formed in the fluid, I guess.
Yeah, for this I will need the transcript. Ah, here it is.
Okay.
Do we have any heater power on now?
No.
Don't plan to either.
As a matter of fact, they said if you let it go, don't cycle the power now. Just bring it up, use it again. Okay, John, do you have anything?
A couple items I might mention to you. I believe you already said that you were aware we charged that A. We just started charging that, and from what we've seen thus far, it looks like the charge is going right down the middle. Secondly, there might be some
conclusion from some of the data we read out yesterday when we had the 5 minutes of data you might be able to get in. I don't know if you want me to come back to you later on.
Yeah, let me come back to you, okay? We'll go over that whole thing.
Okay. Joe, do you have anything?
No, I wanted to verify what I heard a while ago, that they're going to move the mid-course up, and the hold in this timeline occurs after CMS and stuff.
Okay, I'll be right back. Going to the toilet.
I think the 1 hour opening up occurs in the area of the mid-course and
Yeah, hello Andrew.
Jettison occurs earlier also.
I am glad, Luke.
It's not a hold, it's a relaxation of the proposed timeline. And near as I can tell,
not quite, because I fall asleep, Andrew, so we are doing these procedures late. I expect to go back to schedule sleep after this is done. After this battery charge is done, we will continue a procedure in 25 minutes.
Roger, Mike. This very fast ECC rate is pretty degraded now, and it's causing the crew to switch antennas about once every minute. And we told Jim earlier this evening that he didn't have to do that, that we could live with about half of a 2 red cycle.
Okay. But wait, I think I am misunderstanding. You say rise and shine because you are going to sleep, right?
Rates are developing. We're not holding very good signal strength, but we're getting some low bit data.
That could give us a problem when we get that instant cab to read up. That's going to be a long cab.
Oh yeah, well like long cab, we can always go to the power amp on. We'll do the time number 1 when we get to reading that checklist stuff. And we'll be a lot closer to it, I'd say that. We'll be some closer. Okay, anything else, Inco? That's all. ASD? FAL? If I got a fair summary in my mind of what's going on in this checklist business, 6.5 acres for the CSM, to start doing real things in there. That's the power up. Yeah, power up, right. You can do storage and other things before that. That's right. If we could make that point, I would like very much, storage.
Also, Andrew, thanks for trying to wake me up, but my notifications on Discord are disabled during this stream. Thank you very much for trying to wake me up.
Okay, tell me, Clyde. Go ahead, Clyde. You got a refresh pack readout, and did you see the surge change during the data? That's a fine, right. Sounds right. Is that right? That's about right. Okay. Yeah, so which 766 right in the okay. Go ahead, Ben. That's why I was checking that. Somebody's calling me. Hi, Tommy. A couple other things, if you agree with everybody else. Let me come back to you. Okay. Bob, anything else from your console? You know what's going on with all that extra checklist? I don't know how Bob's personally are right now, but it's all proceeding. Okay. That works, Jamie? No problem. Are you coming to the I'm going. I was going to ask one question. Are we planning to bring up the data from the CSM at 6.5 hours for the communication? I don't know when it comes up. Stand by. Recovery flight? Next flight. The weather has improved on being cold, and it's like the storm's going the other way. Big Jack Paul is going. Yes, it is. It's now about 500 miles away. They're not heading towards the Atlantic. So you've got nominal Pacific weather. Right, 15 room forecast and 15 knot wind.
Okay, waiting 23 minutes remaining until we can continue the procedure.
It never really organized into a storm. It was a mild spot of you know, with peak winds at 30 knots. It never amounted to much. Okay, and then...
Be right back, going to the
Come
toilet.
back to me. Tell me, bud. Go ahead, Mike. You wanted me to come back to you? Yes. We were talking a little earlier about this battery 6 and why it was on the one. We had given a procedure also to prove how to power removal from the CMM on Delta, which they will do at about the interface on 6.5 hours. And that procedure is predicated on having only battery 6 online. That's why we only have battery 6 online. If you put battery 5 online, we have to change the procedure and it makes it a little bit more complicated. Okay. When you do this thing down there, you're assuming only battery 6. That's correct. And we do want to avoid putting closing after a control breaker, which is to say, in fact, we're never going to use battery 5. Only if we have to. Okay. So battery 5 is kind of a reserve battery. That's correct. Could you do the same procedure and be insensitive to single point failure by swapping battery 5 to 6, or is there something peculiar about 5? Yeah, the peculiarity about 6 is on the commander's bus, and that's the one that feeds the CSM. Okay. So, do this thing with battery 5, we'd have to leave the SNCA circuit breaker closed, and when possible we could get base. Is that right? That's right. Okay. Well, we'd have to close it later. So we would have to leave it closed at the present time. We'd have to close it later. Okay, but I was giving you a set of circumstances where we wanted to use battery 5. If we need battery 5, we'll just put it online and see. Now, one of the things look, you're going to have to bring up some drawings and go over that subject with me. Okay. Some more, Jack. Yesterday, everybody told me that we had some kind of single point failure down there associated with dead base, and from everything that's been said, I still don't understand exactly. I understand we're not susceptible to it now, but I don't understand where we stand if we have to put that 5 on and use it. If we have to put battery 5 on and use it, all we have to do is put the switch to on, battery 5 will be on, and we have no problem with the dead base. That's not the same. Oh, okay. So the single point failure I was worried about yesterday does not worry us today because it's not going to happen in our configuration. That's correct.
Quick, to my information, we intend to keep power on the command module from the left right up to the pre-entry checklist.
That's correct. Now, that's how we will keep power right up to the CSM, then power switch right up to the checklist. So the umbilicals are hot. Okay. Okay, everybody, you want to go back green? Let me first ask if anybody has anything else that they want to bring to the attention of people in this room. Okay, we've had the briefing. Let's go back. Etam, I'd like to hear some more from you on the thermal stuff. And Jack, I'd like to hear some more from you. And when you have time down here, bring me a schematic and show me in a little more detail what you're talking about, okay? We should have essentially, there's no planned activity of any kind that I know of. We're just going to continue to monitor the PTC and the systems, charge the battery and read it out. The updating will be done on the next shift, so we're just in a kind of a watch mode this morning.
Okay, I have the lithium hydroxide thing to read up, and I'm just going to get at that.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask you, does he really need readings every half hour for the next 15 hours?
Well, we would like to get those, so we can do the most effective job on computing what's in that battery by getting them at least every 30 minutes. We would prefer them more often.
Okay, if we start doing activity mode, can you flip it to 1 an hour and live with it?
We can if we have to. Okay. I think we're going to end up being pretty inactive for about 8 or 10 hours. So. Is anybody going to sleep upstairs?
We're hoping that Mobile is going to go to sleep. We've not got any indication that he's
Captain Flight. Go Flight. You might tell them that after you read this canister thing that we don't have any real big news. They've been updated, but the details on the checklist will be available by 1:20, and we're looking forward to a kind of a quiet watch so they can do their sleep accordingly. Okay? Watch for that.
Aquarius, Houston, over. Okay, this is your friendly do-it-yourself Capcom with a suggested procedure on the lithium hydroxide situation. You're looking good. We read 1.8 millimeters, and you do have sufficient poop to last you the rest of the flight. However, being on the conservative side, we would like to use one more set of command module canisters to guard against some possible problem with the left primary canister. And I have a simplified procedure for doing that if you want to listen to it now. This simply consists of getting a second pair of cartridges out of the command module, putting one band of sticky tape, that is gray tape with the sticky side out, around the sides of each new canister near the top, taking a piece of EVA cue card and cutting it into 4 squares about 2 or 3 inches on a side, bending those at a right angle to form corner supports, attaching them to the sticky tape so that they'll stick up and overlap the old canister, and then simply putting the old canister next to the new canister and taping it up real good so it sticks together. The only other procedure is to remove the towel plug from the old cartridges and put it in the bottom of the new cartridge. And that's it. Over.
Okay, as I lead you, we get the gray tape and hold it so we get back stripped around the outside of the cartridges. Then we mount that short side zip cord like our EVA card. We'll overlap those cards down around the base of the canister. Then we just flip this box over a mag over the hole exactly right on top. And then take the towel down the roll and put it in the bottom. Of course, we lock the tape to line it all up
Okay, Fred, I think you got it. I didn't completely copy your readback, but it's just that simple. We're just putting the new cartridge, the top of the new cartridge against the bottom of the old one, moving that towel plug, using the cue cards as little corner stiffeners, and taping her up.
Okay, it's the top of the new, the bottom of the old.
Roger that. That way you don't have to touch the hose.
Friday, huh?
Good.
Okay, take that charger readout.
Didn't we just get one?
We were getting one every 30 minutes, like. It was 30 minutes, too.
It was?
Well, stand by. Let's make sure you set the clock right.
It seemed like we just got one.
It was 30 minutes. Our clock's set for 30 minutes, and just count it down.
Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Capcom, quick flight. Capcom, they want to charge you with that.
Okay, go ahead.
I got all of them. That is great. And also,
I'm afraid I didn't copy that, Fred, and while I was listening, ECOM told me that he'd like another battery charging readout. Aquarius, Houston, go.
you want us to start on this lithium mod now, Phil, or what do you have in mind?
It's not time critical, Fred, but if you have the people awake now, you might go ahead and do it. Incidentally, you probably know this, but the next several hours are going to be pretty quiet from our point of view. We're working on the entry procedures and should be ready to read them up to you in about 8 hours. And between now and then, there's not an awful lot going to be going on. So you guys could be catching up on your sleep schedule. Over.
Okay, John.
And we would like another readout on the ANSI pulse.
All right, John.
bus. Go ahead, Klaus. Jack, we've advised that we put another booster series there. And let me know when you see the CO2 drop from its current 1.7 value to increase production there. Will be tight. And the last time we flashed this thing together, we recall
Okay, 6 minutes remaining in preconditioning the thing.
Okay, copy that, Fred. Thank you very much. 38.9 and 1.9. And Ecom is simply making a smooth a plot as he can to verify the amount of amps we're putting back in the battery. That's why he wants it at half-hour intervals. If that schedule begins to interfere seriously with your rest cycle or so, give us a call, over.
Okay. Hi, Tony. So, you were saying? I was just saying, when we flashed the same gas station yesterday, the O2 rate went up. Maybe we'll see something like that when we put another one in series for a little while. Roger, understand. I don't think it'll go up very much because you don't have enough parking space now.
And Jack and I are awake, and I just finished sleeping. I got about another 5 or 6 hours, so I'm not particularly planning to go back to sleep right now.
Okay.
It's 29 hours and around 20 minutes. It's around 29 hours and 20 minutes to finish our Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
Got that job he wants to, he can disable his crouch and just let us take the one out. Flight running. So, 113 hours, assembled up baseline channel 58, and the decrease in final name of the baseline yes, so yeah.
Okay, LEM battery is doing really good.
This is Apollo Control, 113 hours, 28 minutes from lapse time. The black team
For everybody's benefit, Bob
may take
the
over
FAA
here in
gave us
Mission
something
Control
that's
Center.
kind of interesting. They've
We're
come back
estimating
with what
about
they think
15
is
minutes
at
early
least
change
the
of
rest
shift.
periods that the pilots
Press
have been
briefing
getting.
with our own team
With
flight director,
the commander getting some time out
and the MSC main auditorium.
there. It looks like starting at about 1:20
Appears that this shift will be primarily sleep shift.
They'll all be about even on off-duty
Minor
time.
items to be taken care of.
About 35, 36, 38
such
hours
as
of flight.
attach attaching
And then there's a block of time there
lithium hydroxide
of 8 hours.
canisters to the
CMP and the CDR will probably be up.
Okay, 1 minute remaining in
Give us
the
time to read all the checklists.
waiting before continuing the preparations for
We'll
battery
most of that
charge procedure.
get delayed for a number of hours, and then there's another period there prior to the power up for the entry portion. Command and CMP ought to be able to get another fair size wreck. So all in all, looks like oxygen is pretty well distributed amongst the crew members, and it looks like we've got the proper
13 hours, 30 minutes.
for both read and discuss the entry business, get some rest, and be up for the power up portion.
Okay, let's continue. Batteries 2 and 4 off, reset. Now all the load is on the ascent stage. Perfect. CSM. Okay, back to the lunar module. There is 5 and 6 to off. Let's verify the amperage. Very good. Right, we are configured for power charge.
Looks like CO2 concentration is coming down a little bit, and there's a water separator rate, so we got at least one of those copies installed. Okay, Jack. And the water separator speed is coming down a little bit too. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Copy that, Jack.
Aquarius, Houston, go ahead.
Okay, we got one of them ready to go, and looks like we could do a pretty good job just using that 10 strips.
Okay, and in theory like this, we are charging the battery. Although we cannot see on NASSP currently amps and volts. With this, I will leave the Apollo real-time simulation going at our 113 hours, 39 minutes, 17 seconds. On the background you have Apollo in real time, experienced by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Links in the description. going back to sleep. So see you around 12 UTC. Around 12 UTC.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Joe.
Roger, we're convening the CPCB on that change, Fred, but flight has given you an interim go-ahead. Over.
Testing. Testing my mute. 1 second. Okay.
Remind all operators that there are a number of pieces of paper available that give an insight into what's being planned in from entry, and if you have some spare time, with the people in the back benches, although I want full attention on what we're doing right now, if you have any extra people around, they can usefully spend their time looking at what's being proposed for the entry. This sounds like. Go ahead, Frank. Clint, whenever you want to, you can talk to me about what you learned when you powered up the instrumentation lamp running the CSN. Okay. You also, Jack, you got the fan on the RCS pressure rate, I assume it's all okay. Did you power anything in the service market? Watcher? We had telemetry. Telemetry on it, that's what I meant. Right. Watch all look good, yes, sir. Okay, everything looks normal to you then, right? Right.
This is a panel
You're going to tell me about the thermal lines and everything else that's normal to you.
this morning's change of shift press
All right.
conference.
Finally, I'm ready to proceed and tell you about what we saw.
Is now running to the main auditorium.
Thermostat.
Be starting
Or wherever you want to talk
in the next few minutes.
Let's be sure something's loud. You don't have any.
Mid-course, which is scheduled for entry interface minus 5 hours. The status of the crew is good. You probably heard that over there at the ground. The LMP and the CMP have both just gotten up from around a 6-hour rest, and Lovell has gone off and to take another rest period himself now, so he's presently asleep. The consumables continue to be doing well. We are actually now on the ascent stage, or within the ascent stage capability of the limb. So we're looking at the minimum consumable, I guess you'd call it, would be the water, is around 163 hours or so, and this is not counting on some backup methods that we have available to us. In just a minute, I'll let you ask me a question. How will that be? Okay?
That's ground elapsed time, isn't it?
I'm speaking in terms of ground elapsed time. The landing is at 142, as you probably are aware. The things that are happening also, another point that occurred during last night's operation was that we powered up the command module from the lunar module and started charging one of the entry batteries. You recall we've been talking about the fact that that is a relatively inefficient operation. In fact, it's going to take around 120 amp hours to get 20 amp hours into the entry batteries, but we've spent the last day or so looking at the entry timeline and thinking about the things that we have to accomplish, and we felt like that we would be somewhat close to our margins if we did not do that. So this is around a 15-hour operation, and we plan to put about 20 amp hours back into that particular battery, which will bring them all up to around their normal maximum, the maximum that we could expect at any occasion and for an entry. So that's what's happening right now on the spacecraft anyway. Back here in Houston, people have been working all night on the details of the entry timeline, on the stowage requirements. A lot of work has been done on verifying procedures in the simulators here. They're going to come in this morning, probably in the next hour or so, and work with the integrated lunar module simulator and command module simulator and go over the present version of the procedures, which of course through the night have been tweaked on a little bit. We're thinking now that we may even be able to run an integrated simulation this afternoon with the Mission Control Center with the team that is going to be conducting the entry tomorrow morning. You'll recall I said that we had pulled that team out of the normal control center operation and have them free to prepare for this. So it may work out that we will be able to do that, although it's not yet been completely established. The rough sequence of events that we're looking at, and I guess that's already been released because I noticed I passed through it, was being telecast by some channel or another. But in any event, we're looking at starting the activities formally, I guess you might call it, around 6.5 hours prior to entry interface, doing the mid-course at 5 hours if it's necessary, and of course if we can afford that, well, we'd like to, but if it's necessary, that's when we try to do it. Followed fairly shortly thereafter with a jettison of the service module, perhaps say 30 minutes later. We would, if as I indicated yesterday, if we think it's safe and have the opportunity there, we'll try to take pictures of the service module after the jettison. We'll be bringing up the command module guidance and navigation system in this period and getting an alignment. We plan to hang on to the lunar module until approximately an hour before entry interface, at which time we'll jettison that as we, in this way that we've done in the past, and proceed on them with our relatively normal command module entry procedures. So that's about the situation that we find ourselves in, and unless there's anything else, Doug, why, we'll be open to questions.
John Chancellor?
Normal. Can you tell us if there are any changes in the entry procedure this time that wouldn't have occurred once you've got rid of the lamp?
You must be speaking of late in the, just prior to the entry.
Relatively normal. And I
Yes.
just wondered about the word relative.
Well, I'm talking about the fact that, and these details are still being worked on, so I'm not, it's hard to say yet exactly how they'll turn out. But, you know, ultimately we'll come to the point at which we would expect to be on a command module by itself anyway in what an ordinary high-speed entry of the type that we'll be having here. So presumably we'll meet the what I would call the normal procedures, and then it would be the same from then on. As best we can tell now, we'll be able to get the command module fully up, the guidance systems and so forth. So we would presumably be able to do all the standard procedures that we've already been practicing.
Capcom play.
Yeah, it's my fault, Milt. I broke in on your train of thought when you were starting to work the consumables out for us, and you didn't give us the rest of them, the electricity. So.
Yeah, that's, how about that? Okay. The oxygen, we have plenty of oxygen out to 200 and some hours ground elapsed time. The batteries at the present, well, at the minimum power, 167 hours, and even with the charging operation that we have going, should be good out to past 158 or thereabouts. The lithium hydroxide, we have plenty of that. We have enough now on the in the normal LEM system, which is about 37 hours worth. Should we decide to do that, we can continue on from where we are now and land without just on the lunar module systems. However, we did change recently, as you probably heard, and put on a new command module type canister onto our jury rig, and it brought the CO2 down. And I think I made a mistake yesterday. I referred to that in parts per million, and I meant partial pressure. So anyway, the sum total of all that is that we're in good shape on consumables, and that we actually, in fact, could operate from here on in on the ascent stage, as I indicated, with the minor exception in the oxygen. We don't have quite enough in the ascent tanks to support that, but we have the ops bottles on board, which would supplement that.
This one right back here.
Milt, would you address yourself to the non-propulsive sheet tank venting, and particularly with regard to, is this a predictable sort of thing, or could the venting have done a whole lot more damage than it did?
I can't address myself to the non-propulsive vent because there wasn't any. We always, not always, but most all of the vents on a spacecraft are designed to be non-propulsive, and this usually means that it's a kind of a T operation where the gas goes out in two directions, which theoretically cancel each other, etc. And almost always we find when we get into a case of actually observing them in the zero G condition that they do have some slight effect on the spacecraft motions. I guess I was a little bit surprised that the helium, which I thought anyway was a relatively small amount of weight and coming out at perhaps a relatively low velocity, could have enough effect to stop the rotation and start it in the opposite direction. If you think about it a little bit more, though, perhaps that's not so surprising since it did operate over a long period of time, and I guess and it can be expected. In fact, I think you could explain it with as little as about 0.2 of a foot a second of velocity. So, but as far as any danger to the spacecraft, there was no danger from it at all, and it was just that it changed the motion in a different way than we had expected.
On that, is there any possibility with the vents arranged as they are that a delta V could have been imparted that would have affected the trajectory? All it did was affect the rates a little bit, but could it have affected the trajectory any?
No.
Get this right back here.
Mr. Winslow, could you give us a little detail about the plans for the crew, what time they're going to eat, and any final preparations that they'll have to make?
No, I really couldn't do that. I think we talked yesterday, and as you probably observed during the day, the crew has generally been sleeping when they felt like it and getting up when they felt like it and eating when they felt like it, and it's very hard for anybody to tell exactly what they're going to do. They are getting more rested, of course, as they continue their cycle, and they're, of course, now trying to come up to the entry interface time in a good physical condition, and I'm sure they'll do that. So other than that, I really can't say very much about their detailed schedule.
Get these along the front.
On the charging up, that process began some time ago?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. And you spoke of getting it up to the normal maxima. We were given earlier this figure of around 100 ampere hours in the batteries of the command module. You're now going up to 120?
Yes.
Could you give us some idea how long it'll take to get things warmed up again in the command module, and will the cabin atmosphere get up to a comfortable level in time to do the crew any good when you start to bring up the electronics and guidance system and so on?
Well, I've lost track of all your questions there. I'm sorry. First of all, the comfort level will come up, and we'll keep the crew, will be satisfactory for the crew, I'm sure. We're not really worried about the command module temperatures very much. We were interested in seeing what they were, and I guess from the standpoint that we had not had any instrumentation data from them in a long time, we were concerned from that point of view. But the data that we have fits in very well with the expected temperatures. We were interested in determining whether or not we had to heat the command module RCS system, and I think I indicated to you before that we probably would have to do that, and the temperatures indicate that we will, and we're interested because it requires power to do that, and we needed to put this into our considerations for the entry profile. But that is an expected operation. Sometimes we have to do that, and sometimes we don't. It just depends on the thermal characteristics. In this case, we now plan on doing it. But other than that, we're not really concerned about the coolness of the command module as such.
Well, what I was looking toward was, you at this time yesterday, you had about a 500 amp hour pad in the LEM batteries at landing. This was the estimate. You're going to expend 120 of that charging the re-entry battery. How much of the rest are you going to expend in bringing things up in the command module and how much your heater's going to use and so on. How does your budget look for those last few hours?
Well, I think in summary, we're limited in the amount of power that we can send to the command module by the wires and the circuit breakers to 15 amps. And that's right now, I guess you'd say, the kind of the limiting factor. We actually will in fact have probably more amp hours of, I'm sure we will have more amp hours available in the LEM than we can transfer or use in the CSM. So it kind of becomes now a look at some of the things that you can do in the command module versus the power that they take and the time at which you need to use them and so forth. So it's probably there'll be a few things that yes that we can do with it, but other than charging this battery and perhaps doing a little bit of that preheating I mentioned, although it looks like that'll take more power than we can get through the line.
Yes, would you discuss the probability of this last mid-course correction, and can you still use the DIPS engine? Is there enough pressure in the fuel tanks?
Well, we can use the DIPS engine if we should choose to, yes. Although I think the delta V would be very low if we had to make the mid-course, and probably we wouldn't. We'd probably use RCS. However, that's a decision yet to be made. And right now it looks like we won't need that mid-course, but we have a lot of tracking time ahead of us before we can really say that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last shift, they had a power-up of the CSM, and they had some transfer of telemetry data. In all these samples that you received, could you tell if the shield of the CSM might have been in any way damaged by the explosion or whatever happened?
We don't have that kind of instrumentation available to us, really, so we don't have any better insight. The only thing is that the deductions, and I mentioned this yesterday, and we've seen nothing to change this. The more things that we look at, the more things we find that are all right, and that to me is a positive indication that essentially the problem that we had with the fuel cells was localized to the cryo tank and had a limited effect on the rest of the machine, the rest of the command and service module. So I think it all tells us that the heat shield is okay.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Aquarius, Houston, go ahead. You're pretty weak.
I didn't call you, Joe.
Say again?
I didn't call.
Oh, sorry about that. Incidentally, Fred, if switching omnis every couple of minutes bugs you, you can skip it for now. We can always wait till you come around.
No, it doesn't. This is Jack. So, Fred is up next. It doesn't bother me at all.
Okay.
Just happy to know that you're standing by.
Roger that. Except I'm sitting by.
Did PTO stop?
Go ahead, Mike. Hey, have you got a new water rate with the current load now putting out?
The last point we have is at 113, and it was 2.5. It's going up slightly, it's right around 3.0.
Okay.
Keep an eye on that. Right.
I had a feeling we may get some of your measurement certainty here before this flight's over there. Tell me.
Second one?
I had a feeling we're going to get some of your measurement certainty before the flight's over.
I think we may by this. Controls of the water rate is remaining fairly closely to it now.
Very good. Very good. Probably that F1 battery is, well, it's probably hot by now, but probably admin right now. Effectively, that's where that's the additional load is of the F1 battery. But
that's right, Mike.
It's cold plated, but maybe it's cool enough in there to transfer energy. Nah, I think that comes out.
Battery itself should be warm. The battery should be warming up, but the load isn't big enough to where it's going to be a real fast warm-up. Okay. We've got a controllables up there in kind of situation.
Oh, okay, that's at 114 now.
Got it.
Excellente. EPS. Okay, the EPS has come down too now. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's come down. Result of the power you now have. Okay, you're projecting the 19.2 the rest of the way out. That's why it's come down.
That's right. The last one was, well, it was right at 20. So right at
okay. Okay. I guess.
minutes away from the site unloaded. That's 1.460. Do you have any risk of doing special here in Dustin? Finding fuel station? We don't have to turn down the S-band transmit the receiver anymore. That's when we had the idea, right? We're going up on the site unloaded. That's permanent. That's permanent, but I don't have to do it. The only thing else is if you want to approve it, but we leave it. What time is it? 1:14, 1:15. Catch down, flight. Go for it. At 15 minutes on the clock, Joe, we're going to have a side handover. That means the crew will hear some noise. Sometimes we can tell them, sometimes we don't. I don't care. Okay, if you think they want it, go ahead. If we're talking, then we'll tell them, otherwise, no.
Okay, Jack, the plot shows you about 130,000 miles out, which is about, 10,000 closer than you were when I came on a couple hours ago. And let me check with Fido for your rate of closure. Hey, Jack, over. Your smiling Fido says you're making 5,040 in a 5,000 mile zone.
today. Free information on his thermal data. We're getting building 45 on the decent stage. Yes. Indicates it's much warmer in the decent stage than what they're predicting. So, okay, we're in good shape. Better than what we thought. Okay, thank you, Fra Mauro.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, John.
Roger, Jack. Hate to keep bugging you, but we would like another volts and amps reading.
Okay, we'll get it for you.
Good show.
Did our quick count on that local canister work? How's our
Jack, I think you asked if the canister mod was working, and the answer is it sure as hell is.
I got the voltage 79.0 amp 1.75.
Copy 39.0 and 1.75. Thank you.
minutes for elapsed time. Rather quiet at the present time, very little communications with the spacecraft, which now is 126,029 nautical miles out from Earth. Launch velocity 5,076 feet per second. Electrical power usage hovering around 12-13 amps. Partial pressure of carbon dioxide in the lunar module cabin, now 1/10 of a millimeter of mercury. The addition of the two command module lithium hydroxide scrubber canisters to the homemade device rigged up yesterday by the crew of Apollo 13 has reduced this quantity of carbon dioxide from slightly over 1 millimeter back down to 1/10. Apollo 13 total weight standing at 87,740 pounds. Here goes a call, I believe, to the spacecraft. Apollo 12 was essentially a repeat as far as the amount of propellant is concerned. At any rate, all of these had smaller amounts or smaller quantities of propellant available than Apollo 13 does at the present time. The service propulsion system propellant on Apollo 13 stands untapped at 40,796 pounds. This was for a planned total delta V, or velocity change, of some 6,975 feet per second.
Go ahead, flight.
With various vehicle combinations, not just planned service module alone, but in some cases such as lunar
while
orbit
we're
insertion
here,
and
if you're
DOI,
not
where
busy
you
right
have
now,
total
I'd like to go over some of these
limb
times
and
so that I can
command module
understand
combination.
the DI
And others,
to you. Get a little
the
card
trans-earth
that
injection burn, where
later
only the command and service
What are
module
you using now as entry and base?
use up some 3,147 feet per second.
And what are you using as splash? Let me start here. Well, we have
11,093 pounds